who told you love needed permission. I'm shocked how fast fear was a holy face. Rules stacked high like towers till nobody feels safe. Chains dressed up like wisdom, pressure dressed up like light. But if it steals your freedom, something isn't right. That's not good news. Not if love disappears. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope came calling for every soul. For every soul. Even if I said it, even if angels fill the sky, if the message loses mercy, don't believe the lie. I knew religion without love. I wore the armor too, till grace found me outside the walls and pulled me into truth. Who are you trying to please? Fear, crowds, systems, or the God who already came near? Love is the measure, not power, not shame, not fear. Love. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope still rises for every soul. For every soul. Even the hard hearts, even the gatekeepers.
All right, check, audio check, 1, 2, 3. What's up, everybody? Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you. Welcome. Can you guys hear us? Let's do an audio video check on Twitch, if you guys don't mind. I'd appreciate that. That'd be great. We're just kind of getting things going here this morning for a 10-hour live stream.
What? 10 hours.
10 hours. Whose idea was this? What have we
Yeah, I'd
done?
like to know that.
What have we
Inquiring mind
done?
wants to know.
No, I'm excited about it. Yeah, I'm real pumped. All right, let's get things kicked off. Audio's good, Star Firepower. Thank you very much. Summy Beats coming in with a happy 10-year anniversary. Man, this is a big day. This is like a momentous occasion. So we're good with audio and video, Starfire? Great, good. Flat Cap Dapper Pastor is in the chat. The emojis are coming across a little funny in text. I don't know why that's doing that, but hey, that's okay. It's supposed to rain today. I don't know about Houston, but Austin, yeah, it's looking a little suspicious here. It's your unique emojis, Flat Cap. All right, here we go. All right, let's get things kicked off here. We got Simeon, one of our world builders from Rec Room. Simeon, where are you from? What part of the world? Let the chat know.
I'm from Germany, very eastern Germany.
Very eastern Germany. Tell us like 5-10 seconds, or you can go longer if you want. Just a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what you do, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm freelancing here in eastern Germany, and I found the church actually when there was Corona, and I was in VR, and I like that you can just hop in and build and help and be active, not just being a listener and sit there and listen, but really be active and create and stuff like that. So that's
Amazing.
how I ended up in this church.
How far from Nuremberg are you?
And maybe 3 hours.
3
Around
hours.
3
Okay.
hours, yeah.
We Carrie and I flew. My wife. We flew to Amsterdam and then took a train. One of the most beautiful train rides I've ever been on. I haven't been on many, but a beautiful train ride to Nuremberg. And we hanged out with Pastor Bismick in Nuremberg. It was a lot of fun. Beautiful architecture in Nuremberg, Germany. Amazing food. And the German beers are legit. And it is a legit thing.
Big, yeah.
Because Carrie doesn't really drink, or, we're not really big drinkers. But in Germany, we're like, this is good. This is amazing stuff. It was like, I don't know. We had a few beers there in
Nice.
Germany. It was good.
Yeah, adopt the culture. Yeah.
Yeah. Oscar, what's up, man? Welcome. Alina was here. We'll get to Alina. Two Hills. Tell people who you are, where you're from, all that stuff.
You betcha. So, my name is Jessica, Two Hills, my avatar name, and I am Canadian. So, sorry, A is just part of my vocabulary. And yeah, and so I live in Western Canada. So gorgeous part of the world. We get anything from the mountains to lakes to just super awesome nature where we live. I think I've been coming to VRChat probably at the start of the pandemic, so I remember the alt space days, and like Simeon, it had been a long time since I went to church, and I really felt the need to reconnect. And ironically, it was my husband who found VRChat. And our running joke, he's not a believer, but he supports me. And so we're true partners. And he kind of joked, because he actually attends church with me still to this day, several years later. And he always jokes that he wanted to come with me to church, at least at the beginning, because he wanted to make sure I didn't join a cult. And once he discovered, nope, this is not a cult. This is an amazing church community. He has actually stuck around. So
right.
my backstory. So proud Canadian, so happy to be part of this amazing international group.
Yeah, that's amazing. You know what? It's funny that you mentioned that, because, there's when people were coming into VR Church, particularly let's say maybe teenagers coming in, I would get a lot of their reaction that their parents are very concerned that this was a cult, and I was like, really? I was like, that's interesting. And fair enough, man. Hey, listen, I'm not even hating on that, but I just was like, I didn't think that would be a thing.
Yeah.
And then look at Pastor Lena looking all regal. I gotta up my game here. What's my background? Am I I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta up my game. Yeah. What's up, Pastor Lena? How you doing? How you feeling?
Whew. Barely made it. I am feeling, I like to say, better than in the middle of what I call the crisis, but I'm still not better. Whatever caused the crisis.
Oh no.
Is still afoot. So feeling better, but not better. Working on getting some extra urgent, more doctors coming up. I'll find out more Monday, but feeling well enough. I'm here. I'm excited. Like I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm so excited. Yeah, I've been working on adrenaline. We'll see how I do later with you, Jessica, later in the day. But I'm like 5 a.m., 20 minutes, and I got to be in Beats there. Blah, 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 blah. And like so much to do this morning because I haven't been doing, anything. So, anywho, happy to be here. Thank you. How are you?
I love it. I'm doing good. I'm excited. I'm really excited about today. 10 years is a crazy thing. So quick story. Yesterday, I was hanging out with my son in downtown. We kind of live nearish to Austin, a little downtown where we live. And there's a gym he goes to. I've gone to several times. And they're celebrating their 50th anniversary of this gym, like an old school weightlifting gym. And I was telling him, I was like, I wasn't even thinking about VR Church when I was talking about this. But I was like, man, 50 years... anything that lasts 50 years is amazing. And then I was kind of just going off the cuff. I was like, really, even anything in the last 10 years, I think like, that's an amazing thing. Like anything, whether it's a business, a church, a community, a band, anything. And so I was like, that's a big deal. And it kind of made me reflect a little bit that, 10 years, whether people view that as long or short, that's a big deal for something to stick around for 10 years. 10 years of relationships, a lot of hard work, a lot of challenges. We give the analogy of like a storm or like a pirate boat. We're sailing, right? And we've had a beautiful journey, and there's been some trying times. There's been storms, and the ship is kind of, listing to the side, taking on water. We've had to patch it up, and through all of that, whatever you want to say about, church or VR church or any of us, like 10 years, that's significant. And I love that, man. And I think that's fantastic. So, I'm just really proud of everyone for what we've built, because I think what we've built is going to last, a long 50 years. It's just the spirit of our community, the tenacity of our community. And so, yeah, I think that's fantastic. Poor Lena, she needs more shoes.
I know. I don't have enough. Please send shoes. Donate. The link is below.
GoFundMe for more shoes.
Yeah. And what's funny, like most of them I can't wear anymore. I have a few select ones that I can still wear, but they're so beautiful. I just I get joy just from walking in here in the morning, and they all have memories attached, and so it's really weird. But what are you gonna do? We all have our own
I like it.
weird things.
I'm thinking I like the leopard ones over. I think it's your right shoulder.
Yeah, show
Is
your
that
family.
leopard print?
What was that? I
I am in
totally
awe.
missed it.
Yeah.
No, I was saying the shoes I like are on the top right
Ooh,
of this
coming
screen.
through, and it cuts my audio.
Did you go through your Bluetooth? Is having issues?
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
probably
I
going to
love
break
those.
everything.
I think they look like a sparkly platform on if I'm looking at it, from the screen on the right there. But I'm in awe on two fronts with that shoe shrine. Is one, the gorgeous shoes, and the fact that you can wear heels. I am jealous in the best possible
Yes.
way.
Because I feel so comfortable in heels. I really do. I don't know who was telling, like, I grew up walking on my tiptoes. My mom used to always scold me for it, to stop walking. But that's like where my body,
Yep. That's where
I don't know how to explain it.
Yep.
Yeah, other people get uncomfortable. I get more comfortable. If I'm in flat shoes like I am right now, oh, this is very weird and uncomfortable.
I look like one of those baby giraffes when I'm on heels.
Trying to stay upright.
Sorry, DJ. We just
No, I'm enjoying the show. We're just chilling. But speaking of which, what's Simeon got back there behind? That's like, is it photos back there? Like
That's photos. Yeah, that's all photos from people.
Oh, that's
Aw.
awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, amazing.
I can't wait
All
till
right.
Sunday when my game room is ready, because that game room is going to be filled with photos and artwork, like it's a really large room, and it's going to be all like memories. And so you all are going to cover probably a majority of my walls. Seriously. I have, of course, my family, and I have a friend. But you guys are my day to day. You guys are.
Aw.
So I can't wait till the day comes, maybe 10 years from now. Unless somebody wants to come remodel my game room for me.
20th anniversary of your church.
Exactly.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mhm.
Guess who's in the chat? Frey, 10 years of VR church. That's amazing. What's up, Frey? Good
You guys
to see
remember
ya.
Frey Frey?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely remember Frey.
Blue robot.
10 years of VR church. Well, here's the, if you guys are wondering, here's the lowdown for today. All right, so we got a bunch of different segments. We're going to try to do a 10-hour stream, kind of a celebratory thing for 10 years of VR church. So I'm talking in Central Time, of course, 10 a.m. to 11, just a kind of an opening celebration, just kind of chatting about some memories and, hearing from the chat and memories from all of you and anybody else who would pop in. 11 a.m. is supposed to be, remembering Altspace and Rec Room, but I think Alice might have gotten the time wrong. So we'll see if Alice, I might need some help. Maybe a couple of you would stay. And I think, because I know Alice is on the bus on her way back. But that's supposed to be the Alice segment. We might have to move that around. 12 p.m. is going to be, actually, that's going to be the Rec Room at 12 p.m. So she might be there by that time. So remembering Altspace and Rec Room is coming up, and then just a Rec Room remembrance time. 1 p.m. Central, but I think we're trying to kick it back a little earlier, and it probably is going to work out. 1 p.m. Central, Pastor Alina and Simeon live tour in VRChat. So that'll be fun. Let's get Colditz in here. I think he's going to do the filming for the VRChat tour. You guys got some worlds for that? Can you give us a little sneak peek of what's coming up?
Tell us about it, Simeon.
We basically transferred everything from Rec Room to VRChat, so we can hop in and see what we had in Rec Room. I think we have 2 rooms that are from Altspace still, like the old church building and Easter, something like that we can also hop in. But it's kind of a Rec Room tour, like the stuff
That's amazing.
transferred over from Rec Room, all the rooms. Like, cannot show everything. We have like 90 rooms or something that we created in the Rec Room.
Yeah, you can't tour them all.
It's
for
all
sure.
on there, but you cannot go through all of this. But yeah, just a sneak peek. And it would be cool if people also join us in VRChat. If they are friends.
That's amazing. No, I love that.
That's ideal. That's an invitation. I think is very important. This isn't supposed to be just Simeon and I wandering through, blah, blah, blah. This is as many people can join us, because this is the time we want to hear your stories too, right? This is a fabulous opportunity to hear from you. So join us.
I love that.
And I'd like to start a little early, because I don't think we'll have an hour's enough time.
Yeah, I think we can make that happen. I love that you're able to do that, because it's like, it's interesting when I talk about VRChurch or go to a conference or whatever, a tech talk or something, people think I'm like super technological, but I'm really not. But I have like technological vision. So I love that, Simeon, you know how to do that, because I wouldn't have the slightest idea of how to preserve our memories, the experiences we have. It would just take me like 20 hours to figure that out. But I'm sure, so I'm really thankful that you guys ported that over. I know it doesn't have the same functionality like we had with Rec Room, but it'll still be
different.
good. Yeah,
it's still very good.
In ways, even better. So
yeah,
that'll be good. No, I love that.
So, Simeon, sorry, quick question. Did I assume you ported over the Bible experience rooms, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So anybody listening who hasn't experienced Simeon's Bible experience rooms, really, really excited about that. So really encourage people. That's one of my favorite Rec Room experiences, was being able to do almost like a live replay, live action version of Bible stories. So anybody who is curious about that, really strongly encourage you guys to join the tour, because those are some incredibly fun rooms. So selfishly, I'm like, yay!
I absolutely love your enthusiasm.
For so much interaction. But yeah, you will have it now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
I do have this.
What else we have here?
My lipstick. The original, before it was VR MMO Church, it was just VRChurch.
Yeah, VRChurch. I love that logo still. That logo still rocks. I remember showing that logo to some church leaders, and I think they were just like, I remember one of the first times. Sorry to get off, and this is what we're doing today. I'm reminiscing. I was invited to Facebook to speak to some church leaders from large mega churches, right? And so this is the first time these mega church pastors of all denominations, people you've heard of, maybe well recognized names and churches and leaders. Anyways, they're all in one room. Facebook invited them, and they invited me to come talk about virtual reality, because the Quest was starting to become a thing. And I remember just not thinking too much about it because I was like, well, I'm sure everyone's kind of dabbling in this, right? And they weren't, by the way. Right? I'm sure everyone's dabbling in VR or at least checking it out. And I might as well have been like the two-man head circus show or something. And it was like so quiet in the room. And looking back, I think it's because they were so integrated into Web 2, websites, Facebook, SEOs, all these aspects that they were just hearing something they've never heard of for the first time. And, I threw that logo up and I just think all of it was just very alternative to them. Just in my observation, I didn't get to like interview it. Well, no, I did get reactions. So some of this is from synthesizing some reaction that the people had. But I think that I was just so in that world and used to it that I didn't realize how much of an anomaly it was. Not for everybody, a little bit of a threat to some people who felt like, oh, this is going to pull people from physical church, which has never been like the thing. It's never been an aspect of VRChurch. But it was an interesting reaction, and even to this day, even like post-COVID, because even when COVID was happening, people were like, oh, we used to make fun of VRChurch. Now look at us, right? And so, yeah, that was just an interesting memory we've had about, taking the story of VRChurch to outside our walls and seeing the reaction. But let me get back to, so we have the tour coming up 1 p.m. or earlier, maybe 12:30, I think is the goal central. And then a live event in VRChat. So we have a new service time coming up that we're going to be doing. We really want to kind of bring the service time a little earlier, allow for people in the UK and Europe to get involved with the church, because I know a lot of people, particularly back then, were saying, we love to come to church, but it's so late. So that's one of the reasons we're pulling the time back. So 2 p.m. Central, Church and VR Chat. Going to have Zach and Bismick speaking. If you guys remember Pastor Zach and Pastor Bismick from the development of VR Church, they're going to come and chat a bit. So I'm excited about that. 3 p.m. Central, Pastor Flatcap is going to be here talking about the HEAR method. Really interesting HEAR method. We've kind of incorporated more or less in many of our sermons. And so it's a really interesting way to present the scriptures to encourage engagement. So 3 p.m. Central, Pastor Flatcap with the HEAR method. 4 p.m., which is probably going to be a little riotous. We might need to get security involved because Jessica and Pastor Lena are going to be doing alt space replay. Kind of like we're going to replay a video. They're going to talk over it and all that type of stuff. So that's going to be, we might need to get some security on that segment.
It's going to be a party.
You don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss it. We don't even know what it will be, but we just know what happens when you and I are in the same space.
Yeah, like I was saying to DJ earlier, is I haven't actually seen the Alt Space VR, so we're all going to see the reaction at the same time. So I know it's
going to get out of hand. I'm telling you right now, it's going to get out of hand.
Guaranteed.
5 p.m. Final Fantasy 14 online. I'm going to love to tell you the origin stories of the church in Final Fantasy. It started in Beijing, China. So just hold that thought. Come back. We were in Beijing, and I read it. I'm already giving too much. So we'll talk about how Final Fantasy 14 came into being. That's 5 p.m. They recorded a tour of their house. If you know about Final Fantasy 14 online, there's you can get a house, which is very hard to do. I don't know if it still is. At least back when we were, it wasn't like you'd had unlimited housing. You'd have to like bid on one. And I remember like standing outside some of these auction houses trying to secure housing or help. I didn't know what I was doing, but we were trying to secure a housing. So we have a house in Final Fantasy 14 online. It's a beautiful place to visit. And anyways, we'll save some of that conversation for the 5 p.m. Coming soon for Final Fantasy 14. A little tour of the house. 6 p.m. This might be a little riotous too. DJ and Pastor Lena talking about some Grand Theft Auto, a little video replay. That was a lot of fun. And then at 7 p.m. Central, the closing celebration to wrap up the 10-hour live stream. So, yes, that's what's coming up. In a minute, let's see, it's about 10:25, so we got about 30 minutes until we switch over into remembering alt space and rec room. We'll kind of put those together, and we'll see what time Alice is going to get here. But we might have to kind of move things around. So in a minute, I want to get your reaction, Simeon, Alina, and Jessica, on your first time coming to VR Church. And I think you guys kind of mentioned it a little bit, but let's kind of dig into the stories about that. I'll tell you about my first time doing VR Church. And then, and people in the chat, I'd love to hear as well, to see what you guys, what the experience was like when you first came, what you thought about it. Did you think it was a cult? All that type of stuff. But before we do that, I really want to look at this video right here. Let's rock this one.
Hey everybody, welcome to Virtual Reality Church. My name is Alina and I'm a pastor here at Virtual Reality Church. And behind me here we have our church family from all over the globe. And everyone is welcome at Virtual Reality Church. It doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. So grab a headset and download AltSpace, Rec Room, or VRChat, and come experience something that you have never experienced before.
Yes, indeed.
I remember that. I was so afraid.
Were you afraid to do the video?
I was afraid to do the video. And then it still stands out to me today. It stuck out to me then and it sticks out to me now. Like I kept saying the full, not just VR Church, Virtual Reality Church. And I kept repeating it, Virtual Reality Church. And in my brain, in my mind, it was the only thing that bothered me. But I was terrified to do it.
And by the way, real quick, before we get into some little interview portion here, Tonic, thank you for the gifted subs. We usually don't get those on the church stream, so the notification didn't come up. But I see people in the chat saying you gifted some streams. So thank you very much for the gifted streams. I'm assuming on Twitch. We're also on YouTube. Tonic, thank you for the subs there. Let's talk about your first time visiting VR Church. So I'll probably spend a little more time. So I'm kind of looking at the segments here. I think Alice is running late on the bus, so we'll probably just because we're trying to get you in by 12:30 for the VR chat tour, right? So let's mesh all this in. Instead of a segments that we had leading up to the tour, let's just mesh it all into one. Remembering alt space, remembering rec room. Just the kind of memories, your first time visiting, anything that stood out to you, all that stuff. It's really open ended. It doesn't have to be deep. Just if a random memory pops into your mind, let's do that. Pastor, let's start with Pastor Lena because she was the first one, early VR Church. The first VR Church building, if you will, was one of the templates, and actually I can probably pull it up here so you guys can see it. Let's go ahead and pull that up since we're kind of adjusting the
I believe we're going to see that today in VR chat. The first template, the very first one.
Maybe.
I'm going to confirm that when I see what you post.
Oh yeah,
this one.
Yeah, this is the space. Yeah, we're going to go see that in VR today.
Oh wow!
You guys remember this one? Who was here for this?
No.
Was it Alina?
I think I was here for here. Yeah.
This is like so. I've told this story a lot, and I'll keep it short because I want to hear from you guys more. But I remember getting VR in 2016, and wasn't thinking about like ministry, church planning, all that type of stuff. And I got it for the games, and I got it for the movie experiences, and I wasn't even going to get it. But I did read one article that influenced me, where pretty much the article said virtual reality is legitimate. This is a legit out of the gate offering. And I was like, okay, this is a very honest writer and very, very critical. And if they're saying it's going to be good, then I'm on board. So I got it, was amazed by it. And I remember it was June of 2016 when the AltSpace app was made available. And I popped in there. I was like, oh, this looks interesting. And I was blown away. And if you remember early AltSpace, it was just sticks, right, with beady eyes. It wasn't the kind of like the fleshed out avatar systems they created later, or even the more advanced ones in VRChat. And I was just blown away by just coming in, seeing people just interact, that 3D spatial audio, talking with each other, hearing people all around. It just felt very real. It felt very real life. And then it wasn't too long. It was probably within like 1 hour where I was like, oh, you can create your own space. Oh, you could put a like a web frame or a video and slides on the screen. I was like, dude, we're doing church. That was like on a Friday. And on Sunday, we had the very first church service in virtual reality. I think this is, and I think from what I understand, it's the first church service in VR in history that I'm aware of. And this is a image of getting ready for that service. If you look on the screen, there's a video playing. There's this pastor in New Jersey. They put out content for people to use for their churches because I didn't really have time to prepare a sermon. I had left the mega church I was a part of. He was trying to make ends meet, Ubering, just doing side hustles and that type of stuff. So it wasn't like I had good sermon writing time. So I was like, oh, let me just use this video to come in and play for the sermon. So this is just me setting up the space in the sense of like making sure the video worked, just kind of feeling it out, thinking about how Sunday was going to look. And sure enough, we did the first church service in VR. It was about this time 10 years ago, or about, I have to go look at the exact day, but 10 years ago in June. And we had the first church service, and it was phenomenal. You've probably heard the story 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,001. The first visitor was an atheist from Denmark, and he comes in and he's like, man, I'm not really into like church or anything, but I'm curious to see what this is all about. And man, that was the moment where the light bulb came on immediately. I was like, oh, that's special. Because I've been in ministry over 30 years or however long. I'm losing count. I don't even want to count anymore. I've been in ministry a long time in all types of environments, big and small. And it was the first time, and I'd planted like a branch church. It was kind of like a church plant, a physical one before. And on all these 30 plus years of ministry, like I've never had an atheist come in just out of his own fruition, not coming in with family for Easter, that type of thing, just coming in and was curious and wanted to chat. And that was very unique for me. And there's a whole story behind the apostolic gift that, I discovered, and we can talk about that later. But yeah, that was special. And I was like, oh, we got to keep doing this. So we started doing, I don't know that I did it every week. I tried to, it might've been every other week. But I would do the full church service, even if no one was there. I would do the announcements. I would speak to like an empty room. The idea was that if somebody came in at any point, that they would realize, oh, this guy is like, this guy is serious. He's doing the announcements. He's doing the prayer. And that slowly kind of created a sense of that consistency started creating a sense of community because people started to kind of come in, and many wouldn't claim to be Christians. I don't think, in a general sense, I don't think Christians started coming in until months later. And so it was just a really special time of just starting this and people being like weirded out, but just curious and coming to check it out, seeing that, oh, this guy, he isn't messing around. Like he really just seems very like sincere and passionate about this. And so let's hang around and see what this is all about. And slowly, we just started, developing a community. And I remember it was in this room where Chuck was like, we got something special going on here. There's people gathering. And it wasn't too long after that, like into 2017, where the elders at the time, Brian Leopold, he said, you know what, we really need to think of this as a church. Like this isn't like a side ministry or a side thing. This is the church in the metaverse. Just like you would see a physical church gathering and all the gifts and all the spiritual expressions thereof, like that church that we would consider legitimate, this is as well. It's the same thing. It's no different. And that mind shift change, that mindset really is what laid the foundation for being here 10 years later. That this wasn't a side thing. This is, the church in the metaverse. And I think that shift happened in 2017, and really it was kind of like from there, we were just, just blitzing, just all hands on deck, just moving forward through all of it. So that's kind of the origin of it. But I want to hear enough of me talking. I want to hear, maybe let's start with Pastor Lena and then we'll go Simeon, and then we'll go Jessica. Alina, when you first got VR, discovered Altspace, came in, how did you even see that we were gathering? Because it wasn't like there was the calendar that at the time, like later Altspace had. It was like you had to find it. It was kind of like hidden. At least I think it was. What was it like? I'm just curious. I might have some follow-up questions for you.
Okay, so for me, actually, I'm kind of remembering things a little bit clearer. The space that we're looking at here, you had already moved out of that space. We were still using that space for meetings, like we would meet there and talk about things. That's where, this is where, that building is where you said, I need some people to lead life groups, or whatever we called them. I don't remember what we called them, but small groups. And Chuck and I pretty much were both afraid to do it, but we did it anyway, because we both loved this church and wanted more than anything to make sure it grew and flourished, and the community was, anyway. So we both started the life groups. But point being is, where you actually were when I found you was the glass church. Like the first time I walked through the doors of VRChat, it was glass, with the long red carpet. And Chuck welcomed me. He's like, hello, like he was very good at greeting people, and very good at making conversation after church to make sure you felt included. Thank you, Chuck. Hopefully we hear from Chuck today. He's going to try his best. But so when I actually came, I was brand new to social VR. I had VR, I had the PlayStation VR. And then the day that Rec Room launched, actually, I joined that day, excited about this idea of social VR. But at the time it was just madness, just screaming children. You couldn't like have a conversation with someone. So I put down Rec Room in my PlayStation and started searching. I didn't even know this was possible. Are there other opportunities? And that's when I saw Altspace. So I bought a Rift S specifically so I can go to Altspace and experience the social VR. So like the day I got into Altspace, I was still one of these people where when people would talk to me, I'd be like, are you a real person, or am I talking to a computer? Right. So that's the level of my experience. And you were in the menu, and I was just looking at some events, and you were in the menu, and I'm like, first thought is I wasn't so confident that it's a real church. Like I thought it could be, like some people do actually pretend church, like the church of the cheeseburger or whatever. Like church is up there, but then they're not really, they're being silly, right? So I wasn't sure that it was going to be anything meaningful. So I showed up. I'm telling my husband, because I haven't been to church many years. I haven't been really anywhere in many years because of my illness. And I told my husband, I can't believe it, I'm going to church. So immediately I got that sense of I'm going to, not I'm sticking a thing on my head, but I'm going to church. I'm going somewhere. I'm leaving. And I'll be back in an hour. And I came to church. And of course, you were preaching. There was already a good little core of volunteers. Other than Chuck, you had, I feel horrible that I'm not remembering all the names. Anywho, you already had a little core of people doing little jobs and volunteering. And that's when I showed up, and I don't even remember specifically what you were saying, but all I know is that first, not just first time, but for several times, I would just sit there and like weep, and I'm all muted and crying basically for a little bit. And then after a few services, that's when I just like started sticking my hand up to serve, because it was so important to me, and I didn't know how fragile this thing was, because it's brand spanking new. It's in virtual reality. It's not mainstream. This is something that like if it weren't cared for by many people, that it could go away. And was very important to me that didn't happen. So that's when I just started like serving anywhere and everywhere. You need someone to do announcements, I'll do announcements. You need someone prayer, I'll do prayer. You need someone to build something, I'll build something. You need someone to lead life group, I'll lead life group. Just like freaking, that's the love, the instantaneous that I love that I have for this community, like instantaneous. It was amazing, life changing.
I love
Literally,
that.
very life changing.
I love that, and there's so many things to talk about. Like at first, when we were like, let's do a 10-hour live stream, I was kind of like, well, what are we going to do for 10 hours? But in another sense, it's like there's so much that we can zoom in on. Do you know what I mean? Like there's and just kind of have a conversation about it. So like one of the things, like for me, like Alina, like maybe people don't know. I think most people do who are part of the community, but many people don't know that you're, for all intents and purposes, you're homebound, like with your, with your condition. And and I think you mentioned before you've tried to attend physical churches, it just couldn't physically, just doesn't work. And I don't want to get off too much in the weeds about this, but throughout the years we've received and continue to receive a fair amount of criticism about different aspects of VRChurch, and that's like, I wish people could see that some people just physically can't go to church. It's just impossible. And there's many reasons why. I mean, there's like a medical condition. There's people with severe social anxiety. Put them in the middle of a pew, forget about it. That's going to be torture. There's truckers that came to VRChurch. They're on the road. They have to go do their job. There was a guy, if you remember, I think his name was Wandering, who was part of the U.S. military, couldn't leave the base because of a particular security issue. Like he just couldn't just up and leave whenever. He had to stay and do his thing. I mean, he would be off, but he had to stay. And then he would come to church in VR. So, I mean, there's just so many people that perhaps they would love to physically attend, but they just can't. And I wish people would see that, who are just super critical about VRChurch. And again, I don't want to get on the weeds, but it's just such an opportunity for people to connect and to worship just as if it's a physical church. And I've been doing church for a long time, leading churches, planting, all that stuff, all of it, the big and the small, and all of it, different denominations, and it's no different in my mind, in my spirit. It's no different. You're not, Alina, receiving a lesser version of church. That doesn't make sense to me at all. You're receiving the fullness of the gathering of the ecclesia. But I don't know. That was my thoughts on that one. But
which reminds me, I'm sorry, two things. But I wanted to add to that list of people who maybe can't get into a physical church. And there's a significant amount of people who it's because of church trauma. And it's like, can they physically go in there?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's
Do
a
they
good
have a
point.
social anxiety that stops them? No. But they've been really hurt by the church. And to walk into a physical space is extraordinarily intimidating after that, where you can pop in VR. There's a safety around it because you could also pop right back out. And it's just that easy. So I think we get a lot of people who wouldn't have I don't, courage is the wrong word. I don't know what to call it, but they can't get into a physical church. They can't overcome whatever trauma has been too much. So I think that's important that they're included. But the other thing is, when we're talking about people who can't get into a physical church, so often the people who are kind of against us will say, well, yes, it's very nice that they can join in some capacity, but that's still not that's still not physical. They said, if that person feels like they need to, go into virtual reality or whatever, the church is failing them. That the physical church need to be better about ministering to people with disabilities. And we need to be better about going into their homes and connecting with them there. And do I agree to that? Just some degree. I'm sure some churches are better than others. But the point is, that's irrelevant. Because the difference, so what that does to someone who can't get out, like someone with that can't get out, that leaves you still in the hands and the mercy of some other human being finding the time to come and see you for a moment. You're just like still this disabled person. But virtual reality gives you your power back. I've been serving for so long, and I lived a full, complete life all from my home. where otherwise it would be no life at all. If I'm lucky for 1 hour, I'll talk to someone from church. If I'm lucky, maybe it's just once a month or whatever. It they're apples and oranges, and they're both valuable. But for someone who can't get out, that latter one is to me way more valuable. I'd much rather spend a life with you all in VR than an hour with someone at their, not when I'm wanting or up for it, but I'm just like at the mercy of everyone else. My power, my agency is gone, but it's not anymore. And this is different.
That brought me, because I think we talked about this. Correct me if I'm wrong about this. Like, that's like noble when a church, let's say a physical church, says we got to go connect with those who are at home and serve them. And like you said, that feels like I'm the ministry, but you have ministry to express, right? We don't want, like, maybe people do need people to come in. I'm not negating that. But what's missing from the equation is how do we empower those at home to express their gifts, their spiritual gifts, and to express ministry. So I don't think you want people to come in and be like, oh, poor Alina, what can we do for you? You're like, no, what can I do? Like,
what can I do for you?
Right? Yeah. What can I do for you? Right. So I love that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Frey said here, I remember the Rift S was my first ever headset, courtesy of Alina.
Yeah. That's right.
When did you? I never got a headset from Alina.
I might have got. I think I've gotten a headset from you, or from all of you. Actually, is from the church. But that's funny because I did get that for you, and I don't remember if I had bought it for you as a friend or if I bought it for you as part of that ministry early on. And it's something I would love to do again. Just time and ability is a struggle. I would need a team. So if there's a team of people who want to get in on this, please submit a ticket in our Discord server and let me know. I would love to start it again. A ministry of giving virtual reality headsets to people in need, people who can't get out of their homes on an easily or regular basis. Because I want to and give that same blessing that I'm living to as many people as possible. And we did the thing, and I believe I gave away about 7 or 8 headsets. Frey was one. Crystal, who still attends church, her headset is long since, it's brick territory because it was from 8 years ago. It doesn't work anymore, but she still comes and joins us via the stream. So a lot of people who maybe came and then we lost track of them. They didn't stay forever, but that's not the point. It's no strings attached. You don't have to come to VRChat at all. You need this thing that allows this. And so, I would love to start that again.
I love that.
Just saying.
All right. So Simeon says mine was Quest 1. I got mine was the original. What did they call it? What was the original Oculus?
I think that was just the S, no? Or is it just Rift?
No,
and then came the Rift.
Was it just Rift? Yeah. It was just a Rift, and you had to have those like light stands.
Yeah, exactly.
To be able to capture. And they didn't even have hand controls at first. It was like Xbox controller, that type of thing. But yeah, I think I've had every one since then along the way to go. I don't think I've skipped one that I'm aware of. You know what one I'm really excited about? We'll save this for a tech talk. Is the Steam Frame. I'm excited about that one. That one's getting me pumped up. Yeah. So
I, no matter what, I'm getting that because I have to get it. Like I don't have a choice. I might do honestly, because man, things are getting tight. I might do a separate someday later. Like, please help me get the things I need. Because I do need the frame. I've been limping along for 6 months or longer. I can only come to church. I can't do anything else because I can't move properly and jump, as a meal. And you guys know that. And then not to mention my PC is down, so I need something new that will allow me to go to all the places and do all the things with everybody. I'm limited right now to the standalone. So it's something I absolutely need. So it's something I'm going to get. No matter what, I'm going to get it. It's just really.
We forgot to mention. We got a plan for that. Don't worry about that. Yeah. We got a plan.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see here. Simeon, did you come to Altspace first or Rec Room or what? What was your
Altspace for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
I'm
You have
pretty
to
sure
build
it
an alt
was.
space.
Yeah, but that was later. I think I was when we had this like church stage with all the futuristic pentagon-shaped seats and stuff like that.
Yes.
Oh, that was a cool church.
And
These-
everybody wanted to be on the top, right? Like all the cool
oh yeah,
kids
Yeah.
with
we used to climb
yeah.
up. Yeah, yeah. And it was like a
Yeah.
floating island, and everything was really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I found it by actually the events tab in Allspace.
I
It
see.
was already there by then. I don't think I
Oh, very
looked on the
good.
website or something. I was just hopping into Artspace, checked out, and saw, oh, there's church. Yeah, let's just try out some churches. I also went to some other churches, but they were mostly just live streams of their normal service. So I was like, yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me in VR.
Yeah, before we continue, because I have some questions, just real quick so I don't forget. Yeah, that's when you look at our first video. Let me put up the image here. Let me back up.
Oh, mega church. I just saw mega church.
Yeah, the Altspace. Yeah, so one of the reasons because I did video, and then I think we did it for like a couple of weeks. Didn't have time to like write a sermon, prepare one. But then I was like, man, we're in VR. We're in like the Matrix, and we're here to watch a video. It doesn't seem compelling to me. And so I was like, only like 2 or 3 services in, I was like, you know what, we're just going to go live, and I'm just going to do the best that I can. And yeah, we scrapped video replay within like 3 weeks of VRChat starting because it just didn't feel like an immersive experience. I'm not going to come here to watch a video. Like little snippets of video is cool, but when we went from here, we went to another church building. That you talk about the glass one that Pastor Alina came to for the first time. That was made by a sushi chef from Japan. I don't know. I think that, there's some crazy like little nuances to our story. You hear like the major things that we talk about, but there's like nuances to this 10-year history that is so special. Like a sushi chef from Japan made it. Because I went and I saw some of his builds in Altspace. When Altspace started incorporating custom builds, I was like, oh, this is cool. I got connected with him. His name is Tanabe. There was a massive language barrier. There we go. And I remember telling him, I was like, oh, I'd love to build this church. And he built one that was kind of like spooky. It was like gothic. and like, I was like, oh, okay. So I sent him some images. I was like, hey, Tanabe, here's what I'm thinking. I don't know if I sent him the Crystal Cathedral or I don't know. I sent him some stuff. And then he came back that was a beautiful church. The one with the glass, beautiful, very simple, very beautiful, very engaging. It was featured on the Today Show with Megyn Kelly. I don't know if you remember that. They did a little piece on VRChat, and that was the images that they showed the sushi chef from Japan. And then we went into Altspace, did something, and it like wrecked our world. I don't remember what it was, but it wrecked it, and I was like, what are we gonna do? And I forgot the girl's name. She was on the Altspace dev team. I think she felt really bad. They like wrecked it. And so she came in and helped me started building what Simeon was talking about with the octagons and the balcony seating. And that's where we started doing world builds. And we can talk about that as well. But that was interesting because she built it like this big, like in front of her, and then like expanded it. It was incredible. Just like whoosh, like, okay, there it is. And the first world build thing that I did was the woman at the well. So I took a cylinder and I put like some water there and then a frog. And that's it. And that was like the water.
I have a picture of it. I have a picture of it. I will try and find it on my break. I've recently seen it. I'll try and find it on my break. It's like the little stick figure, I think, is wearing some sort of little hat.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a picture of it.
So that was the first world build. I mean, which led to like, Wilco and Alice creating and Simeon creating like majesty. You know what I mean? But yeah, and then I'm so thankful that I did that because, not a pat on the back thing, but just because people started coming up. Wilco was like, I can create some stuff. And I was like, oh, good. Please do. And then he was like building worlds. Like it was amazing.
And teams formed. Yeah. Like there were several people. Like we had good little. Sometimes people come, sometimes people go, but on average we had like 5 builders regularly in the mix. We'd break it up into little sections, and people would work on
Yeah, there's so many stories. Simeon, sorry, you got me thinking about the the other worlds. So I just wanted to catch people up about like where we're at when you visited with the Octagon. So you didn't think cult at first? What was your impression?
No, no. I'm always a little bit more shy guy and not talking too much, as you probably know. And I was just coming in every once in a while, just watching everything, just over over listening basically everything that was happening from the stage and in between. And what I found really two things that really inspired me to stay in this church. One was that there was always some weird people in this church. And I like this. If a church is open for weird people that are just there, some people just drop in and they think like, is this even a church? Is this a joke? Is this a comedy show? And talking at the sidelines, so a little bit at the side, so not everyone can hear them, but they are like, is this a church? Is this real? Are they real? Something like this. And then, of course, the kids, they just come in and shout a little bit, and then you have to tell them really nicely, please, you can be here, but behave, things like that, or just mute them or something like that. And but I also remember, but we don't have this anymore, a lot of also some kind of entitled Christians that came in and wanted to lecture us and things like that. All the weird people. So I think a church is healthy if there's maybe not the weird Christians, that's not healthy, but the other weird people is a healthy sign for a church that is alive. Yeah,
I love
that's
that.
why I think I stayed.
Yeah.
And another thing that you already mentioned that a little bit, what really inspired me the way you taught through the Bible, like when we had already the simple builds and you had the Bible verses, like especially you, DJ, did that. You were just walking, and then you would ask people, "Oh, can anybody read this text for us?" or something like that. And this was something where I was like, "Yeah, he's including the people. He's not just walking through and teaching and talking all by himself, but you included the people that were there, and you tried to." Even though people in VR are sometimes a little bit shy to speak up and open the mic and stuff like that, that you really try to include people you ask who can read a verse or something like that. And that was something that I felt really special and it can be done in other occasions outside VR, but I think VR is a good space for that, where this is more possible. I've never seen something like this in a regular church, maybe in a small group, but even in small groups, sometimes there's only one person talking and teaching, and the other ones are listening. And then if you ask questions, no one really wants to say something. It's this open flow and open, including people. Yeah, that was really something I appreciated about the church.
I love that you said that. It's really encouraging. That just really connect with you, because sometimes you don't know when the church connects and why or why not. And so I just love hearing that, because that was part of the vision, like including people, and for you that made you connect. And so, I love hearing your story too, because like part of my gifting is apostolic, not part. My gifting is apostolic, starting churches, pioneering. I can be in an empty room for weeks starting something. I think that may be hard for the shepherd, or let's say the teacher who's like, I need people. You know what I mean? But the pioneers, they can weather that initial kind of like, let's call it a drought, but that initial buildup. But then you need people to come in with their gifts and abilities. You need the prophets, the shepherds, the evangelists, the teachers, the builders, because there's, you have the fivefold gift, but you also have the craftsmanship is part of gifting in the Bible. So we have craftsmen like Simeon and Alice and all these people. Now we have Jessica, part of the teaching team. And so that's what I like. One of the things when I think about the 10-year anniversary of your church, I love is seeing the various giftings come in, because I can't craft. And I don't even think my primary gift is teaching. And Lena's a shepherd, and so she does that really well. I can phase into those gifts, but it's not my gifting. Anyways, short story long, I just love people like Simeon, their giftings being expressed that ultimately builds the church and is going to carry it for another 10 years. And I love that. I think that's beautiful. Jessica, let me ask you your first time about VR Church. You said it's interesting. Your husband, he's not a Christian. He says, "Go check this church out." That's unusual. You know what I mean?
It is.
I would love to hear more about that.
Yeah. So we had gotten our headsets, and it was mostly for games, right? Games, movie. It's like to early adopter, and a little bit of background. So my upbringing, I came from a very as an older person, is my upbringing. I grew up with a very, I guess, legalistic upbringing, right? And so, to Alina's point about kind of the physical church, the brick and mortar church, I had a real hang up, right? As a kid growing up in small towns, single mom, the brick and mortar churches weren't kind. And so I'll be honest, in as I became an adult and throughout a lot of my adult life, it was a stumbling block, right? I didn't want to go back into a church, and I had always known that I loved God. I had faith, but I wasn't growing it at all, right? It was kind of one of those afterthoughts. I'm busy living my life. Yep, love God. Not doing anything about it. And I don't know what was going on, but I felt, I guess, propelled forward to seek out some sort of growth. I didn't know what that was. And my husband's my best friend, and so we talk about that, right? And my husband and I talk about religion, we talk about faith, all of those things. And he knew that I was kind of struggling to figure out a way to reconnect, at the same time getting over hangups. And so we're both early adopters, and he found Altspace, and he's like, hey, I know you've been kind of wanting to get back into church. Why don't we check this out? Now, it was happening around the pandemic, so I think it was around 2020. So he's, and like I said, I joked, he's like, I want to make sure you're not joining a cult, but it was also an opportunity for us to check it out together. So you're talking about somebody who went to traditional legalistic, like I had never read a version. I had never read a version other than the King James version. Okay, so I'm just setting the stage for old timey Jessica, popping into VRChat for the first time. See, Alina gets it.
I do.
And I'm not super tech savvy. My husband is the tech savvy one. And so I pop in, and it was Pastor Bismick, and he was going through Acts. I remember this because I pop into a shipwreck and a cave, and and I go, WTF. This ain't the church that I'm aware of. I
don't see KJV around here.
Yeah.
Oh, so I just was kind of blown away. What I loved was that was my first kind of genuine interaction on. So one, the verses were written in a bit more of a modern version, right? It wasn't the King James, and I'm not knocking any version, but it was different for me. I had a very German pastor going through this, like I said, in an avatar, in a cave, by a shipwreck. And it was a conversation. So one, it was going through each chapter. So I love the fact that I was welcomed, but there was no pressure, right? Because I was checking it out. I wanted to be on the sidelines, right? I wasn't sure. And so what I absolutely loved, my first impression was, oh my, okay, this is a church community. They welcomed me, but there was no pressure. I could stay on the sidelines, I could participate, I could hang back. And that's exactly what I did. I was super cautious. And so that was my first kind of experience. And we kept coming back, right? Kept coming back. And apologies for anybody. I like to talk, so I always say why say it in 10 words when I can use 100.
Keep going, man. I'm enjoying it. Keep going.
So that was kind of my first experience, and I'll be honest, it's exactly what I needed, because I firmly believe that God was guiding me to this, because I was struggling on how to reconnect, and I was struggling on how to grow my faith. And I will be completely honest, I don't know that I would have, I don't know that I think I would have struggled if I went to a brick and mortar church. I really do, especially at that time. And also had the added benefit of my husband and I could do it together, right? And there was no pressure. So very quickly it became part of our part of our habit. And at first it was just to reconnect. And this is going to sound terrible. First it was to reconnect, to say, yep, I've started to read the Bible again. And then it started being, okay, I'm going to actually participate in this, right? So Simeon mentioned something that I too really enjoyed, was this idea of asking people to read a verse, right? It doesn't sound like a big deal, but I'll be honest, is I was anxious, right? So that first time when, you're like, everybody's going to hear me. And which verse do I pick, right? When do I put my hand up? All of these really weird things running through my head that first time that you kind of take that virtual step forward. And it was, everybody treated it as just part of the thing, right? And that's what was just so welcoming, is everybody was so chill, right? About the level of participation, the pace of the participation. And that's what I think really sold it to me, in the sense of, this is something I'm going to come back to. Now, a really interesting thing happened for me, is not only did I feel like I reconnected and I started to journey down the path that God wanted me to journey down, it also changed my thinking of what a church is. And I think when it comes to church, what is church, right? Well, church is a gathering of people, right? Who share the same love for God. And so it really changed my outlook on what church could be, what church is defined as, and ultimately, what are we supposed to get out of church, right? So to the naysayers who say you need that physicality, right, that physical church, my counter would be, says who, right? And my other counter would be, is we're, in addition to our local churches, we're also supposed to be a part of the universal church, the worldwide church that of believers that follow God. Well, you can't put everybody in the same room together, right? So we already have a contradiction here. So it really kind of opened my eyes to what church could be. And well, 6 years later, here we are. So yeah, that's kind of my little testimony as to from that first WTF moment to now, where I'm incredibly blessed to be part of this 10-year celebration.
Now, I love that you said that. It sparked a thought. The Christian Broadcast Network did a piece too. And I remember the reporter kind of surprised me, kind of gave me, he was like, I didn't want to do this because, I don't know, I just don't think what you're doing is right. I was like, oh, dang. Okay. And so we got into a little bit. I think what changed his mind is, I was like, because he questioned spiritual growth or relationships or discipleship, all these different things. And I was like, even I don't know if he said salvation, but let's just put that in the mix, because I think he was reluctant about the whole thing. And I was like, well, think about it. Through the mid 1900s and later, Billy Graham had these massive crusades, and people would call in, and radio programs and all these things. And you're telling me through all those technological expressions that there wasn't spiritual growth, there wasn't salvation, there wasn't, all these aspects of the Christian life through all these ones and zeros and digital mediums and radio and television. I was like, this is the continuing extension of that. Now, I think he still had problems with building community and all that. It was a very resistant kind of conversation, but at least it opened up the mind to the possibilities. You know what I mean? And then he really got into it when a well-known physical church started doing metaverse stuff. Then he was like, oh, maybe it's okay. I was like, oh, okay. You needed, that's what you needed, that to kind of set the tone for acceptability, to accept it. But and that's fine. Whatever people need to do to experience an acceptance of it, I think is a positive thing. But it just kind of sparked a thought in my mind. And I love that. And I remember recently-ish, and I forget exactly how it went down. So maybe Alina or Jessica, you can tell me. But I was listening to you speak. And I think I was gone that one weekend, and there was a video. and it played, and I was listening to you speak, and I was like, wait a second, I think Jessica has a
I
teaching gift.
know. I actually tried to tell you earlier, but
Did you tell me?
yeah, I
Yeah,
told
I did
you
it.
earlier. That's why
Yeah.
you were teaching in the first place, because I saw that in you. It just happened like one day. Simeon was, it was at first it was in the Bible experiences, right? And then as your confidence grew from leading these, that's when we asked you to come and start teaching in the larger ones. But from the very first Bible experience teaching, I don't know how long ago that was, it was very evident that you were extraordinarily gifted at teaching.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's you guys make it how do I put this? As I've discovered, teaching doesn't mean you know it all. Teaching just means you get to learn alongside, right? I think if that wasn't the attitude here, I don't know that I would be doing that, right? Because you kind of get those roadblocks and that confidence. So I love the fact that with everybody is you got the freedom to figure it out, right? You had support, you're on an island, so to speak. And DJ, yes, I do remember that gift you sent me, where you're peeking over the hill, saying, "Oh, look, who's that?" And
was that little meme or something? I was like, I see a gift.
See, DJ discovered it so much later, because most of your teachings earlier on were the Bible experiences, and so these were the community Sundays, which most of the time, DJ, you would take these off because you needed to, clearly. But so I saw you teach all the time, and then he comes in later and he's like,
Alina's already on board.
oh yeah, she's like,
I was like,
and the other thing,
I can't take credit for it, Jessica. It's all good.
no.
I remember that in particular because Alice actually asked me to give a bit of a kind of a spiel on history when we were going into Romans, right?
Yes, Paul, and teaching on who Paul
history, science, all of that stuff. So I'm just like, oh yeah, I got a research project, yes. That's the really cool thing, and that's again going back to the concept of church is even the stuff that the pre-work, right? Setting up the builds, practicing, doing the research, that is a form of church activity, right? Like that's fellowship there too. And it might be behind the scenes and it might not be in the front stage. So that what was so cool for me was even the preparation for that was part of the journey. And that's what I think makes VR Church the fact that it's more participatory. There's a larger pool of people that participate. I think is the really cool thing about it.
Which, if I may, and then I actually need to go, so I have a break before I have like a 3-hour stretch coming up, or 2.5 hours, or whatever. So I got to get going. But before I do, I was thinking, VR church world, like when we get that new one, I think a priority should be having that ability to let people, like the megaphone gun type thing, speak from, because that's the one thing VRChat has been lacking. It doesn't have that. On community Sundays we do, because we get down on the ground and we all talk together, but on a normal Sunday, sermon Sunday, there isn't that everybody clearly responds so strongly to, is the participatory, because it's right now it's not really feasible, but in a new world it could be. Just saying.
Exactly.
It will be. It will be.
Yeah, exactly. It will be. It will be.
Speaking of gifts. Oh yeah. What's that, Aline?
Without further ado, I feel like I really need to do it, or I'll get.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Get your, because you got a long hosting coming up.
Yeah.
If you're just everybody say goodbye to Pastor Lena in the chat. Jenna was saying she remembers the amazing experience of doing announcements. Yeah, Jenna has a gift, has a spiritual gift as well, and I love watching that in action. But and Oscar or Explorer says this is him on the far right on the Altspace pic. You can even tell the avatars.
We filmed a Christian Star Trek movie. Martin will have to tell you about it because I got to go in Altspace. A full like I don't remember. It's a 45-minute movie, all filmed in Altspace. And Martin, I don't even remember the name of it. You'd have to tell me, or tell everybody else because I'm out of here for the moment. But maybe I'll see you in VRChat. Okay, goodbye, everybody.
See ya. See
you.
I want to give a shout out to Jenna. I think Jenna did an amazing job with announcements, right? I saw Jenna grow in confidence. She was able to handle disruptions, everything. And so big shout out to Jenna. And not the least of which is Jenna showed me how to get fabulous fingernails in Rec Room. Unfortunately, 3 days before Rec Room ended.
Before it shut down, right?
First time.
Wow. Do we have a picture of Jenna in here? I'm scrolling through here. See if I can find Jenna. I don't know if maybe she's in here somewhere. Probably one of these group pictures here. But yeah, I love that. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's see. It's about 11:15 Central. So if you're just popping into the stream, this is the 10th anniversary of VR Church. And yeah, we're really just having a 10-hour live stream talking about all things from the past, the present, and the future. Pastor Lena is going to go take a break because she's doing a tour of VRChat. If you've never seen VRChat before, it's a wild place. It's like the movie Ready Player One. It's bizarre. It's beautiful. It's all the adjectives and adverbs or whatever the proper words are. So you definitely want to be here. I think around 12:30 Central, probably about a little over an hour, for the VRChat tour, which will lead into the VRChat service, the official celebration coming up with Pastor Zach and Pastor Bismick. And then we also got some other things coming up with Flat Cap coming up, the Crazy Hour with Jessica and Alina, Final Fantasy 14, GTA, Grand Theft Auto. We got a lot of stuff. We're going to play a video here about the origins of VR Church, more or less. So let me set that up. So it'll be about a 10-minute video. We're going to take a little break. Simeon and Jessica, I would love if you guys are able to come back and help me wrap up this segment after the video. If you got to go, you got to go. No worries. But if you're able to come back, that'd be great.
Good.
So this video was made by, and I forget her name now in the moment, now that we're live. But she did a video about VR Church when my family was traveling. Like, we got into an RV and we traveled from Virginia all the way to Vancouver, Canada, all over the States to try to raise awareness and support for VR Church. And she caught us in California, and she did a story about that. The first part of it, though, is a video about Daniel Herring. I don't know if you remember that name. He started the church in Roblox. Roblox is huge. And so he started a church in Roblox, and then she does a segment about church in virtual reality. So we're going to take a look at that video now. We'll be back. Let's get it rolling here. And then we'll be back very shortly. You guys should see this video if you haven't seen it before. It's really good.
When you think about a church service, you might imagine something like this. A building, a congregation, people sitting in pews. But what if you didn't have to go to church?
What if all of this was online?
Mike's in the house. What's up, Mike?
How you doing?
Good, bro. That is wild. Hold on, I'm getting a picture. Wait, just chilling.
If you're just coming in for the first time ever and you have no idea what you just ran into, basically this is a church on Twitch and is specifically for gamers.
So I'm watching a church service that is streaming on a website called Twitch, which is usually used to live stream video games. Now, this church has existed since 2014, and it's reached up to 100,000 people on the platform. And believe it or not, this is not the only digital church service out there. I'm in Tacoma, Washington to meet with Daniel, who started a church online on a video gaming platform.
Oh gosh, look, so we have a troll here that's spamming God isn't real.
Oh my god.
So Like, that's just disrespectful and stuff, right? You don't come
How do you
to-
kick someone out?
So basically what I did is I muted her, so she can't chat anymore. You can rejoin next time. Please don't troll.
American millennials, especially, are much less likely to pray or attend church regularly or even to consider religion an important part of their lives. Daniel started his church when he was 11 on a website called Roblox, which allows users to create their own games.
This is the Robloxian Christians group. We are a non-denominational church that has been serving the Roblox community since 2011.
And today, there are over 15,000 people who are members of the church Daniel created.
This is our home church, and this is what our characters kind of look like. They're little blocky little things.
So how did you get an idea to start an online church?
One day I realized, I just felt like looking for a group to join, and I was thinking about what kind of things am I interested in, and one of the things I was interested in was my faith. It kind of evolved into us praying for each other and worshiping in game, singing songs in virtual text chat. It was kind of like the first online church service that I had experienced. This is my room here.
Has your faith always been a big part of your life?
I have a kind of history of people in my family that have been involved in the faith. Like my great-great-great-grandfather started our church. My grandpa was a pastor for a while, and I guess I am now too, kind of.
Daniel goes to church twice on Sundays, first in person with his family, and then again on Roblox.
When I'm really in the heart of preaching or I'm praying for someone online, it may not feel like I'm physically there, but it really pulls on my heart, I think. I'm able to connect with people on a deeper level than how I feel like I connect at church in real life.
Members of Daniel's church are from 50 different countries, and the majority are middle and high schoolers.
As a broader church, we're just not attracting the young people as we have in the past. Meeting young people online, if it's on Roblox or it's in virtual reality, meeting people where they're at is really powerful.
The church on Roblox has created a digital community where people can come together to practice their faith. But just 1,000 miles south of Tacoma, a pastor has found an even more immersive way for people to worship online.
Good to see everyone. Feel free to dance. Last week I saw some people doing some really cool moves. Get your emoji out. If this is your first time here, do one of these little hand things for first-time visitors. All right, I see some people on this side. I got some over here on that side. We got some hearts and some clapping for you guys. Nothing but love for everyone in here. All right, everyone. Want to welcome you to Virtual Reality Church. What's up? It's good to see all you beautiful avatars out there. Hey, what's up? Welcome. Come on in.
Right.
This is the Soto travel trailer. It's about 30 feet long. It's kind of like a mini apartment. We got a living room here. Kids are playing some video game, playing some Minecraft. I got my little setup here for VRChat. I use the Oculus Rift. These are one of the two main high resolution headsets.
Are you the first virtual reality church?
Yes, we are the first church in virtual reality.
For the past year, DJ, his wife, and his 4 children have lived out of an RV and traveled across the country spreading the word about their new church.
So my wife and I, we led a church in Pennsylvania. We were part of the mega church there. It was hard to define this turmoil within us to go from our comfortable environment, which was at the mega church where we had a salary and benefits, and to leave that to start something new. And we didn't know what new meant. We thought that meant starting new churches, across America. And at the same time, VR started to come out. And I remember reading about the Oculus Rift, and I was thinking to myself, just kind of as a techie nerd, I was like, oh man, I gotta try it out. And so I wasn't even thinking VR church or anything, just it would be fun to have one.
Tell me how you found out that a virtual reality church was possible.
When the social platforms started coming out in virtual reality, specifically AltSpace VR, and when I went in there, I was just amazed by you could create your own space, you can invite people to that space. And so when I saw that, I thought, oh, we have to have a church in virtual reality. And so that was on a Friday, and then on Sunday, 2 days later, I had my first church service in VR. and only like 5 people showed up. The first visitor was an atheist from Denmark. There's my avatar.
Whoa, you look cool.
I chose a little robot. There's different ones you can pick. You can pick humans. Like this guy right here, Shane, he's a human. And if you're just popping in, this is your first time, we want to welcome you. I kind of feel like I need to say this in a deep announcer's voice, previously in Virtual Reality Church, because we've been going through the book of Luke. So let me have a word of prayer, a blessing for everyone in here. And then after I pray, feel free to unmute your mics and let's hang out and chat and meet some new people. And thanks so much for being part of church today. Let's pray.
Sometimes there'll be tech glitches, and I just hear him say the most random things that you would never hear anyone say in an actual church. So, like, hey, Mike, what happened to your arms? Your arms disappeared. Or are you stuck in the grass there? You're stuck in the grass again.
Tell me what the difference is for you, just your experience and how you feel being a pastor in a VR church versus a more traditional environment.
In virtual reality, I think that people are more authentic because they have their avatar. There's a sense of anonymity with that avatar, and then the conversations are very authentic. So I've had some pastor friends really question whether you can have real relationships in VR, but I think you absolutely can. And I think that's because of the nature of the platform, that people can feel comfortable speaking about anything. How you doing? Is your surgery coming up?
Okay, how are you?
Good.
Yep.
Oh man. All right, we'll pray for you for
I'm
sure.
looking forward to it, yep.
After seeing DJ do the service, I wanted to experience it for myself. So I asked if I could speak to 2 members of his congregation.
Are you guys here every Sunday? And where are you from, actually?
I'm from Georgia.
Okay.
North Georgia.
And I'm from Oregon.
And I live in a little RV and use this as sort of my way to get to church.
How about you, Anne-Marie?
I'm from Oregon, and I'm raising my 9-year-old granddaughter. So she either goes to church with me or goes to church with her mom. And then we come in here.
And so have any of you met in person, or is this just everything kind of on this platform?
We've not met. We're connected through Facebook, so we would recognize us if we saw us on the street, but she's in Oregon and I'm in Georgia.
And so, frankly, I think even in the physical churches, there's maybe a little bit of a fakeness, because we do need to come to church where we kind of sense we might be judged. And so we have this avatar that kind of protects us from the real things that are going on inside of us. I think VR, or the physical world, and VR are going to go hand in hand, and they're going to help each other out.
The thing is, platforms that combine religion and technology are still emerging. But the early adopters I spoke with seem optimistic about the possibilities of finding human connection in the digital space.
All right. Audio check 1 2. Audio check. Can you hear me?
You betcha.
Yeah, that was fun, man. That was a fun going down memory lane. I grabbed that video and kind of processed to get in, but I haven't sat down and watched it in a long time, and so it brought. Let me cut down the audio, but just to kind of play in the background. Daniel Heron actually got to meet Daniel, who started the church in Roblox. We went up to Washington and got to chat with him a little bit. And then I'm going to pause here. Let's see if there was I think later on, this is Daniel's church in Roblox. We got to meet and spend some time with Daniel there. And this is when we were at Huntington Beach. What great memories of being in Huntington, where the reporter came in and chatted with us. But I wanted to stop here. Let's see if I can find the church that we were talking about. I turned the volume down so we can kind of talk over it. This is it. Let's see if we can get it. And maybe it was at the beginning where we saw the full version of it.
Wow.
Let's see if I can find it here. Give me 1 second. It was a cool video, wasn't it? Yeah, right there. That's the one I wanted to pause at. This was the outside of the templates that Altspace had. This was when I talked about the sushi chef from Japan. This is the one he made, and amazing memories of this place. It was very cool, very cool. I love that. Yeah, Alice, welcome. I think I see Alice in the chat. What's up, Alice? How you doing? I don't know if you might have to unmute your mic to say hello. I think I need to pause your video on my end. It's causing some lag. Okay, so Alice is getting some lag. There might be some lag issues there. Can you still hear me, Jessica?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yep, I can hear you. I thought I heard Alice.
I think I'm here. I think I had the wrong. It was trying to give the wrong microphone. It was trying to get my VR headset microphone and not my actual one that's on the desk. Hello.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Welcome, Alice. Good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Quite hot in a rush to get back here because slow buses that are sort of running half an hour, 45 minutes late because this is England.
Was it? Hold on. Let me see, Alice. I think we're having some technical issues with. Let's see if we can get Simeon back in here. I think he was having some technical problems. I think he's frozen on my end.
Yeah, I see a frozen face. Maybe
he's frozen.
Yeah. Webcam off and on again, or an avatar might work.
Yeah, I think it's a frozen situation. But yeah, that video was. Let me pull it up again. So we're just kind of playing the background because I wanted to talk about it a little bit.
When you think about a church service, you might
let me
imagine
turn down
something
the
like this.
audio. I'm just going to mute it for a second and just let the video play. But yeah, that was, like I said, it was good memories meeting Daniel. Big memories of traveling across the U.S., trying to connect with churches and pastors and leaders, going to conferences, all that stuff to raise awareness, raise some funding for VRChat. So yeah, it was very cool. And then just to see that, to link the time frame of the sushi chef's build to where we were in our travels was very unique and very special. But Alice, we're going to start asking you some questions because we've been talking about AltSpace. We've been kind of going down the memory lane with AltSpace VR. We talked about this image that you see here, one of the very first church services in virtual reality, and using this space. But Alice is a interesting story as well. And let me kill the video real quick. There we go. Alice, tell me the first time you visited VRChat. You had an interesting name. It wasn't Alice. Future Queen of Hell was your name. And the Future Queen of Hell. So tell us about your first coming in. What'd you think? Did you think it was bonkers? Did you think it was cool? What was your reaction?
No, I just thought that you were like religious people, Christians, a normal church, but in VR. But I came there to mess around a bit of lighthearted trolling. And a lot of people blocked me, but some people. Nice
you came to troll, huh? You're like, these religious people are nuts.
Yeah. In general. Yeah.
So, okay, but what'd you think? Were you like, these people are nuts? It's a cult. What was your reaction?
Oh, well, it's a mixed bag, because I got a 50-50 reaction, and I found it funny that people were reacting just to my name without me doing anything, and. So lots of people blocked me, but then some people were nice and actually spoke to me. Like Sue, Alina's mum, Alina was here earlier. She spoke to me quite a bit after the service. And this was in AltSpace. And I think the first time I was there was actually when Jate was a guest speaker there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Jate was the guest speaker. You came. And... Yeah, because you had Future Queen of Hell above your name, so people were blocking you immediately or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, and then and this afterworld was do you remember Prayer World, where it was all had a space, dark sky, and then all these block characters and stuff. Yeah, it was in that world that I started talking to people in there. Yeah.
Yeah, but some people were nice. Some people weren't she's weird.
No.
Yeah. So how did you go? And I know this is a very long story over years, but maybe you can shed the spirit of going from the future queen of hell and trolling to now being the Discord admin to being the world builder for the church. Like, that's a big transition. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a big one.
It's a slow transition. It's been, yeah. And I'm still learning and still like not getting things quite right. But I think like, yeah, joining this side has been kind of through a process of interacting with lots and lots of different people online. So VRChat has been a huge part of it, but there's been other churches and there's been Twitch streamers and all of these people that have come together from lots of different backgrounds to kind of interact with me in a way that's just talking. And yeah, and that's just progressed slowly through time. And I guess I joined, the dark side of VRChat.
You joined the other side on the flip side.
Yeah.
The future queen of heaven. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anything stand out to you? Like, we'll talk about Rec Room here in a second, but we're kind of like working our way up to Rec Room. But anything like stand out to you throughout your time here? Just it's a very generic question. Just I don't know, special moments that you experienced.
I think special moments were like being able to get involved in the community, like the community itself, building it through like greeting people at the door, even though I was just being silly and being fun. Even before I was like on your side, I was there greeting people, which was quite fun. And then, yeah,
right, because you're a greeter with the name Future Queen of Hell, right? So it wasn't just visiting anymore. Now you're like volunteering and helping out.
Yeah. So
that's fun.
threw some people off, and then other thing like the world building. That's what really started in Altspace. And our friend who we haven't seen in a while, Mr. Walt, encouraged me to get involved in that, and he was kind of acting like a father figure. And
Mr. Walt, you unlocked a memory there. What a cool guy he was, man.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in contact with him since then?
Yeah, so very, very sporadically now and then he comes online and sends a message, but it's quite rare. He's got his offline life.
Yeah, Mr. Hold on, let me see. Okay, see, I think I got you, Simeon. No, he was really encouraging. Like, sometimes there's that Modern Family episode. If you ever watch Modern Family, Gloria tells Jay, or she was talking to the family and says, people are either the wind at your back or the spit in your face. And Walt was the wind at your back, you know what I mean, type of guy. Just encouraging. I don't know, just his vibe, his energy was just always uplifting and go forward and I'm with you and I'll pray for you. And I mean, that was just Mr. Walt. And I'm sure that's the experience you had with him as well. But yeah, I miss him. Yeah, he was definitely a part of your church for a long time. So, what do you think, Jessica? Future Queen of Hell is now the Future Queen of Heaven, was trolling, now building for the church. What do you think about that?
Okay, what I love about you just can't write this stuff. Isn't this the ultimate a story arc? But Alice, you were one of the first people that I remembered when I joined Altspace. And Alice has always been super genuine, super transparent, and really, really welcoming. So I just want to say thank you. I love the arc from Queen of Hell to Queen of Heaven. But aside from all of that, you've been such an integral part of this. And just amazing story. I actually I hadn't heard that before. So this was really, really great for me to kind of hear everybody's origin story, sort of.
Oh, you haven't heard about the Future Queen of Hell part?
No,
that's good.
did
that's a good
not.
story.
I know. So this
is
going
in the book. There's going to be a book, and it's going in the book.
Love it.
Yeah. And here's some shots of Altspace. Let me kind of. I think is this a world you built, Alice? We're kind of looking at Altspace.
Yeah. It was one of the first home arts. I remember when you wanted to redesign the home completely, or like the base, and we did it really futuristically. And there were some people that also came in a bit later and had a talk on AI. I don't know when that was, but it was like it was before then, and somehow related to that. We wanted something brand new.
I love and man, Carrie, if you look on. By the way, there's so much to talk about today. I don't know. We said how are we going to fit content with 10 hours. Let me just do a quick plug right here. We have a brand new website. Looks really good at VRChurch.org. Has been completely redesigned. There's a lot of things coming up in relation to the 10-year anniversary of VR Church, and one of those is the VR Church website. One of many things coming. Wait, hold on. I gotta cough for one. But at the end of the day, you see the heart of God that He wants you to. But yeah, if you get some time today, swing by the new website. Check it out. There's some. It looks really good. Anyways, short story long. Carrie's on there. She does a lot of advising and communications, and like writing down things that have happened and the history of things. And anyways, what I love about like looking at the world build is like people don't know the growth to that. Like it used to be where you guys would take polygon shapes and create like sheep just from like a polygon, and you guys would create amazing things. And then you guys started importing models and then skyboxes, and there was just all the worlds were fantastic. By the way, they were all. But I just have memory of some that were just like transcendent, just being in there and just feeling like we're just in another world. And I really feel like that really helped people grow spiritually. Like, you know, we can talk about, you know, Pastor Alina's shepherding, let's say my pioneering and the teacher, the gifts of the teaching team, but the world builds that you guys created, Alice, Simeon, and whoever else I'm not mentioning, the world builds really took us to a whole other level. It's like the first time in church history where we're able to walk through the stories of the Bible in a visceral 3D experience. I've never seen that before in history. There's a song that says the church is built by those you never saw coming. And so I don't know if this isn't about being in church history or being recognized, but if they do, I think it's going to be fascinating to see that the church continues to be built by people from the UK like Alice, like Simeon, and the world builds are so unique and special. And really, in my observation, I know this might sound grandiose, but just hear me out. My observation, being a pastor for many years, is that I've seen accelerated spiritual growth because of the world builds. It's not just a sermon on a stage, which can be great, and it can be life-changing. It's not even a sermon with slides. It's you're there. You're experiencing it. And I feel like that's had an effect on people. And I've seen spiritual growth in many of us that I feel like that has been accelerated, if you will. Maybe there's some better words to kind of describe that, but it's just my observation.
Totally agree, TJ, by the way.
Good.
I'll be honest, is that build and being able to kind of be immersed in it. That's I know there's a saying, if anybody's familiar with the hook, right, in a song, the thing that kind of catches your attention and keeps it. I kind of see the world build as the hook, right? It's the thing that I think catches people's attention. And it's a big part of why they keep coming is because people see it as an opportunity to get immersed in a way that they've never been able to get immersed before. So I'll echo that 100% because that kept me coming back, particularly at the beginning.
Yeah, and we have a little presentation about Voyage 20, which is the vision for the next 10 years. And part of that is we have to have our pulse on building. I mean, just what Jessica was describing just keeps adding on to the affirmation that it really stinks that Altspace is shut down and Rec Room shut down. There's a little memorial page for that on the website. VRChat's great. It's just really hard to build. You can build some really cool stuff, but it's very technical. We're talking about Blender, Unity, that type of stuff. Not impossible, just not community building like we were doing. So we got to keep a pulse on that because that is really, I think, what sets our experience apart. Very special. Alice, anything else that kind of sparks your mind? Before we're going to talk about Rec Room here in a minute, but maybe from the Altspace.
Well, with world builds in general, or in Altspace. I just really like it is the immersion and the ability not to just be in the real world as well, but like you can experience things and kind of imagine how they would have been in the past or how they would have been in the future. There's like not those boundaries there. And it's kind of the difference between listening to somebody in a boring room that's really plain drawn on for ages versus like going to 4D cinema or something. It's like those. That's yeah.
I think one of my favorite ones is I forget the scripture, but we were just in that flower field. It was kind of almost like photorealistic. We did a lot of like low res or low poly for the purposes of optimization, but there's somehow you pulled off a photorealistic field. It was it was just beautiful. It was like being just on another world. And I love how we fused the past and the present. Because when we think of the scripture, God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. I think people take that to mean kind of a past thing, but he's like paradigming out here in the future. You know what I mean? He's like beyond time and space. And so there's been some really unique builds where it was kind of reflecting from the past, whatever the scripture was, but then you're like fusing it with futuristic elements, which was just, metaphysical in a sense. So I love those builds. Those are really special. Some of my favorite, Jessica and Simeon, maybe chime in on this one. One of my favorite builds was when Paul was shipwrecked. Man, we got on the boat and the rain was coming down. I love that one. That was a lot of fun. The other one that stood out to me was Jesus cooking breakfast on the beach. I mean, we had the fire there going. We had the elements, and that was very unique. Just being there really made it special. I love the other one. I don't know if you built this one or somebody built it. Was through the fire. The scripture that talks about when you go through the fire, I'm with you. When you go through deep waters. And we went into the deep waters. We were like submerged, and then we walked through the fire, and we weren't burned. We did all these really special experiences that were very unique. But anything pop out to you, Jessica? Any special world builds that come to mind?
Yeah, well, now this is going to be terrible to say because I don't actually remember which chapter we were in. But one of my favorite alt space builds was it was one where we were kind of in outer space, right? And so we were able to go kind of back and forth. And the really funny thing is that we ended up getting into a physics discussion on dark matter. And the reason I bring that up is because what is just as unique about the immersion into these different world builds and how participatory it is the really interesting conversations that kind of get spawned as a result of that immersion, right? And I'll be honest, is I would challenge anybody to tell me a time in a physical church where you ended up getting into a sideline discussion about dark matter and physics.
Did Chuck bring that up, or how did that come up? It sounds like
Alina.
Chuck. Oh, Alina brought it up. Okay. Sounds like a Chuck convo. He was always like, "Let's dive deep into something."
Yeah, and so that's where I had a big old grin on my face all day on that one. So my memory wasn't just the immersion; it was what kind of conversation the immersion spawned, right? That's one of my memories that makes me giggle even to this day.
All right, Simeon. Any world builds that were your favorite? Did you start building in Altspace or Rec Room? Is when you started building?
I did start building up in Altspace. I don't actually remember too much buildings. I remember now that I see the video, I saw that I was there already. This was I think, maybe my first service.
That's me. Yeah, that's funny.
It was one of the first ones, yeah. But I remember building in odd space was really hard.
Yeah.
It was hassle. Like it was like yeah. It worked kind of, but it was always like you had to do so much with writing numbers and you could move things around easily, and it was quite a hassle.
No, I understand. What about you, chat? Jenna, feel free to come in and have Alice get the link. We'd love to hear from you, Jenna. Yeah, come join us. Come be a part of the conversation. We're talking about all things alt space and rec room. Let's look at the time. We got about 30 minutes-ish until we hand over to Pastor Alina for the VRChat tour. Let me make sure that's right. 1:30, 12:30. Yeah, so we got about 30 minutes. We'll start handing that over to Pastor Alina. So let's start talking about, let's start talking about Rec Room here in a second. But it was such a bummer. I remember, let me talk about two things. One is I remember when AltSpace was shutting down, before it shut down. There's like two histories. Was anybody here during the first shutdown of AltSpace? AltSpace, I think, was owned by Comcast, something like that. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Owned by Comcast. Yeah, Jenna, we're going to be doing Rec Room. So come talk about Rec Room with Alice and us. Anyway, so they ran out of money. Comcast wasn't going to put any more money into it, or whoever it was, and they announced they were going to shut it down. And that was kind of a bummer. Like, our church was really starting to get some traction. We were trying to, our community was building. It was kind of like, man, this is just a kind of unfortunate. And I think Chuck mentioned saying, hey, man, just keep doing it. And I think we were going to do it anyway, but he was just kind of like encouraging us, like, don't stop, even if it's the last Sunday type of thing. Just keep having church. So we had church. And right before the shutdown. And then the next week, the servers were still up. So we're like, okay, let's have church again. And then I don't know, again, my memory is fading here a little bit. It might have been like 2 or 3, weeks where we kept doing church even though it was shutting down. And then the announcement came through that Microsoft had bought AltSpace. So that was like, we were really excited about that. And the whole like wind of money came in for them, and AltSpace was cranking on to another level. Now, unfortunately, Microsoft, as they do, scuttled it for parts. But it did give us enough time to really build a community, to build some experiences and build some memories. We have hundreds of hours, maybe thousands of hours of experience of these videos. Teaching through most of the Old Testament. I think we're teaching through Luke here, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that was interesting and that was special. So we went through that, and so that's AltSpace. Set sail, or had a sunset, if you will. And we really started getting also at the same time, before the AltSpace shutdown, into Rec Room. And if you guys haven't been in Rec Room, because I know some people are watching the stream, maybe who are not in VR, just kind of visiting and joining with us for the celebration. Rec Room is such an interesting experience that we've had. And I just love it. I'm going to fast forward a little bit to the Rec Room slides here. Different. They're all different. AltSpace to VRChat to Rec Room to you name it. They all have a different vibe. And Rec Room also had a different vibe to it. But one thing that Rec Room was really good at or impressive at, was the world building. The worlds that were created in Rec Room were fantastic. And not just that, the animations or the effects that you can put into the world. So, and unfortunately, Rec Room just shut down. So we're kind of like, what's the word? Recent mourning in the past 2 or 3 weeks of Rec Room shutting down. So we're kind of in real time. AltSpace was a while ago, so we've kind of, processed and healed from that to some degree. But we're still in the Rec Room mourning phase because it was such a cool platform, a lot of fun to be in. And even before church, we were just doing stuff like bowling and laser tagging and paintballing and all those things. So Rec Room was a good memory. But Alice, I'd love to hear from you. About how you got into Rec Room, how you started building in Rec Room, getting VR Church started in Rec Room, all those things. And what are your thoughts on Rec Room?
I absolutely loved Rec Room. I'm really thankful for my time there in VR Church and in the other communities there, because it did have, it's weird to speak of it in the past, like such a vibrant, creative community. And when I first started building there, it was because I took a Make a Pen class, which was run by some other volunteers that were just happy to teach people. And then I became a Make a Pen teacher myself later on, with our friend Fumpy here as my co-teacher or assistant. and we taught people how to build, and that also includes people like Alina, who joined our build team. She took our class twice. Simeon joined the build team as well. Oh, he's back on the screen. I think Coldest might have took our class, but I think he's mostly just puts the text in for us, which is also really helpful because it saves us doing it. Yeah, and then just being able to do that, and then people having their own unique styles as well, and getting to be in like an immersive collaborative space while you're creating the space was just such a fantastic thing to have. Being able to do all that from scratch, from your own imagination, not having free pub. Yeah, I thought Coldest did take a couple. Yeah. And it's turned like the spaces themselves for me as a world builder, and I don't know how the others feel, but like a place of where I could learn to be in a more tight-knit community and learn how to love, because my instinct is to go off on my own and go, oh, screw you, I don't want to work with you or anything. I want to do my own thing my way and have my own style and not incorporate others' work, because that's like the instinct. But having
rebel,
to work
aren't you,
together.
huh?
Yeah, but like
do your own thing.
yeah,
I like it. I
but
like it.
You need to work together, otherwise you don't get it done either. It's
A little both.
Yeah, it's valuable.
There's a picture of
President
President Simeon. I do like that. President Simeon.
Yeah.
Graduated Alice upper class. Very
Yeah,
nice.
Simeon's a graduate.
Very good. Yeah. And I think yeah, and I don't see, here's one of the things, man, there's so many thoughts now that we're like looking through videos talking about it, my brain, the files in my brain are opening up about so many things, big, small, technical, relational, drama, all the aspects. And I think one of the things, if you're like, haven't been in Rec Room or VRChat or Altspace, and you're looking at the images, you go, it doesn't look compelling, but man, they really are. Like when you put the VR headset on, it really does change how things look. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not just, I don't know, the 2D image doesn't do the justice at all. And so it's one of those, and I used to tell church leaders that, because they would look at these images, particularly Altspace, and be like, oh, what is this? You know what I mean? I was like, man, you got to put the headset on. Oh, so there we go. Unlocking all the files. Quick story. I'll just do it fast. I was in it was kind of a bougie church conference in, is bougie, what's that word mean, by the way? Am I swearing? I don't know what the kids are.
It means bourgeoisie. It's all from the bourgeoisie. Like middle class.
It means middle class?
Yeah, it's sort of the middle class, almost posh, a little bit posh.
No, so it definitely wasn't middle class. It was what's posh? Posh is rich.
Yeah, well, posh.
It was a posh conference, right? And so I go over there, right, and I was doing a presentation at VRChurch, and I was in I don't know, some Malibu, north of Malibu, I don't know, something a little crazy. But anyways, I'm getting off track here. So I go to this conference. People are pulling up in like cars that were worth more than like the houses I've been in or I've owned or whatever. And so I started talking about VRChurch, right, in this conference, and there was a pastor from the Middle East, let's just put it that way, and he was listening to me, and he was doing the automated, this is bad, they shouldn't be doing this, I don't like, bougie is fancy. Okay, no, that's the word I wanted to use. And so he was like, this is bad, this is unbiblical, I don't like this, that type of thing. Did not know that was his reaction out there. Carrie, where were we when we did the bougie conference? We stayed in the bougie hotel, and then the bougie cars and all that. And it was, I don't know what town it was. And so afterwards, I just happened to meet him. Like out of all the people, I met a few people. I happened to meet him. I was like, hey, you're a pastor from the Middle East. Come to VRChurch this Sunday. We'll put you on a headset. You should definitely check it out, and I think you'll have a lot of fun. And so he came to VRChurch, and he didn't tell me all this, his like negative reaction. he put on the headset. I invited, and maybe some of you, it's definitely on one of our YouTubes. We invited him on stage, and he presented virtual his ministry in the Middle East, and then he, Santa Barbara Ritz-Carlton, that's where we were. You can only imagine what that would look like. And so he said, so he got on stage at VRChat. I think we were on the Oculus Go at the time because we were traveling, and he presented his ministry in the Middle East. As soon as Homeboy took his headset off, he says, I need to do ministry in VR. So time out. Everybody time out. What about my 30-minute presentation did not convince him? No scripture, no 30-minute presentation. It was the moment he put it on, saw the interaction, saw the relationship, saw the ministry that changed. It was the experience. It wasn't the knowledge. It wasn't a Bible verse. It was the experience that completely changed his, let's call it theology, about virtual reality church or physical or virtual relationships. And I thought that was super unique. That stuck with me to this day. Short story long, talking about it's just, if you're new, if you're curious about what VRChat is, you're looking at this and you're like, you gotta put a VR headset on and experience it. I used to pull out that old quote from The Matrix where Morpheus says you can't explain what the Matrix is. You have to experience it for yourself, telling Neo that. And I was like, that's 100% VRChat. Like, you have to experience it to understand what it is like. Because until then, it's just an uphill battle. Oh, this is untheological, blah, 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 et cetera, heresy, blah, 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 whatever people are going to say. So, that kind of stuck with me for a long time. But, we had some really unique experiences in Rec Room. And, we're going to miss this platform. Alice, anything else that kind of stands out to you about Rec Room and your experiences there?
Oh, well, I just love Rec Room. It's the vibe. It's like a home. Well, it was a home because I was in Rec Room for 6 years.
Wow, it was 6 years, huh?
Yeah, I've been in Rec Room for 6 years, so I was there before VRChat was there.
So let's play this video just for about this video that Alice sent me, and then we'll be back to talk about Rec Room.
Hey, you want to know what Rec Room is all about? Follow me.
I just woke up from a dream where Rec Room had to close its doors, and I don't know what it all means, but since I read the post I realized wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next to you. If the server shut down and our VR days through, I'd wanna hold you just for a while and log off with a smile. If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next to you. Ooh, lost in the words that we scream. I don't wanna yell at the devs anymore, because this community meant a lot to me, and our love's the only war worth fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma capture the flag like it's the last night, like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If we can wanna be next to you.
Let us pray for healing, for manifest healing. I am still the man with a gun, so I have the right theology nevertheless.
I know why Alice didn't put her camera on, because she's holding back the tears. It's gonna make me cry here in 2 seconds, man. That was very emotional. I think Two Hills is already crying, and Simeon's crying.
Simeon's the whole cloud there.
I got the feel.
Yeah, you definitely hit the feels on that one, huh?
Oh, my heart is full. That was it's funny when you ask, what stands out. You know how when there's so much that you can't pick any particular memory, and then something like that where you seeing all of that, you're like, I remember that. My heart's full because
first of all,
sad, but I'm excited for what this group of this community is going to do next, right? Because that was amazing.
Yeah, I love it. Alice, what's one of the things you're going to miss about Rec Room? And we got Jenna here too. What's up, Jenna? Hello. Hey, good to see you.
Hello. How are you? Hi,
Hey.
everyone. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, this is Rec Room time. So you and Alice, man, this is your time to kind of talk about our good memories. Yeah, Jenna, what's one of the things that you just loved about Rec Room? It not necessarily about VRChat, or it can be, or both. What are some good memories you have?
Probably creating things, making new friends and becoming a family. Sorry, I just can't stay still because I'm nervous being on you. But I think everything's been amazing for Rec Room, and that brought a tear to my eye, Alice. That was a great video you made there. And yeah, I think Rec Room has been a great experience for all of us, and I think it's just been fantastic.
Yeah, Jenna, I'm really thankful that you used your gifts and really, if people are watching, they might not have been in Rec Room Church and know that Jenna was the welcoming voice for everyone. Let them know what the church was about. Did announcements, gave some rules, all that type of stuff. So people in Rec Room know Jenna very well. So Jenna, thank you for doing that for all those weeks and volunteering like that. You're always there, and even if you weren't, you let us know you wouldn't be there. So yeah, we're really thankful for you and for what you did. Appreciate that. How did you and Alice meet up? Did you guys know each other for a long time?
I remember.
Oh, tell us.
Start it off.
Oh yeah, I actually met Jenna on top of a mountain in Rec Room, another group's Bible study. That's the first time I met Jenna. Actually, you would know. Do you remember it?
What?
I have so many memories that I don't know if I can. I remember meeting you at a different place, but I can't remember that. Just because there's so many memories have gone on with Rec Room. I got too many. But that's the first time we met. I think was on top of the mountain. Yes.
Yeah, at NRF.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't know if I was allowed to say that.
Yeah, but that's where I first met Jenna. But she's more coming into the VRChat side. Yeah.
Jesus Christ converting.
It's making there. There's been so much in Rec Room. Yeah, it's how do you pick what memories are from a place when it's like a virtual home to you? It is like a home that's been with you throughout all homes, if you get what I mean. So how can you pick a moment or a specific thing when I think of Rec Room, all I think of is just like the warmth and the love between people and the creativity and everything.
You asking me? You're asking Jenna, or who you asking?
I'm okay. I'm fine. I don't know what to say. Just the family's grown a lot since this day one of Rec Room, and I'm glad I met you all. And this is not the end for us, you know. This is just the beginning of still talking, still communicating, celebrating a little bit of anniversary today. Still being able to communicate and stuff like so. You know, just being honored to come in here and say a few words. Thank you for inviting me, Alice, as well as DJ and everyone.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for swinging by and sharing your story as well. And yeah, we're gonna miss it. We're gonna miss it a lot. And I mean, Alt Space definitely had some unique aspects to it, but I really feel like where Rec Room shined was the animations or the effects, right? So Alt Space was cool, and I think we were able to do like some minor effects. But when we got into Alt Space and in Rec Room, and the stone rolled away from the tomb, and we saw animations happening, and the time of day would change. It really looks like Bismarck was freaking out there for a second. His legs are doing some type of Michael Jackson dance, but yeah, that was just really unique. Those world builds, and I just loved it. It just really immersed us in scripture and in community. So, Jenna, yeah, really thankful for you, and Alice as well. Very special. Any other memories from Rec Room, Alice, that you're thinking about? Any final thoughts about Rec Room as we kind of wrap up the Rec Room segment? We're about to switch into VRChat. If you're just joining the live stream, we've been talking about the last 10 years. We spent some time talking about AltSpace VR. Now we're talking about Rec Room. And now we're going to go current in about 15 minutes into what's happening now with VRChat. Alice, or maybe someone, I forgot who might have mentioned it, but a new world build is coming for that. We're going to do like a GoFundMe type of thing. So we're going to ask the community to help build the next church in VRChat, kind of get it updated. But before we do all that, we're still here on Rec Room. Alice, anything?
The shutdown for Rec Room was really bad. If I had a worse memory, it would be that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
because it wasn't just a shutdown. I got booted out 45 minutes early due to a power cut, so all my friends were still stuck in there.
Oh, man.
But yeah, one of my friends did something really nice, and they, when I got booted out, they kind of shut their game down and went and joined me in a Discord call, and then some other friends joined and streamed it. So it was nice to have the community there for me, even though I was booted out the first one due to the power going out.
That's such a bummer. Yeah. Carrie was saying Stephen from the UK. Do you remember him at all, Alice or Jenna, or anybody really? Stephen from the UK would join us every week for Bible study in Rec Room. Does that name ring a bell?
Kind of vague.
If it's the Stephen I'm thinking of, I don't remember him in Rec Room as much as VRChat. Here's again as we're going through this and we're talking about it with each other, reading things in the chat, looking at videos, my files are unlocking. If this is the same Stephen, this was a beautiful story where Stephen would come and I think he would greet. And I remember, again, remember him in VRChat. And we would just hang out and chat. And I remember like post-church stuff, we would do events. One time was going to like a racing world in VRChat. And we'd hop in like a racer and we'd zoom her off and we'd, crash or something. And I'd be like, oh, Stephen, come over here. And we'd run over to the next, racing area and race. And all right, Stephen, come over here. And then we'd run over here. Come to find out, Stephen was wheelchair bound. Like, I don't know his condition. It might have been cerebral palsy, if I'm pronouncing that right. And that just blew my mind to kind of stop and go, oh, wait, in the physical world, he is like imprisoned, to his chair and maybe even to his body. But in VR, like he was running around and racing and doing all these things. And it just really... just stories like that, story after story after story, just impacted me about how powerful the medium is and how the relationships that we've made. And for Stephen, and I think he had a severe form, if I'm not mistaken. So it wasn't like he was getting out. Like we were just exploring worlds. We were racing cars, flying planes. I'm not sure if we did a plane flying thing, but we were just always doing something. And I thought that's just really special and unique, because we kind of alluded to, the criticism of VR Church and relationships and discipleships. But man, we went on adventures with Stephen. So yeah, that's amazing. Amazing. Okay, we're probably gonna start wrapping up this segment. Before we do, this is a fun video that Coldest made for us about a VR MMO church. Let's check it out. Thank you, Coldest, for that video. That's a lot of fun. I'm seeing some faces, some ministries, and some names from the past for VR MMO Church. All right, let's see if the VRChat team is going to come on here in a minute, and we'll start transitioning over to them. Let's take a look at where we're going here. If you're just popping in the stream, 10-hour live stream here for VR Church. We've been going through down memory lane, talking about the starting of VR Church. Here's us in alt space gathering. I see Octane there. I saw him in the video as well. And he's been part of our church. And I see it's funny when you look at these avatars, you know who they are. You know what I mean? So maybe for people that are looking at this for the first time, like, it's just random people. But man, I know who many of these avatars are just by looking at them. I think it's interesting. Oops, let me get Simeon in here. There we go. Yeah, so we're just kind of going down memory lane, talking about alt space. I think that's Jade on the right. Alice talked about seeing Jade talk for the first time or preach for the first time in VR Church. I think that's Jade on the right, if I'm not mistaken. But
that is him. Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah. And man, I don't remember how we got this church. Does anybody remember this physical church building that we have here? Did someone give this to us or build it for us? Man, I can't remember. Does that ring a bell for anybody? This one right here with the, I think somebody made it for us. And then let me fast forward to the rec room. We're doing some, a little bit of rec room. What's this one? Simeon in the, the rec room. Okay. The text is backwards. It's fun. That's amazing. Yeah, and so now we're just kind of going down through Rec Room. Do you recognize some of these avatars, Alice?
I'm in the top of the. Yeah, Alice. Alice right behind me. Yeah, well, no, yeah, I'm behind Alice. Yeah.
And then there's Lion King, a slumper below Lion King. Lion King's got the pirate hat on. And that's blue with the cat thing on. That's Marisa.
Crimson.
With the Bob Ross one. Jack Rabbit's got the green.
Yeah, the bottom right?
Yeah.
Jack Rabbit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Majestic.
Majestic Fox, Tripwire, and Janet.
Majestic Fox. I love our avatar names.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some real special memories we had in alt space. I mean, excuse me, in Rec Room. All right, my friends, we are going to start talking about VR chat. We got about less than 10 minutes. I think Pastor Lena, Coldest, I think you're also maybe live streaming the next event. Probably the best way is to do 2D using the share screen in here. So feel free to pop in and we'll get you on the screen share.
Do you want me to leave?
No, you can hang out. You can stay, you can leave. Everyone's kind of going. It's a 10-hour stream, so everyone's in and out. I'll be out for a little bit, probably coming up. And so come in and out as you please. If you want to chime in, anytime. But yeah, let's just hang out here until the team comes. They'll be here soonish. But we're going to, oh, sorry, Jessica, what were we going to say?
No, probably when the team comes in, I'll kind of use that as my exit. And then I'll probably see folks in VRChat. But I'm really excited about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we'll probably take a break. Alina, Coldest, and I think Simeon, right? You're saying for the VRChat segment?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And yeah, so now we're going to talk about VRChat. Let's talk about that for a little bit. We were talking about Altspace and Rec Room. VRChat's a really interesting place, and I love it. I think some people think it's a bizarre thing. I've had multiple people say, why are you in VRChat? It is a dark place. And that can be true, by the way. There can be some really like toxic, some really just kind of shady, just, I don't know, expressions of language. And, I'm not talking about just, just the way things are expressed in VRChat can get a little bit highly inappropriate. And so, why are we in there? And I tell people, I think you just answered your own question. You know what I mean? And so, because we want to be a church that goes into unique spaces, particularly social platforms, just to provide an opportunity for people to connect with God, connect spiritually, connect with other Christians and that type of thing. And so VRChat is very unique, where Altspace and Rec Room were amazing in their world building and their experiences. VRChat is amazing in its avatars. The avatars are really unique. And just look at the image that you see, right? I think you have the Legend of Zelda, if I'm not mistaken, on the left. Who's the dragon here? He's from like a Disney movie, right? On the second one? You guys, I think maybe Mulan. Is that right, Mulan? What's that again?
I've seen the mushrooms a lot in VRChat.
Yeah, the mushrooms there. I don't know who they're. Maybe Assassin's Creed on the right side. But I'm pretty sure the dragon is Mulan. So just you don't know who you're going to run into. I mean, it could be Bart Simpson, Scooby-Doo. It could be, one of the presidents or something like that. But it's a really unique experience to be in VRChat. And this just kind of shows that, how diverse. One of my favorites is the Iron Giant. He's like, if he was in this picture, you'd probably only see up to his knees. That type of thing. Looks like, well, we got Coldest in the house. Coldest, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome. Hope you're doing good.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, nice.
Mushu, that's who it is. Mushu from in Mulan. So that's kind of a special thing, and the worlds are very beautiful and unique in VRChat. Again, difficult to build in, but a super unique place. I really like the experiences we've had there. And I remember starting in VRChat. I don't think we have a picture of it in this slideshow, but we started in just an empty room. Just like there was nothing there. And I think the reason we did that at the time was because it could hold more than like 12 people. Or there was some technical reason to hold it in that space. And so, it was kind of a unique thing that we did, trying to getting the church started there. But what was your guys' this is an open question to the group, and I think Alina's going to be here very soon. What was your reaction to being in VRChat for the first time? Was it kind of like, whoa, or this is cool, or this is kind of an open-ended question to anybody?
Okay, I'm going to speak up because I being the one of the older crowd is I first time in VRChat, and I'd never been in there before. didn't realize it wasn't like Rec Room where you come with clothes. I had the what I lovingly call the naked robot as the default avatar, and I couldn't figure out how to get clothes or an avatar. Just this last Sunday, Alice felt sorry for me and dragged me to an avatar world and showed me actually how to pick an avatar, what to avoid. And so Alice, thank you for showing me how to get clothes. So that was kind of my first. And then when I saw the avatar world and all of the different choices, I'm like, oh, this is amazing. So the avatars is what really kind of blew my mind. And of course, the joy of being able to find an avatar that you really like and that's really cool. So that was my kind of story. First time joining was absolutely the avatars. But yes, I was naked robot for our first few sessions.
I think
I
we
was
all
gonna
were.
give you an avatar. I was like, she's a robot. What do I do? Do I go up there? Do I talk to her? Do I did she realize? And then I was like, okay, I think she realizes, but I wish I could just give her the avatar right now.
I know.
Yeah.
Between everybody, you guys were so awesome because it was kind of that, oh, sweetie, let me take you aside and tell you kind of moment. Yeah. And that's the one thing I want to tell anybody who's listening who maybe hasn't been to a VRChat before or new joiners is everybody is so awesome about getting people started who have no freaking clue what they're doing. So yeah, no, much appreciated. So that made the onboarding or the experience even better. Is you had people that basically did the equivalent of saying, oh sweetie, let me help you. So it was really cool.
I can almost this is my other avatar. I wonder if I can like almost
nice.
mirror it. Is that pretty good?
That is really cool.
You need to look more serious.
I know, real serious, right? What about anybody else? VRChat popping in. You're like, what's going on here?
I know this is off topic, but VRChat, I love VRChat because of the trackers. This is my customized tracker right here.
Oh, let me see that.
My
Yeah.
tracker. This is insane. You know, this is one of the Thai ones, so it is I have 6 altogether, but I know this is all new for you to try and everything, but it's
What
brand
is
new.
wait, hold it up really quick. What is that model again?
It's Scorebit trackers, slimes, the third party trackers.
Wow, because yeah, they worked really good. I saw you last time in there.
That's really
cool. Doing it. Yeah. Okay. I love that. That's cool. All right, friends. We're going to take a short little break. The stream's going to keep going. We're not cutting the stream off at all. The stream's going to keep going. We're going to take a little break, and then Pastor Lean will be here in a minute. We'll get the VRChat thing rolling. So we'll be back very soon. If you guys need to take a break, feel free to take a little break, get some water, and we'll be back. This song I love that's going to play during the break. It talks about, I alluded to it earlier, that the church is built by those you never saw coming. And there's a lot to say about the beauty of the church, the good, bad, and the ugly. But as far as you look throughout history, and sometimes it's the unseen, it's the ruffians, the new expressions of church are not coming from theology halls, from the seminaries, from established denominations. It's going to come through ministry like ours. I'm not declaring us as the only ones, the only pioneers, but it's like our ministry that will pioneer the new for the future. And you see that throughout church history. That's not a pretentious thing to say. It's just a thing, an element to recognize. And to see that, not even me, just the whole community, you, Jenna, Alice, Simeon, Jessica, Coldis, like the church is built by those you never saw coming. And I love that because right now we need that more than ever. And we're going to be talking about that more a little bit. But anyways, we're going to play that song now. It's a beautiful song. We'll take a little break and we'll transition into VRChat here in just a second, guys. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
carried the letter. Prisca put her neck on the line. Junie, apostle, women, building, leading by design. 10 megas next to palace, workers breaking bread as one. Kitchen tables turned to churches before the work was done. The kingdom was built by the ones you never saw coming. The kingdom was built, and it's still running. Tertius wrote it down, his hand is ink, his page. Aquila held the line through every single stage, and Bronychus saw the inside of a cage. Palace workers on their knees in the belly of the rage. Makers and theologians at the same table sitting. Dock workers and mothers and the ones who kept the mission. Every class, every name, and the ones who went unwritten. Kitchen tables turned to churches in the empire they were living in. The kingdom was built by the ones who never saw coming. The kingdom was built, and it's still running.
Got a lot of snakes in a place with a face and a grace and a taste for the fame and the stage and the praise. And they fake it and they take it, then they break it, then they make it like I love it. It's a shovel when they're done, and then a sacred pause. And I get them out, get them going, get them moving. Smooth lips, quick tricks, look at what they're doing. Ruin the body, ruin the mission, ruin the building. That the kitchen table, church is built with blood to the ceiling. Feeling like a blessing, but the message is a weapon. And the weapon is a lesson in deception. Every second, every sentence, every syllable is selling you a lie. And the lie's got a swoon, and the suit's got a tie. And the tie's got a smile, and the smile's got a knife. Cut it off, cut it down, it away from the life of the body of the mission of the people in the faith. Paul said, guarding with your life, don't be the smooth ones, any space.
The kingdom was built, and no smooth tongue is gonna tear it down. The kingdom was built, and it's still running. Throw the doors open, the mystery is out. What God kept for ages is pouring out now. Every tongue, every tribe, every nation walks through. Salvation didn't ask your name, it just came for you. This is what they bled for. This is what the letter carried. Every name in chapter 16 held the door. To the only wise God be the glory forever.
If you're strong, carry someone. That's how the road moves on, shoulder to shoulder, mile by mile. No one walks alone. Christ stepped into our burden. He didn't turn away, so we learn to carry each other the same way. The old words still stand across the years, written so hope survives through patience, through courage, teaching us how to stand. The God who gives endurance, the God who gives peace, makes one voice from many. Pulling to the table. No more walls, no more lines. If grace made room for us, we make room tonight. All nations rising, all voices loud. Hope moving through the crowd. May the God of hope fill you with joy and peace as you trust until hope overflows across the world.
Who told you love needed permission? I'm shocked how fast fear was a holy face. Rules stacked high like towers till nobody feels safe. Chains dressed up like wisdom, pressure dressed up like light. But if it steals your freedom, something isn't right. That's not good news. Not if love disappears. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope came calling for every soul. For every soul. Even if I said it, even if angels fill the sky, if the message loses mercy, don't believe the lie. I knew religion without love. I wore the armor too, till grace found me outside the walls and pulled me into truth. Who are you trying to please? Fear, crowds, systems, or the God who already came near? Love is the measure, not power, not shame, not fear. Love. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope still rises for every soul. For every soul. Even the hard hearts, even the gatekeepers, there's hope for everyone.
All right. Audio check 3, audio check 1, audio check 2. Chat, let me know if you can hear me. Check, check, audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio check. All right. Coldest, I can't hear. You might have... Can't hear the...
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I am streaming VRChat. I believe you guys can see that, right?
Yes, we can see, but we can't hear. So, are you doing a screen share?
Yes.
So do it again, and there's going to be a little button. I missed it too. It says share audio. It doesn't automatically share the audio.
Give me just a second.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Jenna's in there? Casimians in there too? They're all in VR. Look at them.
Do you recognize his pulse? Okay, I pressed the button.
I can hear. Can we turn up the volume? I'll turn it up. I'm also echoing.
That was the leaders, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'll mute.
Chat,
I'm going to hand it over to Coldest and the VRChat crew.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, we are. Wait, I should mute in Restream, right? Or not?
How does it work?
No, I don't think I
No,
should.
'cause you
Okay.
mute and-
We are
yeah.
online, Alina. We're streaming right now. Say something. Say hello.
Hey everyone. Super excited that you joined us here. We're in VRChat. Want to introduce you to some of the crew here. We have Jack Wabbit. Say hello, Jack Wabbit.
Hi there.
And we have Thumper here, who may or may not say
Hi.
hello to you. Sweet.
Oops.
We did it. Hi. Jenna.
I'm on
Say
stream.
Oh no. This is awesome. No running away, Simeon.
Okay, Simeon.
Yay, hello. And over here we have Tracker Girl.
Not anymore. I'm not on the trackers.
Oscar the Explorer. Oscar's been hanging out with us. Oscar's been hanging out with us since like the beginning of VRChat services. You've been here always. It's always like you've never not been here. It's really cool.
Sound off from
Hey stream. Oscar says, "Hey stream." Hey, mega awesome, James. Hugs, please. I haven't got
speaker in the
hugs.
bottom left-hand corner. You have to turn the volume
Thank you.
down.
Hello, Jamie.
Thank you.
¿Qué pasa?
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? We're streaming.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
You
man,
got
you
bigger.
stream.
Yeah, everybody, we're on stream. Mega Oz, would you like to say hello to the stream? And then we'll introduce James J.
Okay, fair
I am recording. I'm the
Hello,
camera.
guys. Man, I have to behave. Alright.
Little bit. Let me get my hugs. Just a little
And
bit.
we are missing Strawberry. Say hello to the stream, Strawberry.
And come with us, Jamie, so you can say hello too, because you didn't get a chance to say hello.
Yeah.
Strawberry.
Hello.
Hello.
There she
Hi,
is.
Thea.
Hello. If I may, Strawberry. Thank you. So good to see you all.
Hello.
My voice
Hey.
is all over the screen.
Strawberry almost
Good
looks
to
a
see you
little
too.
Closing the
mean.
website.
You're sporting like an avatar I would happily sport. I really Jamie.
It's the same hairstyle as well.
Yeah. Would you like to say hello to the stream? To everybody
Yeah.
tuning in?
Yeah, give me a second. Hang on.
There she
Okay,
is.
okay.
Oh, I hear you twice now.
Okay, hang on. Give me a second. I gotta, hang on.
It's a
I gotta
ghost.
find my
Oh,
face.
it's
Not that face. Okay.
I know game.
No. Okay, there we go. What is up, everybody? I am the Starfire Power. I've been at the church for
Hi, Jenna.
years
Hi,
now.
Ziva. Hi, Alex.
6 years, yeah.
Amazing.
I've been at the church for six years.
About the
I
monthly
was,
meetup.
I was a volunteer. I did help with the alt space
And thank you for adding me back.
building. I know for a fact, one cool fact about me, about me and Alina is that Alina taught me how to build an alt space, and I built Noah's Ark at for one of the services.
No, that's why I couldn't.
Yeah, so Jamie served with us. She's built with us. I remember you didn't know whatsoever. You came, you learned, and then she helped build those sermon worlds. You helped lead life groups and stuff.
Yeah. The funny thing about it, about building an alt space is you told me numbers have to be perfect, but when it came to the Noah's Ark thing, you cannot do that.
Well, no, they don't have to be perfect all the time, only if you're trying to make a thing. But that's a whole nother subject. You did it so well.
Yeah.
You really did. You flourished. Here's Alice. Alice is in the palace. Pardon me.
Hello. Did you have a good break?
I did. It was
a good like 1 hour break. Oh, 1 or 2 hours, you know. Yeah, I think it's
like
somewhere
maybe an
between
hour
1
and a
and 2
half.
hours. Yeah.
I'm not.
That's between 1 and
Jack Sparrow at the
1
moment.
and 2.
Good. It was good. It was enough. I'll be in here for about 2.5 to 3 hours, and then I'll
How do
take
I
another
leave
like
so
hour
I can
break.
get my
Pace yourself.
There's a good system of hour two on and hour off, hour two on. And
I saw you on my phone on the bus, and I thought you were a cat in a burrito.
How do I leave?
The sun was shining on my phone on the bus, and obviously it was
Close the
small.
window, then you would
And then when you were bigger, like obviously you could see you were dressed very nicely, and yeah.
I keep thinking about moving, and
That's
I
the
think,
funniest
look at what
thing.
we've
I
got in the house.
absolutely
I think,
love it. If you're gonna
there's no way I could move
misunderstand
anything.
me,
I'd have to pay
anything in this world,
a large team and a large
Am I
lorry
off?
to take
I
anything.
am
See?
psycho.
Am I off now?
I'm a crazy cat lady. The
Yeah.
traditional,
Years of
yeah,
collected a lot of
yeah.
rubbish.
Love it. Alice, would you like to take a moment and introduce yourself? Because we got everybody.
Well, this is Alice. I was on the stream earlier, just as you may have told.
I'm okay.
I call Thai Twitch chat and YouTube.
What is your avatar, Alice? Tell the camera.
I don't have a camera on my PC.
No, I mean, what is your avatar? Tell the camera.
Oh, what is my avatar? It is like an axolotl based blue alien. And I've got a little pet down there. It's
Oh,
below
yeah,
me.
but I almost forgot.
Yeah. What is his
Yeah.
name? Have you not named him? He's just my little.
Oh. Mini me? I don't know.
Aw, mini me. I like it. Mini
That's
me.
very
That's
rich.
fantastic.
Mm.
Right. So exciting. Let me make sure. So here we are. This is our current VRChat world. And well, we may as well go in just to see this space because we're going to be touring a bunch of spaces and telling stories. I think we'll start with alt space after we take a peek at our current church world. And then we'll go progressively to alt space and then room. And then we'll be circling back here in an hour and a half. Let's go click on the
What's wrong
door.
with Alice's tail?
Kids are up and everything for our 10th anniversary. It's super exciting. So in VRChat, this is where the magic happens. Our Sunday services.
1 out of 15 slides.
Yeah, exactly. No more than 15 slides. Thank you very much.
Okay.
But we are going to have. I don't know if Bishop Soto announced it yet. So hopefully I'm not.
He
I've been-
mentions about the
Okay.
world. Wait. So it's okay. It's
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
Like,
So I've been
he
really out of
mentioned
touch.
it.
I haven't been around this whole week, so
Like,
I've missed
just a
all of
brief-
the messages.
Brief
Okay.
mention, yeah.
Super mental. So I'm not saying anything I shouldn't be saying. But we are in the works of getting a new VR church world here in VRChat. And the wheels are in motion, but we're not quite there yet. And I'm very excited for when
It's gonna
comes.
cost.
Yes.
But
It's
it's
going to cost.
But we gotta do it professionally. It's gotta be profesh.
Yes.
Proper
Do
men
it right,
up to the job.
and it'll stay with us for a long time, right?
Yeah.
So absolutely agree that we need to get it done professionally, get a really good place so we don't have to fight with things working, not working half the time. We have all the
Yeah.
tools that we want. Like one of the things I was mentioning earlier is like in Rec Room and in Alt Space, we had that ability to all do the sermon together, right? So we would have people that to help read and interject and share thoughts and ideas. So it was a let's do this thing together thing here in VRChat because we don't have a megaphone system for everybody. We've had to rely just on the teacher up on the stage sharing the sermon, and then that was that. But future build, we're working on getting a way that we can all participate together in the future.
It can work. You can do it.
Yeah. It
Other
can
people
happen.
did it, yeah.
I'm excited for
Yeah.
that. Oh, look at you. I just can't help but want to pet you, little one. All right. So before we head to our first world, I'll open up a portal. Do we have everybody from outside of the door? I feel like we're missing some. Maybe we'll go to the
They
other
can
side
join
of
us
the
by
door.
joining.
We are missing a couple. They're having a conversation just at the front.
Oh, okay. Well,
They
they're
can
starting
just
to
join
come
you
in.
when they see
they're
you are
coming.
gone.
When they're
They're
ready.
coming.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So So first we're going to walk through AltSpace. And I think the first place we should go is we were talking about on the stream earlier, the space where I wasn't even here yet when they were having services, but when Bishop Soto was the very first space he ever started church in, right? We're going to go there first. And then I believe we have an Easter build, which Cheddars, thank you so much, Cheddars. He's the one that was able to bring that build for us in here. And then our third alt space is going to be the world where we had baptisms in an alt space for a little while. Before we started building our own worlds, we had this space for baptisms. I don't know if any of the worlds that we're going to, ideally the baptism world, I don't know if it's possible, but you know how there's YouTube players where you could play something from within the space? I have a video of my being baptized in alt space in the world that we're going to go see. And so I thought it would be kind of cool if we could play it on the
I
stream.
think if you are the first one that enters in a private instance, I think you can put YouTube videos.
Okay, so I should
But
always
you have to be the
first person to
opener of
enter.
the private instance, kind of. I think then you can change.
In hindsight,
All over
has...
streams, right?
Oh wait, I can send.
If it's not open to everyone, if it's open to everyone,
You
then
can
it's no
send
problem.
the link around.
Yeah, I can send the
Well,
wrinkle around if I need to. Right? Yeah.
It's on,
Yeah.
yeah. It's on Soto's channel,
Right,
isn't it?
everyone's in here now. They've come in.
All right, here we go. Let's get this party started. Woo woo! Alt space happening.
I'm in full body again.
Oh, alt space. We need to change.
Oh, you need to change
Yes,
the alt
if
space
you have.
avatars.
Yeah.
There's only one.
I don't have any. I don't have any of them.
That's
No,
the only one that I
I
could
remember
find.
joining.
Basic.
Oh, you're the default one.
Dog.
Oh,
But
Yeah, that's the
don't know
only
if I
one that was
remember.
there.
my avatar's
Taking.
uploaded.
So unfortunately, I do have an alt space avatar, but it doesn't work with the standalone, and I'm on the standalone. It was my old purple robot.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, ready? Oopsie.
you have your real alt space avatar. Cool.
Sort of, but with some
yeah.
quite wide
Clay made it
hips.
She's
And he's high rising.
She's rocking it. Here we go, everybody.
Oh.
That just looks so inviting, no?
Go swimming.
Yeah. This is a
Yeah.
lovely,
Perfect diving
view.
board right here. Whee!
I know. Oh, so tempting to jump off.
That's not beautiful. Don't jump off.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, to answer the question I asked Soto earlier this morning, it's raining now, so thank you.
Good.
So here it is. I would
Do you
love
have
to
enough room
hear
for a parachute?
who remembers this space, and this is like where Alice is. Oh, here's the video player place too. Actually, maybe
Working?
I'll see if I can't throw it in here. But I'd love to hear.
Anyone
from-
can, yeah. But
Oh
yeah,
yay!
Alice has left.
there's anyone.
Okay.
I think she crashed.
To make things easier, because you know me, I'm not tech. I could fight with it for a little while. If I sent that link to someone, let me see. Would you put it in and make it work for me, pretty please? Oh, wait, just copy this. Or share it. See, I don't want to press that.
What do you want to play?
My baptism video. Should I
Oh,
send it?
yeah, send it to me. Send it to me.
Okay, I'm sending it to you. Here we go. Yeah, and there we go. I can't see how long is it? 1 minute and 37 seconds.
No,
Good.
it
It's not
has
bad.
to be on YouTube.
Welcome back, Alice.
It has to be what?
And that is a picture you sent me, right?
No, I thought it was the video itself. Oh my gosh. I thought it was the video. So
Look,
when I
look,
send it to
look at
TJ, it never can.
the.
Oh, it's happening!
Oh, there it is.
There you
Just
go.
put the
There you
link.
go.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how you look like. Oh man. No, that was
Yeah.
before my time. Totally.
Yeah, thank
I
you. Whoever
I
got
don't
that
mean
up
to
there.
insult anyone, but that's
I just
terrifying.
popped the link in.
That is rough.
Awesome. Yeah, so we're going to be visiting this space here.
Doesn't have any audio, right?
Yeah, it's so quiet. I'm trying to figure out how to turn up my audio.
Wait.
Over
let me
here
check.
and in world volume. It's
Okay,
local.
and what?
There's a volume bar here.
Wasn't an option.
Oh, Jade's so low.
Wasn't possible, and so the thought that I can actually get baptized is like a miracle to me because it's not possible anywhere else.
Alina, just as Jesus was dead and buried,
And
so
that's
now
DJ.
you're representing your death.
Oh
Yeah.
man, the audio, eh?
DJ the robot.
The
Oh, the
discarded
water
Alina,
is
the
quite nice.
unhealthy Alina.
Texture.
But now, baptized
The texture
you
really
in the
worked.
name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit.
Congratulations.
It was interesting because I had actually family members come over to watch my baptism, just as anyone else would do when they actually go to a church or wherever to get baptized. My sister-in-law cried, my mother cried. For those that couldn't be in virtual reality, they were either in my home watching me, and on the computer screen they could, see what I was seeing. And then I have family that's in California. They had a big party, hooked up the computer to the television so the whole family could watch. And it was very emotional. Not only for me, of course. I mean, I was bawling, but even for my family members, they felt it, even though they were states away. It's just like in my brain, it was no different than being baptized outside of virtual reality, I suppose. My emotions were exactly as they would be. Excited, so happy. It was the single most amazing thing I've done. It was wonderful. It was awesome.
Oh, Alice, would you send? Hey, Alice, if you would send me that link, I would so appreciate it. I didn't think that video existed. I thought the only video
Oh.
I had was
Is that the one you were thinking of?
yeah, the one where like my family was taking a video of the TV that they were watching. So it's really jerky. It's really a picture of the TV.
Oh, I've got that. I've got it downloaded and I've got a link. I can send it to you after.
Please do. That's
So I don't crash again.
amazing. That's a wonderful surprise. I didn't realize that existed. So cool, so cool. Thanks for watching that with me. That was really special. And we'll go check out that world in just a moment. But before we do, I want to hear, does anybody remember this space that we're in? And would you like to share a little about it? Any memories that pop up?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember it? Oh.
No.
I certainly don't remember it.
I remember
Wasn't
it.
around when you was using it.
Yeah, it was around, but
Ah, well,
I don't remember it for
yeah,
VRChat.
okay.
It was because
Okay.
yeah, it was like just people held events in here and whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. So we would
just
hold
an
like
open
little
space.
meetings in here, but I don't remember holding services. And DJ was here when he held services, but yeah, later we had that glass church. We'd still meet here for meetings and planning, but yeah, we didn't use it by the time I was here either. So not too many memories attached, but kind of cool. This is where it all started, in this space right here.
Feels like a
All right.
nighttime version of this.
Yes, exactly. You could turn it day and night. and I remember there's something like little hidey places that you can like, you know how you can force yourself through a wall in VR that you're really not supposed to be able to force yourself through. So there's some like little hidden secrets in here. But
You can't in VRChat. You just your avatar kind of stays there. But
yeah, it's not an
you
option
can
in
force
this
your
space.
view for if you do the spin thing, but your avatar just stays there. And then now I can
Yeah.
see my avatar hopping about.
Yeah, I
But
see your
my
avatar hopping
field of
about.
view is out of here. Yeah.
Yeah. You used to be able to warp yourself through the other side. Oh, we'll head upstairs with everybody else. I see Jenna and Thumper checking out, and then we'll throw down the portal to the new world. So let's.
What's up here?
Oh, there's an echo in here. Huh. Didn't know that.
What's up? Oh. Woo.
Oh, careful, you guys! That looks so dangerous.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh
Alina!
no!
Alina!
he died.
Yeah.
Alina! I would die for you!
Oh no! Don't do it! Don't do it! Everybody's hopping off like little lemons. They're lemons. Lemmings.
Lemmings.
Don't worry, I came back.
Oh, this is fantastical.
Who's got the parachute pack?
Yeah. That's what you need, don't you?
Not an
Parachute.
actual parachute pack, like you know how they give you little emojis. There's not one that is a parachute in here, is there?
I'm gonna get a stiff neck looking down at you from up here.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna pop
What
down.
are you doing up there, Alice? Don't jump. It's not worth it.
Jump on the roof.
Mighty ho! How'd you get up there? Did you do the old jump up the side of the wall thing?
No, she went up the stairs. She went up the stairs here. Inside.
Go figure. That's. I'm trying to complicate.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
Yeah, I know, too much sense.
This is beautiful.
Rooftop garden.
Here, like in the old space times, I don't think I ever went
For
all the way
a VR map, this has got a wonderful view.
crazy, right?
The stuff wasn't up here. It was just blank.
Oh, no wonder I
Clinic
never came up
tower
here.
at,
It didn't exist.
Lots of.
Yeah.
Over there.
Mega Oz here.
Television.
Where is Coldest?
I think
There
one
he
of
is.
these
Mega
boxes
Oz here
is
has
It's
been
Israel.
hanging out with us for
Yeah, stand on the edge here. Even
forever.
now, when you walk to the edge of something like that in virtual reality, you go, "Whoa, hang on."
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, forever. I just say forever. I'm just for everybody. Someone's been here forever, 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 forever. But I think 8 years. And everyone's been here forever. He's so funny.
Yeah.
Everyone has been here forever. Okay, let's keep the worlds moving so we don't run out of time. And then we are going to. Nope, that's Rec Room. That's Easter. Let's do here next. Public. Yeah, drop portal. Right in the center. All right, everybody. Portals up, portals up. Portals up.
You go there first, Alina.
Oh,
I remember
Of course,
this.
I remember this.
Because I had a copy of this world. I had a copy of it.
I didn't realize we were going here.
Mark Gallery. Memory unlocked. That's one.
that is cool. Did you catch that, Codus? For everyone on the stream, Alice was sharing about this world in all space. Cool. Yeah, this is another place. We didn't have church services, but we did like life groups and purely Alice.
There's no grabbable thing.
Yeah, I had a
I'm
copy of
sit
it.
down and
And hi.
full body.
New ideas for build.
Little Jamie, don't go in the water. You're so small. I think it was just like right off. Yeah.
Oh, but that's with other people's assets.
Can we save these worlds?
What was that?
Can we save these worlds? You know, like save them to your favorites.
If you open your menus and look at me,
Like,
how to use that. Current
yeah,
world.
done it.
Got it.
Tree, which is called Flux.
Yay.
So,
So beautiful. I
a
could
lot
just
of things I can do.
like use this world in the future. This is a great place for like
Oh,
one-on-one
I love you,
conversations, like
closer.
shepherding moments. It's just so peaceful. I love it. Oscar, be careful. You want to come up for air every once in a while. Oh, you guys. All right. So, without further ado, I know we didn't stay here too long. One more look at the beautiful view. And then we have Easter. Easter happening.
I just want to explore down there. You know, it's beautiful.
I know. Wouldn't it be amazing if you could go down there? So, like, we're still in the infancy of VR. It's going to become a normal thing where instead of looking at the down there the way we do now, like we will be able to go down there someday and walk through those vineyards and go into those houses and, you know, full meal deal. I'm super excited.
It's all part of the skybox, I take it, all that down the bottom.
Exactly. It's all part of a skybox. But it really makes an impressive illusion.
It's a good skybox, yeah.
Yeah.
Digging it. Okay, here we go. My worlds, and next we have Easter. New instance, public drop portal. I'll put it right behind you, Simeon. All right.
Oh, Easter. Let's go, Easter.
Oh, playing the xylophone. Xylophone from All Space. All right. This is cool. Look at this.
I remember building this with
You built it.
Yeah.
I was one of the builders for this very space. What side? Maybe.
Hans built this? Wow.
Not on my own. There was a
That
team.
was before my time.
Before your time?
Yeah.
There was a team of builders.
I
I didn't know anything about you lot until 2024 for me, so it's all new.
Alina was just always really good at using the numbers and just hitting things exact, whereas I used to just place things down and yeah.
That's what made us such a wonderful
You're on a
team.
stream, by the way.
It's
Thanks
like
for streaming, so just give it a wave.
I was
Yeah.
good and happy to place things
I have
precisely, and you were
anniversary
good and
stream.
happy to be more artistic about it. You're an artist. I'm a
Yeah.
I don't know what I am.
To
But not an artist.
No, it's live streaming now for 10 hours.
Whatever it may be.
It's
Let's walk up the hill. And Alice, tell us about it.
Was this from 2022?
19.
2022.
That's my time.
That's what it said. Yeah, 2022. This is the Easter build, and we climbed up the hill because it would be like carrying a cross up the hill, like the bird that, and imagining that, and then, yeah.
I
Somebody.
think this wraps all the way around.
Yeah, and I remember when we did because there was no animations, but you could edit in real time and move things in real time. So when the curtain was tore open, there'd be one of us there, like to delete the curtain, just as somebody said it. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And at the top of the hill, we can get a glimpse of that space where the curtain would rip. I think I'm gonna zoom forward. Keep going. Like the curtain. Where's the building
There's a
with
big
the?
one.
Was that
Was
here
it
in
the big
Outspace?
building? In Outspace, because I remember we would call it like the.
Like the rain?
Because we did
Was
this
the
in
rain
two
effect in
parts,
Outspace?
so I think it's already gone, the curtain, because we added the part where you go around there. So this was week 1 and 2, yeah. So we walked around it.
Okay, I see.
Yes, the
I see,
curtain
I
would have
see.
been
Week 1
there
and
in
2.
this building, and it would have already been deleted because we, you know, it saved automatically, didn't it, in Altspace? So you couldn't like put the curtain back.
Exactly.
You did it manually.
It was.
You couldn't
such a
undo.
mess.
There wasn't an undo.
And you couldn't undo. No undo button, which drove me nuts. Oh, I love the undo
Yeah.
button of Rec Room. Saved me. I'm falling off. Saved me a lot of sorrow. That undo button.
Yeah.
Yoris? Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't had a chance to say hello to Yoris. Yoris.
Oh,
Yoris.
Oh, thank you. Yoris.
Yeah.
Would you like Coldus is a streamer today? Would you like to introduce where here he is? Would you like to introduce yourself to Coldus and to everyone watching on the stream?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yoris also been here forever. You were here in Altspace and in our VRChat. You help with announcements and
Yes.
an overall encourager, just like a very encouraging. Appreciate that, Coldus. Always make me smile. Every
Anyway,
time.
let's go.
So here we have the Easter build. Where are we on time? Okay, so we still have 45 minutes. I think let's head over next to. I can't believe that I didn't put the campfire just for nostalgia reasons on my list. I don't know if anyone else has the Altspace campfire.
Yeah, but that's
on
a
their
standard
personal
thing.
list.
Everyone knows, huh? It's
Yeah,
nothing very
everyone
church
knows. You
special.
don't have to go, but if you wanted to, just for
I
nostalgia
can get up
purposes,
the
we could.
campfire. I think I've got one of my favorites.
Okay. We'll make it kind of quick because it's not necessarily church related, but it's an alt space.
Oh, but it is. It is. It's very much campfire. Yes. Oh no, this is going to be a public. Hang on. Let me drop that
Oh,
there
no.
and download the world again.
Oh, please not.
Oh no, it is. It is me.
Wow.
It is under my name. Okay. I think that'll be
Okay, good.
All right, let's
Yeah, we're good.
go. Let's head to
Here we
campfire.
go.
Whee!
He's so little.
Yeah. Okay. What am I forgetting here? There's like a way to get the alt space UI up.
I do remember this.
There
Oh,
we
I
go.
have trouble
I
jump.
remember joining
Okay.
here
Pick
as
up
a
one of
public.
these.
Okay.
What is
Pick up
this?
one of these.
Pick up
Oopsie,
one of
I'm
those.
jumping instead of.
Oh, what is this?
This is the flight pen from alt space.
Oh, and it works.
It
Can't
should
get low
work.
enough.
Hold on, wait. There you go.
Oh,
Okay,
yours
thank
got
you.
it.
Let's see if I can pick it up from you. Got it.
There
Thank
you
you,
go.
Yoris. What did I do without you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, does it work the same as Altspace?
Oh, it's like the Oh no, this is the teleport thing. So this is the teleport one.
Oh, teleport.
Where's the flight pen? Oh yeah, this is the teleport stick. There was a flight pen in here.
Okay.
No. Oh yeah, of course it says teleporter on it. But look at that. It's the same UI. Isn't that cool that they've like copied the
It
UI?
is really cool. Yeah. because
Oh,
we would
just
use
the
the
homeworld, I
teleport sticks like
remember.
to climb things. When we had that church world
Yeah.
that had all of those little platforms, you actually took a little figuring out and a little puzzling to get to the top platforms because some things required a straight line teleport while other things required the arc teleport, and you
Oh,
had
that
to
one thing
stand
as well.
exactly
That
the
thing, the
right
flying one.
right on the
Yeah.
edge to be able to make
Oh,
it, you know.
Simeonsky has got the flight thing. It's
Oh,
there.
there he goes. Woo! In the form of a paper airplane. That's kind of fun. I
Yeah.
don't remember it looking
That's
like
where I
a
remember it. It works like the flight pen. You just
paper
kind of drag it.
airplane.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, let's see it, Alice. Woo! She goes into the wild blue yonder. She'll be coming around the mountain.
Dina, there's
She
a
comes.
DJ Alina over there. DJ Dina, the music. Copyright? Might be a copyright. There's a DJ thing.
Oh, this
Yeah, don't go
little
close.
pink person.
Oh, yeah. Don't know if it's copyright.
Is it me? Oh, does it look like swear Kevin and Perry?
It's Alina.
It's not
It
Alina.
looks like it could be, no?
I was thinking more along the lines of Alice. It's the glasses. Alice does it.
Got my hair, that's for sure. All right. Okay. So keeping it moving, and then we're gonna switch to Rec Room, which is gonna be really fun because unfortunately there's not enough time in the day to do everything, to share everything that I would love to share Rec Room wise. But I'd like to try and spend as much time as possible. So now we are going to do drop. This is the last alt space, and we're heading to the backyard barbecue where we used to do baptisms. So come on in. It used to be, Jenny. Yeah, there was a time this was my homeworld.
Oh, it's your homeworld. Wow.
Yeah.
I've
Don't
never
forget to
been here.
stop in the kitchen and grab a snack. Or
Whoa! That's a
you
Rec
can
Room
make,
pizza.
So check this one out, Coldest.
Did you have
Ready?
these kind of pizzas in Night Space?
Let's see if we
Don't
can
remember.
open this.
Oh, I can't remember them actually having
Ta-da!
it.
Where'd it go? Oh, it's all over
You'd
the floor.
kind of grab the thing, you know, space, and then just let it fall and fall through you and pretend you've eaten it. Yeah, like you couldn't even
squeaky
monkey
toy?
thing. Yeah, kind of like.
So
Oh
let
yeah,
me-
yeah. I've drank this Coke. Yep, totally gone.
I ate the wrapper off the burger. Did you
I
see
don't
that? It
remember
was
from Old
wrapped,
Spice, but I
and then
remember
I
it
ate
from
the
you.
wrapper.
Yeah.
Oh, I spit the wrapper back onto my burger. Ah, now it's back.
No,
Ate the wrapper.
oh, you ate the wrapper.
Spit the wrapper. Ate the wrapper.
No.
Yoris. Ah,
I see someone's throwing the burgers around already.
here it is. The mill's in the pool.
Like it's-
Okay, talk to me, everybody. Talk to Coldest, actually.
Oh.
What do you guys
Talk to
remember? Any
Coldest.
stories coming up?
Well, I remember coming here to you with you in VRChat because this world was one I didn't go to in alt space. It was before when I was with you. It was before the before times.
Before the before
Yeah.
times. Oh my.
Don't remember it either.
Times. I love it. So this is the first time actually in VRChat was your first time experiencing this space. I don't know if you
Yeah.
can capture it, Coldest, but if you dip your head like halfway underwater, it's kind of cool because you can see the,
The
you know,
blue
just like if
and
you were in water. The the line. Simeon's barbecuing from inside, and
I
we
think
have
most of the
strawberry
burgers
over
are on the floor.
Mm.
You gotta catch Strawberry because
Chicken.
she's the merm.
Woman.
Marmalade.
Marmalade.
Very nice.
What?
Marmalade.
You say marmalade? He said marmalade.
Yeah, marmalade. Spread it on the
Marmalade.
sandwich.
Marmalade. And I think, don't quote me, you have to ignore this stinky poo. Please ignore the stinky poo.
Yes, I remember that.
Alina, what have you done? Oh, Simeon just goes and picks it up. Oh no, Oscar picked it up.
Oh, I get motion sick. Ugh, don't go on swings.
Throw
But I'm
poo
standing
on the camera. Oh, I'm definitely not doing this.
I gotta tell you, the swings are not like
Not hurt my
they really mess with your.
I'm not gonna say, yeah.
You know how
Mess with your
everything's not
control
as
of
smooth,
space,
something's
isn't it?
smoother than others.
Yeah.
It's not very smooth.
Whoa. Wow.
It's fun.
I feel dizzy.
Oh, someone's pooed in the pool. And
Whoa.
Who's in the
Who's
pool?
pooed in the pool?
Someone
Who's pooed in the
infected the
pool?
pool. Now we can't eat the burger that's in the pool anymore.
So who,
Don't worry, don't
who
eat it. Someone
remembers
pooed
the
in there.
movie Caddyshack, I think, where they throw the the club, somebody throws a baby Ruth into the pool and it makes everybody else because they think somebody pooed in the pool. Remember that? No, that was
I remember the name of the film. I can't remember much about it though.
yeah. It was from about 40 years ago, so it's
How
understandable.
long ago was it?
Oh my.
Ago. That's for sure. It is. Okay, let's get moving with our barely even a half hour left. It's insane. I am so glad we started this early. And for
Let's go. Rec room.
let's start.
Oh, I didn't have a rec room avatar.
Just copy this one. That's the only
No.
one that's available.
There was
But you can
one.
customize it a little bit.
Friend,
Yeah.
drop.
Could
In
go
this
to our
rec
church
room.
space first,
Oh, I
maybe.
can't create an avatar. Oh well.
Oh, to our
Oh,
clubhouse.
this one. Yeah, this one's also cool.
Oh, okay. My brain Okay. So after we check out Mark 1, our first sermon in Rec Room, I would love to go see our clubhouse. But
Pampa,
for some
Community
reason,
Labs.
Simeon, I have the Bible Experience Hub. I
Yeah,
do
it's
see the
basically the
clubhouse.
worship space is the clubhouse. So we can see our clubhouse if we enter the worship space and just turn off the music.
I see. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I can drop
Okay.
a portal if you want. It's probably even
Yeah.
better because they're not public yet. Probably if we go into these doors now, we'll all have our separate instance. I guess. Not sure how it works. Maybe you go in first and then invite us. That
Okay.
so we
Okay.
can be in the same instance.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. So I am gonna go
Because
ahead
I
and go
think it
in.
might open up a new one for everyone going.
I remember this. This is
If you drop the portal, it works, I think. But if you're not dropping it, I think you have to invite us, or we have
Let's
to
see if
join you or
it'll
something.
let me. Ooh, I think it's gonna let me drop a portal. Wait,
Yeah, you can do that as well. Yeah, just drop a
yeah, I
new
think
portal.
it's
Yeah,
gonna work.
then it should
Drop
be
a
the
new
same
portal.
instance.
Ready?
Yes.
Let me get out of the way a little bit. Okay, here we go. Portal down.
Excellent.
Yeah, that should work.
Let's go.
The church in Rec Room.
I was so happy when I saw Simeon got these in. I managed to get one world in with collisions, but I had to pick both collisions and every single thing manually.
Yeah, you have to put it manually for every surface.
Yeah.
Alice,
Cannot
if
just
I
say by the
don't,
arrow.
I remember. Is it like toy shop in the?
Yeah,
like
that's one of the
toys
reasons
and
why I
Yeah,
love this
that's
space.
I
That's one of the
remember.
reasons I love this space.
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
our first sermon in Rec Room, Mark chapter 1.
Yeah.
Wow.
First proper sermon.
No, and it doesn't break yet. That's
I was
good.
waiting.
Yeah, first proper sermon.
So we can fit people in here. That's good to know.
Because
Because the Rec
we
Room
did
people.
Easter and Christmas
The
before
maps are
that.
gonna
Yeah,
say
we did
Rec
Christmas
Room
before
Space.
that.
Two people so
Christmas
far.
came before this.
The flowers.
Ah,
the flowers.
memories.
Funny enough, I tried my match
Yeah.
with two people as well. Funny enough, there you go.
It's the first one we did, but then Pablo was with VRChat before we went.
Yeah.
We decided to make the same thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the
Met you
All
somewhere
right,
new.
so
Alice birthday
come
thing is not.
on in. Good to see you,
taken over.
Ian.
No.
Hi.
Oh, Toy Story.
All right. Yeah, because then when you come in, it gave this illusion that we had all shrunk. And that's one of my favorite parts about this.
Look, look, the loose cannons flag is in here. The loose cannons have our mark in here.
Oh yeah.
The loose cannon flag.
Yeah. Your new mic
The little
comfort.
blocks were buildable.
I'm not talking. That's why.
Yeah, they are. You don't want to comment on the loose cannons flag.
Yeah, advertisement.
It looks very familiar. I don't know why.
Alice, why do I keep having memories that these the baby mobile above us that for some reason that was an extra challenge for some reason? Is that
Yeah, yeah. So I think Simeon actually made the mobiles.
Yeah, I
didn't
used
he?
torpedoes and they broke all
they
the
were just
time when we
drunk.
saved the room. They changed a
They
little
were
bit.
just drunk.
They're just like,
Oh,
we're
makes
doing
sense.
their own
Makes sense.
thing.
Yeah.
No,
And now it
sorry.
looks like it looked at the end. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, exactly. That's awesome.
I
And
mean,
then
there's one thing
TV over
about
here.
a creator. You always guarantee that something's going to break somewhere.
Ah, TV.
Yeah.
It's a given. So for this TV, Alice helped me create this. It was like a hologram.
Holotar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looked like me inside the TV. It looked like I was on television. It was really kind of cool. Because it filled up that space. So many aspects of our builds were really fun. And you don't get to capture it all in VRChat because all the things don't work. So pictures standing up here, sharing, teaching the sermon at the same time. People are in the back of the room rearranging the blocks or playing with the stuffed animal, or there's just always things to do, and often little secrets. Like I think outside that hot air balloon I saw, if memory serves me, that worked. Is that correct? Like if you got in there,
Yeah,
Ashley
yeah.
would take
I
you
made a
out.
working hot air balloon, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So many. That's my favorite thing about Rec Room is the creativity. I think was able to really flourish above and beyond what we can accomplish in all space. Yeah. Anybody remember this? Anybody have this toy as a baby?
Nope.
No?
Gladly not so.
Look who's here.
Yeah.
I was like, hello, hello.
Where's Frey Frey? I saw Frey Frey join.
Mega. Oh, that's what I'm missing. Strawberry. No. Frey Frey's in the house.
I did see him somewhere.
Yeah, Toy Story.
Frey.
Hi, Frey.
Sadly in 2D, but it is what it is.
We miss you, Frey, so
Hello.
much. We miss you. Like, it's been years.
Well,
Yeah.
back in the flesh.
He's back.
Back in
Do
the
you
flesh.
look like your
Yeah,
robot?
from Toy
Because I know
Story.
I can't see it because I'm in my headset.
I'm in my alt space robot, yeah. I just need
Okay,
to make
you guys
yours
can see it?
mobile.
No,
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah,
Nope.
I can see it.
It's on
Just see the
fallback.
fallback. Yeah.
It's a fallback.
So
You're on
if you're,
PC, oh,
if
is
you're
it?
on standalone, you won't be able to see it. If you are in
I see it now. It's blue one.
if you are on PC or connected to your PC, yeah, that's the old alt space avatar. And I have one because Frey made me one of me in my purple robot avatar. But I'm on standalone. I can't wear it right now. Yeah, purple with the green eyes.
Can you see it? I was gonna take a snapshot.
Oh yeah, if you could take a snapshot, and I'd love to get in the snapshot because I can't see it. Yeah.
I'll have to do one more photo. Yeah.
What about
Okay, one
There we go.
second. There's one here. There we go, and I'll take the original so I can save. So here we go again. Take a picture. Thumper, you're in the photo, by the way.
Alt space.
There you go.
Thank
And
you.
Starfire Power. There we go. That's
Very
just print, but that's just print. But this is a print, not a print camera.
Yeah,
So,
but you'll
that
send
one-
it digitally or something later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be wonderful. Thank
That's
you.
an example.
Yeah, that's so cool. I love you got in there too, James. Frey, no pressure. Like nobody ever is ever under pressure. And Ian, if you'd like to too, no pressure. We didn't get an opportunity. You guys came a little late to introduce yourself. Coldest here is streaming for us. So if either one of you would or both of you would like to say hello, introduce yourself to everybody joining us on stream, that would be cool.
Social anxiety is a bit high, so I'll probably pass on that for now.
Okay, that's perfectly understandable. But Frey has been an incredible friend of mine and part of this community for once again forever. I think that you, outside of Bishop Soto, were probably the first. Outside of Bishop Soto and Chuck, you're probably the first person that I met, and definitely the first person I befriended.
Yeah. I'm old.
Why did that
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that. Because if you say you're old, that means
It was
I'm
only us
old.
that got- it was only us that got kicked.
Uncle.
What just happened?
I'm a relic.
Not old.
I feel old. Let's just go.
No.
not responding.
I
Maybe
feel
it's your
not
internet
responding.
then. Maybe it's your
Yeah, it's unusual
internet
for-
then. If it was
It's unusual for VRChat not responding.
You don't
Oh
know
my
how
God,
to,
what-
but
what
if
is
we would love
this
to,
at?
we'd
Me?
love to. Yeah.
It's
I
the
thought you
random
mentioned
one I
my
was
name.
looking for that I thought I
Yeah,
lost.
would you like
but
to introduce Coldest
like
here is
customizable one.
streaming for us?
Oh, that's cool.
So
Oh.
if you can introduce
Hi.
yourself.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm just visiting. I joined you guys, you and Alice. I'm from Romania. My real name is Petru. I'm
hello, Ukraine.
38 years old, soon to be 39 years old. I'm a Christian for as long as I remember. And I wish you all blessings in Jesus Christ's name.
Amen.
Do you have any questions you wanna ask me?
No, only that I love finding out because I didn't know your age before. But people always think that you know,
Mr. P is like in
virtual
80s.
reality is just for young.
Oh.
I still hold.
Yeah.
I am, other than Mr. P, I'm the oldest of everyone. But it is so
You sure?
really neat, and meeting so many people. Sorry, this should have been quiet.
Jack, what bit's older than you?
You're older than me, Jack.
I have friends that are 70 that I met here in VRChat.
He's 70.
70.
He's 70. 70.
Hi.
Nuh-uh.
See?
Yes, he is. He's 70. Yes.
Yeah.
Really thought you were younger. I thought you were much younger.
That's all right. They made me in my 20s and I'm in my 40s, so it's fine. You know, I live with the 20. I don't mind.
Oh, yeah. You guys are both so youthful.
Young.
Like anybody that comes
Youthful,
into
yeah.
Rec Room, or not Rec Room, into VR is by nature youthful, right? Because no matter your age, your heart is playful. That's what gets you in here in the first place. So.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
there you go. I am no longer the oldest person in the community.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
Misa Pete is still oldest.
Until
like
you
in the
told me
80s.
Mr. Pete's age, I thought I was the oldest, but he beats me.
Yeah, and I don't remember Mr. Pete's age. I just knew.
I think he said he was 85.
No.
Super.
I would never expect that. Mr. Pete
I think
is
that's what he
so
said.
much younger, dramatically younger.
Yeah.
He's
No. He's old.
He's old.
Mr. Pete's old.
He's old.
He's
He'll
yeah.
get there one day.
Oh,
Well, it's either that or you know, you either get old or you
Just
die.
imagine,
So.
just imagine when we're gonna be on this world with our Lord
I don't
for
know,
the
it's the
thousands of
only,
years,
Altspace
and we're gonna ask each other, how old are you? 1085.
Customize it a little
Oh,
bit.
wow.
I don't
That's so
know
weird.
how I look like now.
Exactly.
All the
50
time
or
they
60
can keep
years.
repairing us. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. As long as he keeps repairing us. But yeah, it's just a tiny blip in time, even though it seems like a long time, and even though it seems like a short time, ultimately it's like a little blink of an eye in the grand
You're
scheme
fine now.
of our existence. It's kind of cool.
Yes.
Yeah. Simeon, would you like to take us to the worship space, which ultimately also shows us two things: the amazing worship experiences we could have in Rec Room. Yes, that's the thing that we are planning on bringing into our new world going forward. So we'll be able to reestablish having
Zach.
having worship time in VRChat once we get that new world up and running. And so it shows our worship space, and it's also going to show you the main clubhouse where we meet every week, or we met. That's so weird. Where we met every week.
Oh yeah, that one
I
worked.
hope
Yeah,
this
I remember.
works.
Oh
Friends.
yes.
Here we go.
Oh, hey, Zach.
Everyone behind you. Yeah.
Hi, friend.
It has music.
Music.
This worship. This one. I'm not
You can turn it down inside the clubhouse if it's too loud.
Just as you desire.
This, if you wouldn't mind, this is Zach. Hey, this is our streamer today, and would love for you to introduce yourself.
Hello. It's hard for me to hear you.
Me?
Yeah, just turn down the world volume.
The world volume.
Oh, the music is too
Yeah,
loud.
I'll go into the clubhouse and turn it down. There's something I can turn down.
It's
Music.
quiet if you go inside. It's quiet inside.
Oh, you can fly.
That's
Oh,
right.
interesting.
Yeah.
It's just outside that
Come
you
here.
hear it, yeah.
Yeah, in here it's quiet.
Oh yeah, we're going here.
Yeah, there's also some.
Hey, guys.
The hangout area.
I'm emotional.
I gotta turn.
Hey, the door's been taken off of the employees only. Now everybody can go run amok.
Everybody can.
No, you're just gonna
we
stop
can
track
out loud.
glitching.
So funny.
First time lots of people see this room.
I'm good.
You know, it's just a box
Just me. I found myself.
with some buttons in it. It was just a box with some doors and buttons. That's all it was.
So I don't have to remember that.
So if you
Oh.
open up your small menu, and
You're
on the
sorry, guys.
bottom you should see like an audio icon.
So is your father. Missing campfire.
And
It was a
scroll down
better
from
kick out
there,
this time.
You'll see microphone behavior,
What'd it
and
say?
then you just click the arrows
There
to
we go.
the right.
Nothing.
or the
It
left.
kicked me right out the
I
game
was
to
looking in the
Steam.
settings menu.
Even worse.
Thank you.
You've not got the whiteboard, but you've got the map
menus, which
that
makes it
I
really
drew by
confusing.
hand
There's
with
like a
tubing.
there's a bigger menu, and then there's a little
Oh, yeah.
mini menu.
It saved my tubing.
So, hey, This is Zach. Would you like to share a little bit?
Share. Sorry, I missed the context. Share what?
Experience. I realised it.
Introducing yourself.
I got
Oh,
missed as well.
Everybody's joining on the stream. Everybody's done it along the way.
Oh, yeah. Hey guys, I'm Zach. I was a teaching pastor here for a while. I'm pretty excited to be back for the 10-year. It's great. It's great seeing folks I haven't seen in a long time. So I'm really glad to be back.
So glad to have you. Pastor Zach here was ordained the same time that I was ordained. I have a few pictures. I'll get those posted
a while ago.
in Discord. Yeah. A while ago. I don't even. I know.
It's crazy to me that this is 10 years. This is nuts, but that's awesome. It's exciting.
Yes, it's super exciting. And we'll just call it forever, though, because that's what I've been saying to everybody else. Oh, me, so and so, they've been here forever. Oh,
back in
so
the alt
they've
space
just been here
days.
forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people from alt space days.
You know, you can say
And
you can't
Bismic,
actually
you'll be able to see Bismic here pretty soon too.
Yeah. I'm
He should be
excited.
joining. Very exciting. So everybody's running around. This is where we would have our worship space, and where we would meet. We had to meet. Get this one. Where's Coldest? So you can hear it on. There you go. So this is really interesting because in Rec Room they had some rules against religion. Like, you couldn't just randomly share your faith wherever you went. And so we had to create this system where we met in the clubhouse, which was public. And I still don't know the workaround. Maybe Alex could explain that better. And so we would met in this public space. We'd all party up, and then we would go to a private space because you could talk about God in privacy, but you couldn't talk about him in public. If that's what
There's certain rules changed over time, the code of conduct, but basically if something could have been offensive or like that, you had to go into the private space, and that included religion, or and you were reading the Bible, so some of that is not quite safe for work. If you're talking about so if you're actually talking about it, then you got to go into that private space. It's got to be kid friendly.
Yes.
In under secular standards.
Yeah, absolutely. You had to get creative with when putting scripture up, so it wouldn't let you.
So star things out, or swap a word, but put a star there and let the pastor know.
Yeah, exactly. They're very, very rigid, but we made it work, and it worked beautifully. And really, Alice, you developed that whole system, that whole workaround.
It's not as restrictive as Roblox.
The flag.
Oh, I was standing on that.
Hey, you moved your footing. You moved your stool. You're in VR. Nothing is as what it seems. The flag can be a chair at any moment.
Yeah.
In the physical world, flags generally are not chairs. It's very uncomfortable.
It would be uncomfortable, but this is comfortable right now.
And our little class where people can go and have after service prayers.
In the portal.
Around and everybody else.
I would have said so I have to press the trigger to actually go into it because I accidentally go backwards.
Our fountain of forgiveness is gone, but there was a fountain of forgiveness space over there, which was really just a space to remind us, like, people are people, we're human beings. Sometimes and the fountain of forgiveness is over there, just to kind of be a little reminder
You're a disaster when you scratched.
to find forgiveness for each other.
So he fell through the floor. He was like in the floor with his legs flying around all over the place.
Beautiful space.
And all I could see was me tail.
And we only like 10 minutes before we should head over to the next world. So I would like to take us to Bible something else in mind you were thinking, Alex?
It's right here. It's right here, Alina.
That's where I went through just now. By mistake.
I'll see you guys a little later.
Everybody, portal up.
Bye. Thanks for popping in.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Pedro.
Bye.
Bye, Flo.
Rec Room, it's not anymore Rec Room, but yeah. This is a new version of my tutorial how to easily create an interactive service, church service or small group or something like that in Rec Room, but Rec Room is not there anymore, so we moved everything over to VRChat, and I want to explain how you can do most of the functions that we created for Rec Room now even in VRChat. It's a little bit different, but it works, so yeah, let's go for it. So we are in the main hub area, so let me first explain to you the sections we do have here. So we have this section here where you spawn, which is actually the interactive section, the interactive corner, so to speak. So let's see. We can go over here. Yeah. So you already see the portals here, and there is like the interactive games, invalid at the pool, VRChat.
You're a bald egg. A bald egg.
There's a confirmation.
Oh, he's got brown spiky hair, bee
Okay, good,
wings,
good.
and a Five Nights at Freddy top. Hoodie.
With me, he's got the what they call the old granddad sweater. He's got no hair on his head. And he's got the glasses.
Am I bald? Do I have
Okay,
hair?
that's probably the
No,
standard.
you are still you with your hair and everything. You look about 5 years old now, Alice, in Avatar. But yeah,
I know. They don't have like my actual hair or anything. They've only got like the very basic stuff.
Okay, did we get everybody back together? We
I
only
can
have
make
like
myself
5
bigger.
minutes left. When we get into this next space, it's the blind man on the road, correct, Simeon? That's the one that really worked well.
That's the interactive one, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to make a new
Just
instance.
like this space because this is the hub area.
Hey,
It would be a good idea for you guys to like this space so you can find it. And also helps to get out of the test lab.
The green.
Yeah.
We have to go after church. We're running out of time.
I know.
Yeah, we have to go. We have to go.
Yeah, like seriously out of time. So I'm gonna drop this portal, and then do make sure to maybe we'll put the links in the video, Simeon, later, so people who didn't get the opportunity to
What
say
time is
some of
it?
these,
Oh, it is 9.
That would be a good idea, yeah.
Yeah. So
Drop the direct
we'll be
link to
dropping
this
links
space.
later,
That's why we're going to
so you can find your way back.
So make sure we go through
Here we
that
go.
one.
Everybody, one more portal.
Just make
After
sure
the
it's not
last service, we'll sneak a peek at it because we're gonna go from here to the service that starts.
Okay.
Eh.
That's not a very prominent one.
Oh, you're falling down.
Hey.
Don't fall down.
Hi. Well,
Oh, this isn't the one.
That's not the right one.
This
Let
isn't
me
the
crop
one
the
we
portal to
chose.
the one we
Yeah,
wanted to.
I opened the wrong one. Sorry, guys.
Let me find the right one. Nightman, I think it was the first one we built actually. That was the first interactive story.
Yeah.
Which is actually.
I think we should go to the church actually.
I know we're gonna make it there, like basically just in time. We're gonna peek. I mean, anybody can go to church whenever you're ready. But with the next 4 minutes,
That's the first interactive story.
the one, the Good Samaritan. Here we go.
Alright, this
Last
one, this
portal
one.
until we go to church. Doo-doo.
Reload.
To make the spawn radius a little bit bigger. And you can change language now to German and to Spanish.
Okay, Coldest. Okay, Coldest. We know what to do. Come on, I got it.
Spanish. And so I'm going to start, and
Spanish.
all
it's
of the
church in
Bible
Spanish.
experiences have
Okay,
the
Coldest.
opportunity to turn it to English,
Okay,
German, or
Coldest.
Spanish.
We gotta. I'm gonna let my inner. I'm gonna let my inner.
En
let's go.
cierta ocasión, un
Coldest,
experto
if you wouldn't mind
les-
following Simeon as he tells you about what we're doing here today. Well, we're not going to be able to go through the experience because we don't have time. But he tells you
No,
about
we don't
the
have enough time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we should go.
So
to church
we
actually,
can we can still do what we always did. We can still read through the Bible experience thing, and we can still roleplay, but a little bit differently than before. We're not taking over the role. We're just taking this as a puppet, and then we can walk. La la la! I'm the man. Going up. And then someone else can take the robbers and attack me when I'm coming. So it's more like puppet play. I'm so hurt. Help me, please.
Stay down. I'm baby.
Help me, help me. And then we go over here.
Oh, and as you go down the road, you see, oh
Help
no,
me.
this does not look good.
Oh, there's a priest. Help me. Priest, please help me. Priest, please
No,
help
no,
me.
don't help him.
What's happening?
Son walking.
I'm not
Oh,
helping
he's
me.
like, meh.
No, just walk across.
Gotta go.
Walk away. Walk away. Dude.
Yeah, walk away, walk away.
Walk away,
I help
dude.
you a
You're
lot.
not supposed.
away,
You're not
dude.
supposed to help me.
Walk away.
You're the priest.
Walk away, dude. Come on. We're walking along.
Okay,
We're gonna
alright,
walk
anyway.
away.
Yeah, what Alice said.
Walk away, dude.
The other
No,
religious
that ain't
leader
nothing to do
also
with me.
walking away.
No one wants to help me.
Taking everybody with
No
them.
one wants
Don't
to
do
help
that. Don't
me.
help that person. And here comes Yoris to save the day because this donkey
no.
is doing locomotion to help save this little robber.
Where did the guy go?
Yeah, over there.
Okay, it's just
Nice,
a donkey helping me. Good.
So funny. So yeah, so the whole
Yeah,
thing
that's
here is that you would go, you would read through scripture, and then you would go and you would role play that scripture. In Rec Room, you like put on the outfits of the people you were playing, and you turned into that outfit. Here in VRChat, Simeon
you.
found that incredible workaround because that type of technology doesn't work in here. And so instead, he turned them into things you could pick up and role play as if they were, G.I. Joes or action figures or what have you.
Hey.
And so then, and here you go through with the action figures and you play out the story. And at the end of the road, there's questions that help us,
Oh, yeah, we have the campfire.
thought-provoking questions. You can follow us down here. And then once we make it to the end, I'm going to open the portal to church because we're barely going to make it in time. Do, 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 do,
Uh-oh.
do, do, do.
My
You
headset's
connected?
going. Yeah.
No,
No, it's the
not
battery
thinking for the
going.
headsets.
It's the battery. The battery in the back's run out.
Uh-oh.
It's run out.
Your spare
Hit
one?
0. No, this is my spare one.
Oh.
Oh, good. Oh, that is your spare one. Oh, no.
So we're going to lose you then.
Let's go into the... Yeah.
Okay, let's
Unless you can
drop
plug
a
in.
portal. I am dropping this portal to
I'm
our
on
church world,
6%.
and we're gonna lose Alice somewhere along the way. I'm very sad about
Bye,
that, but I'm
Alice.
so glad.
Well, it might stay 20 minutes. It's on. That was my spare battery, but I've got 20% left on my actual headset, so I might be here 10 minutes, but
Okay.
don't know how long.
Yeah.
I'm terminal.
Just be there in time.
I'm terminal. Guys,
Too
I'm
bad you can't
terminal.
take the action figures with you. So Yeah, thank you for joining everybody on this amazing tour of all of the wonderful experiences we've had over the years. We haven't even scratched the surface, to be honest, but we're out of time. After church service, we're going to run over and have a church service right now. Afterwards, if you're able, Holdus, I'd love to have you stick around for just like 10 minutes because we'd love to go showcase Thumper's amusement park that he created in Rec Room. And that same amusement park that he like gifted to us, or a similar amusement park to the one that he gifted to us as a church to use for volunteer fair Sundays, which was awesome. So we'll check that out at the very, very end. And if you're not here to the very, very end, it was so wonderful having you join us today, and thank you so much. And we'll see you somewhere in the metaverse. Adios, adios.
Alina?
Portal, portal.
Bye bye.
Who told you love needed permission? I'm shocked how fast fear was a holy face. Rules stacked high like towers till nobody feels safe. Chains dressed up like wisdom, pressure dressed up like light. But if it steals your freedom, something isn't right. That's not good news. Not if love disappears. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope came calling for every soul. For every soul. Even if I said it, even if angels fill the sky, if the message loses mercy, don't believe the lie. I knew religion without love. I wore the armor too, till grace found me outside the walls and pulled me into truth. Who are you trying to please? Fear, crowd, systems, or the God who already came near? Love is the measure, not power, not shame, not fear. Love. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope still rises for every soul. For every soul. Even the hard hearts, even the gatekeepers, there's hope for everyone.
Thank you, Simeon. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate that. All right, let's see what we got here, huh? Let's get this thing rolling. Church and VRChat is coming up right away. Hold on. What do we got? What do we got going on here? Give me a second to get set up here. All right.
Yeah.
That was a cool stream. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate that. Okay, we're about to connect to VRChat. Coldest, are you going to be able to do it, or am I going to do it? Either way.
Yeah, I can do it, I guess.
Okay, let's see if Hold on, let's see. Sorry, but give us 1 second. All right, I think Coldest, you're gonna live stream it. Okay, Church. The next thing is I'm hearing things in my ear. That's why I'm having a hard time getting this thing set up here. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, are you sharing your screen for VRChat?
Just a second.
All right, everybody, we are going to go to our VRChat church, and we're just trying to get that set up for you guys. And I'm going to mute here because I hear myself.
In the VRChat the last time.
There's a setting for you to change the height as well if that doesn't work.
Yeah, it could be a height setting.
Yeah, there is a setting changer. Hello.
Where's the sky here?
Good to see you. Woo-hoo, Mike VR made it.
Yeah, so I'm so happy I got it. Oh my gosh, I have to build now. It's more harder than
Yeah, use a real height.
now.
It's in settings, you gotta scroll
Hard,
down.
man.
Tracking an IK and then use a real height.
No, my height is okay, I think.
How you doing? Sorry, I'm behind you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like you're. I don't know if your height's too tall or too short. It's on your tiptoes. It's what you're, maybe it's just my avatar because I already changed.
Probably just an avatar height.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I changed the avatar.
Try bumping your height either up or down like 5 centimeters. I'm not sure which direction.
Compare Phantom, you're really tall.
Okay.
Where are you? I hear you.
So
then,
Hi.
Hello.
You're so high, but I know you're all Hey, it's Bismic in the house. And Bismic looks like
new, Phantom?
Yes, that is me.
What's new?
Hello,
Nice
nice
to see you. Not a whole lot. Yesterday I got caught up on my sleep. So
Cool.
today,
What a wonderful day this
it's a
is.
normal day.
Yeah, 10 years virtual reality shows. So we go inside here, or is it?
Yeah, we go inside here. It's we start in just a moment. I'm gonna pop in so they don't
You
have
have
to
to
wait
click it
for us.
twice if you haven't before. People.
How's it homophobic? I cannot have debates with these people. But because of that, I'm trying this. It's going to be a decentralized network.
You have
That's
to
going to
click the
reverse
disclaimer
engineer
and
it.
then
And if it
click
doesn't
it
work,
again.
at least
Click the door again. Yeah. And people are clicking once again. Oh, why didn't it work?
I love that. Well, one, you hit the nail on the head. Is educated does not equate being smart.
So many
right?
years.
So you're right. There can be some pretty dumb opinions out there. But one of these days, I know.
Alice, please make yourself look older, please. You look like a kid.
My husband joins
See,
the
that's
church
my normal avatar.
here.
Muchas gracias.
He's a software developer,
Yeah,
software
kids are
engineer.
hot.
Hey, everybody. Just doing an audio check for the live stream.
Introduce you.
Yes, we hear you.
I'm gonna miss up like even younger. How's that?
Japan
Live stream. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
How's this even younger?
Even younger, yeah, but better. Yeah.
1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2.
There's a Japan tours happening.
And he's gone. Okay. Anyway. He'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be back. So.
He crashed.
With some ideas like reading blogs.
Hey, Pastor Alina. So this is not the people you can ask Goldenheart about. You're talking to 5 hours sleep, Eric. I've already had to use this as a defense with the Goldenheart like 5 times today. I'm going to send video and pictures of it, but we converted my hallway into a dining room with a projector that makes a galaxy pop up on the wall. And I bought a botanical Lego set, and we made a makeshift dinner table, and we had a very delicious meal. But that on top of the New York Knicks game, on top of errands I was running around downtown Tampa yesterday, I'm literally not myself today. And I didn't plan on any of this. But I'm here, and I want to be at church. I went to Catholic service today, and I stayed awake during that whole thing. But the thing I need to know is because the way DJ was explaining it, I almost sound like you guys had a different streaming plan, so I don't have my streaming PC on right now.
10 years now.
Is the thing.
Unbelievable.
No, isn't that insane?
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
It is.
To be honest, I don't know his
Okay.
I don't know that
Phantom.
aspect of
Yeah,
what's going
it
on.
is 6 minutes past 3. I can
Red
start
no?
announcements. I just didn't know if he wants to wait because
Why
this
does
is a
everyone
special event.
complain about
Otherwise,
introverts
I can
size?
get up there and help out with that. What do you think?
Small way. You think he's small?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
start the announcements. I think that would
Okay.
be great. And then if there's anything in
Small
addition
for a
he would like to
boy.
add, we can do that when he returns.
Okay.
Just big. Yeah.
All right, everyone. We'll be starting service here in about a minute. So if everyone wants to find a seat and get situated, we may pause announcements in the middle of when DJ Soto returns.
I'm using a finger tracker.
And if this is your first time coming, you're in for a treat. Here he is. So before we start, we're going to wait on DJ Soto to get here. Browser.
There he is. He's coming. He's come down.
Good.
Go.
As the sun began to rise on a new day, the artillery crews were still hard at work.
Is he going to do announcements?
Position, and our tank lines remained focused on protecting the newly established forward bunker and holding any ground we had gained. Unfortunately,
I just have to open up my document. And trust me, Pastor Soto, I completely know exactly how you feel right now. Okay, so if everyone is ready, welcome to VRChat. If this is your first time, thank you for joining us and welcome. More information about our basic principles of the church can be found at vrchurch.org. There you will find access to links, including one for our Discord. From our Discord, you can reach out to our leadership team or prayer team. If there are hearts out there that wish to give of their time with the church, all that we ask is that you've been a visitor to our church for 6 weeks. Upon finishing your 6 weeks, you can submit a ticket to discuss the matter further with leadership. Our church has services in VRChat and Final Fantasy XIV, along with upcoming worlds I'm guessing that we'll be discussing in the near future. After service, I will be around to handle personal prayers, as well as Pastor Soto and Pastor Alina, Two Hills, and any of the other leaders here. And they can also be submitted through our Discord, through our prayer channel. I will try to routinely check up and see if anyone's prayers want to be shared publicly during service. Every first and third Sunday we teach from the Bible, and every second and fourth Sunday we have Community Sunday, where we're all brought together to discuss relevant topics related to VRChat faith and God's teachings. Okay, one second.
Eventually, the pressure
is Mr. P here? Mr. P, you don't have access to the stage, do you?
We gotta repair him.
Okay. Could you try and step in front of the stage and see if you can give us a prayer? And
like right here.
Yeah. Everyone, this is Mr. P. He's one of our previous prayer ministers. Yep, right there. That still comes along every once in a while to visit. And he was so good at doing opening prayers for us that I would like to see him do an opening prayer for us today.
I would like to tell you that you are very important to God. He knows you. He knows your name. Not only does that, he knows every hair on your head. So that tells you how important you are. God knows your hurts, your pains, your needs. And it's no accident you're not here today, because being here, the Spirit of the Lord is going to minister to. Listen to me. The Spirit of the Lord is going to minister to you in a special way if you just listen, open your heart, and listen to what the Spirit of the Lord will speak through his servants. Father God, these are your children, people you love. You know everyone by name. And what is really interesting is you know their screen name too, Lord. So this is a very important moment in time where you, Holy Spirit, are welcome to come and bless and minister to these, your children. If there's any need in the hearts and lives of those that are here, the Spirit of the Lord will minister to that need. He will touch you. He will bring healing. He'll bring joy and peace into your life, into your family. Just today, make this a special day to commit your life to the Lord. Ask Jesus to make himself real to you, and believe and receive the word of the ministry of God's servants today. This is a very special day here that's happening, and you have just happened to be here at a most wonderful time that God himself is going to touch your life through his son Jesus, through the servants in this program, through virtual reality. Can you believe that? That is amazing that this is church. This is church right here. It's fellowship. It's a home meeting. It's a gathering. And the Spirit of the Lord is here. And I'm here to tell you, God loves you. He forgives you of your sins. Now hold tight. Hold on, because things are going to be said and done here. It is going to touch your life in a special way. Just be open and say, Lord, here am I. And he will bless you in a special way through his servants. Thank you, Father, for doing that. And everybody here agrees with me in the name of Jesus. Amen. Say amen.
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 Amen. Amen. Thank you.
And now I believe, as long as there's no more technical difficulties, if you give them a minute, DJ Soto and Alina, are you going to be joining us on stage as well?
Our best meeting as well.
Audio check, can you hear
And
me?
without further ado, yes, we can hear you.
All right, I am having technical problems, so if I disappear, Lena, feel free to take over. But let's have everyone come up on stage. Pastor Alina, Pastor Bismick, Pastor Zach, Jessica, come on up. Yotis, thank you so much, guys. This is a big day. But if you guys, if I disappear, feel free to take over, Pastor Alina. We're having some issues with the internet, or something's going on. I don't know what's going on. All right, come on up. Yeah, come on up, Two Hills. Don't be shy. Come on. I gotta get the password. No worries.
Oh, no.
All right, everybody, welcome to Virtual Reality Church. It's so good to see everybody. If you're here live in VRChat, I want to say welcome. I'm just in 2D mode today because we're also streaming on to YouTube and Twitch, so I'm kind of watching the chat over there. Today is a very special service. We are celebrating 10 years of Virtual Reality Church, which is crazy to think about. That is wild. 10 years of VR Church, and there's a lot to say about that.
Yep, it's kind of back a little bit.
Sorry, just had to clear my throat there for a second. 10 years, it's been an amazing journey, and we're really excited about today's service. We are actually right now doing a 10-hour live stream on Twitch and YouTube to celebrate 10 years of VR Church. So after the service, if you're just kind of hanging around online, swing by twitch.tv/VR Church. We're also on YouTube, and if you want to see what the live stream is all about, we've been live streaming since 10 a.m. Central, so we are cranking. I think we're on hour 4 of the live stream. Sorry, I got to clear my throat one more time.
We did everything we could to protect the
there we go. And I think there we go. Got some technical problems, but yes. So I want to welcome to the stage Pastor Alina. And then you might recognize these two guys. We didn't get a chance to hang out and chat, so we might just do that now. Pastor Bismick and Pastor Zach, what is up? How you guys doing?
Hey. It's good to be back, and I'm doing very fine because in World Championship in soccer, Germany won 7.1 right now, and that's a good time to be a German.
Wait, they won 7-1?
Yes, 7 goals against 1 goal. Yeah.
Whoa, who are they playing?
But the shelling never stopped. Round after round continued to rain down on the Colonials' position.
And I'm doing very fine, and I'm glad to be back again. Here in this beautiful church, I first met kind of 10 years ago.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, Pastor Bismick, I remember when you first came up to me in Altspace. Altspace VR. It was owned by Microsoft. It's since shut down. And I remember you wanted to pray for me, man, and I really appreciate it. I remember that very clearly. You know, 10 years, in one sense, it's kind of a blur, but there's moments where you like remember very clearly about things that happened, and I remember you coming up and praying for me in your German accent, and it just meant a lot. It just meant a lot to me. And then, long story short, you became one of the pastors here at VR Church, particularly for the Europe crowd and the Europe time zone. And yeah, people have always really appreciated your sermons. And give us a little 30-second, 60-second. What have you been up to? What's been going on in your life? Just a quick life update.
Okay, a quick life update. I am accomplished my doctorate degree in philosophy, so I'm now a real doctor. Made my PhD in political theory, and I joined a new church. It's the International Christian Fellowship (ICF). It's a really beautiful church, very international, very I think American culturalized church, and it's beautiful. Right now I'm with my church, seeing the soccer game, and I just went upstairs to be with you all. Yeah, it's very cool. That's changed. I'm a full-time teacher now in school for philosophy and history, and in a few months my band will release some new songs. This would also be very cool. And yeah, life's going on, and life's getting better and better. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's amazing. You're still with what's the name of your bank? Truewent? Is that right?
Triovent, yeah. And Pastor Soto has been on a concert from my band in Germany. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I remember that. That was a lot of fun. And so it's no longer Pastor Bismick, it's Dr. Bismicus.
Yes. You could say that.
Dr. Bismick. That's amazing. Bismick, it's so good to see you. I was telling the live stream earlier how my wife and I flew to Amsterdam, and then we took a train from Amsterdam all the way to Nuremberg, and we had some wonderful meals with you. I was telling them about the German beers, how good those were. And we had just had such a good time hanging out with you in Germany. Yeah, it's so good to see you. Pastor Zach, what's up, man? Good to see you as well. It's been a minute.
Good to see you.
Yeah, Pastor Zach. It's been a while. So tell me a little bit about what's been going on. I think you got to step up a little closer. I think you got out of the.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
a little audio zone going on.
Yeah.
Give us a little life update.
Yeah, it's so. I mean, 2025 was really hard for my family. My mother-in-law had a rough illness and passed away, and that kind of took a toll. And so 2026 has been really just sort of a season of rest and of rebuilding for us, which has actually been really great. I have a little side business going. I've always wanted to. I'm a product manager in my day job. I currently work at CVS Health. But I've always wanted to launch my own product, and so I've got a little side business going that I'm hoping to finance that. So that's a dream of mine, and pursuing my master's in healthcare administration also. Staying really busy for sure, but also definitely after the last year taking a lot of time to step back and rest and recover, and that's just been really amazing, and it's just good to sit back sometimes and realize like how much time you actually have to do things when you're not. I was super involved in theater and doing all this other stuff, and not doing any of those things right now helps me realize how much time I have for other stuff too. So it's a good time to step back and reevaluate.
That's amazing. I love that. And people might not know, I've been to your house a couple times. You're kind of like on the path from Virginia to Texas, and we made that move and had that trip a couple times. So we've been at Zach's house a few times, played some board games, eat some pizza. What's up, NJ? How you doing? And it's been fun to connect. So and do you really? Interesting, NJ. Pastor Bismick, I got to meet in Nuremberg, got to meet Pastor Zach, and Alina, we just met for the first time after like a decade, or almost near of a decade, when you came for the PBS filming. There's a little documentary coming out, and that was the first time we met. And we got to go meet Two Hills we got to take a trip to Canada.
100%.
Anytime. Come on over.
Go without me. Like, you really can't. If you ever go.
Duh.
Hey, come on, NJ. Seriously, have you hang around, but you can't be rude. No, the maple syrup. Oh, boo on the maple syrup. But thanks for joining us. Do me a favor. If you go out and have a seat, love to chat some more after. But for the time being,
Miss, I will take commands from people like you. So
NJ's getting a little salty, huh? A little salty.
We got some sass here.
Sass, yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, go ahead. Good. We can't get distracted. Let's keep going.
Jessica,
Yes, please.
Yep.
I don't want this guy in my server.
sorry, what? We're talking to Jessica next, right?
Oh no, we're saying we got to get a trip to
We're good.
Canada going.
100% anytime. Doors open.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. All right, my friends, we're going to hear from Pastor Zach and Pastor Bismick here in a moment. Everyone can go grab a seat if you guys don't mind. Clear the stage, and then I'll call you up one at a time, and then we'll come back at the end just for kind of just some reminiscent moments, and then also we'll take a picture, guys. So make sure to get your best avatars out. We'll get the pictures going. I'm really excited about today just because of the special moments that we've had here in VRChat, and I know that we haven't been in VRChat for 10 years, but we've been in here since about 2000. I think 19 is when we first started the church service. So I want to show you here a couple of things. If you look over here to my left, there is a new service time for VRChat starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. So that's new. We haven't done that all the time, but we have a new service time. I think this will be a little more friendly for our friends in the UK and our friends in Europe. But let's go down memory lane just a little bit. I don't know. Can you guys see I know we're having some technical problems. But like I said, over here to my right, we have been doing a live stream for about, we're going to do a 10-hour live stream today to celebrate 10 years in the metaverse. And here is some of our people who are hosting the live stream today. Me, Pastor Lena. Pastor Coco might make a swing by, but this is kind of her day off because she does church on Saturdays with Final Fantasy 14, so she might make an appearance. We'll see if we can talk her into it. And then Pastor Bismick is here doing the flex. Pastor Bismicko. Pastor Zach looking dapper as always. Jessica on the teaching team, and we'll also hear from Flat Cap coming up soon, and Alice has been part of the live stream. So anyways, long story short, get to twitch.tv/VRChurch to see the rest of the live stream. If you look over here to the left, this is a picture of me preparing the first church service in virtual reality. This is 2016, and I remember this very clearly because I was so amazed by VR. I was so amazed by social VR, and it was really fun to be able to create that experience. And it's hard to believe, like over 10 years that we've gathered, that we've created this church. We've grown this community, and it's been real special. As you can see here, we started out in Alt Space VR. By the way, raise your hand, shoot up an emoji if you were part of Alt Space. Do you remember that? Any Alt Space people here? I'm just kind of looking around the crowd. I see a couple emojis over here. Pastor Bismicko, Mike was in Alt Space. I see some hands over here on the left as well. That was special. It was really cool to be able to experience our church in Alt Space. And then over here to the left, this was the next church we started. If you guys recognize this platform, called VRChat. I don't know if you guys have heard of that before. Of course, I'm just kidding, as we are meeting in VRChat right now. But that's, I remember just meeting in an empty room. We didn't have a church building yet. We just met in an empty room, just hanged out, taught, and it's been fun to be a part of this community. VRChat's real special. Just a real special experience, and we've had a lot of great memories here. And it's obviously not over. There's a lot of great memories to be had. So it's exciting to be in VRChat. Then the next church we started is in Rec Room, and we've been kind of having this bittersweet experience lately with Rec Room being shut down in the past couple of weeks. So we're still kind of coming off the emotions of that. If you come in the live stream later, we're going to be playing the video that Alice created that we played earlier. That was a tearjerker. So definitely come back and check that out on the live stream. But really bummed about the closure of Rec Room, number one, and then number two, our church in Rec Room. So many great memories. And we're definitely going to miss that. So it's been it's very special to be a part of this community in Rec Room and in VRChat. Some really unique experiences. This is another picture here coming from Rec Room. And so a lot of memories, a lot of friendships, a lot of relationships. Over here, if you're just popping in the stream or if you're popping into VRChat, we're talking about the history of VR Church. For a little bit of time, we had a church in Rust. If you don't know about that survival game Rust, it's a little crazy. It can be a little toxic, but believe it or not, we had this church in Rust. We had a couple of viral videos where people were like, "What? You have a church in Rust? What is going on?" A lot of fun. And that was some good memories from that church as well. Here's a picture of Rust Church. Everyone in their survival gear trying to survive the wasteland. And that was a special experience. And then one of our latest churches, we'll talk about this later as well. Excuse me, I had to just clear my throat for a second. Was our church in Final Fantasy 14 Online. I don't know if you ever seen that. This is Pastor Alina is over here on the left. This is me on the right. And this is us getting that church started in Final Fantasy 14. That was a very, very special experience. And here's the Final Fantasy 14 group as it is today, led by Pastor Coco, who's leading the Final Fantasy 14 church. And so you can tell that it's after... Besides me and Alina, it has grown quite a bit, so they got a nice and beautiful experience over there in Final Fantasy 14 Online. So that's just a brief history of where we've been, where we've come from, and where we are now. But we're going to take a break from this, and we're going to have 2 mini sermons. We've invited Pastor Zach and Pastor Bismick to come up and to deliver a couple of mini sermons just to encourage us, to lift us up, because I know life is busy, life is hard, and so we just need some words of encouragement. So, Pastor Zach, if you don't mind coming up first and delivering your mini sermon for today. You'll see, if you look at the ground here, it says next slide. That should take you to the next slide, and hopefully they double check them. They should be in order. Sometimes they get a little whacked out of order, but
I was in here earlier and checked them. I think they're good.
All right, perfect.
So
all right, thank you, thank you, Pastor Zach.
All right, thanks, DJ. All right, hey everybody. When DJ asked me to do a mini sermon, I was thinking about what I could speak on that would be kind of meaningful for the 10-year anniversary and for me being able to speak to you all again. And I decided that I would share with you some of the cornerstones of my faith, some interpretations of Scripture that I have found in my life that are very meaningful to me. And that I hope will be meaningful to some of you. And of course, there may be different interpretations of these, and that's totally fine. I know normally in VR Church, we take everything in context and we go verse by verse. I'm not doing that here so that we can go through quickly, but I definitely challenge you all to double check me on this and to dive in on your own. With that, let me tell you about some theological tenets that have become very important to me over the past 10 years. So the first one is having tangible faith. So Matthew 17:20 says, if you have the faith the size of a mustard seed, you'll say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. And I always, I would get really frustrated because these things would happen in my life, and I felt like I had a lot of faith, but nothing was happening. Nothing was changing. And I remember I was actually in a traveling drama ministry, kind of diving into Scripture one time, and God really spoke to me about what it means to have the faith of a mustard seed. Every interpretation I'd ever heard in my life was that if you have the faith of a mustard seed, it means you just need a little bit of faith. But in that moment, I felt like the Holy Spirit was revealing to me that no, it's not about having a little bit of faith. It's about having faith that others can see. It's about having a faith that is tangible, that is real. It doesn't even have to be a lot. It can still be a small amount of faith, but you have to make that faith tangible. What does that look like, right? It has to be faith that does something, right? You can pray that God helps someone, or you can go and help that person on God's behalf, and you can be Jesus's hands and you can be Jesus's feet. And for me, only one of those two kinds of faith has ever moved a mountain, right? And sometimes taking that step instead of just choosing to be a passive believer, being an active believer and taking the step and putting action to your faith, making it tangible so that others can see it, bringing that faith into the real world. That is how you move mountains with your faith. So that's number one. Number two, look and live. I remember distinctly when we were learning this, prepping for a VR Church sermon. and I thought it was super interesting. And so in John 3:16, everyone knows John 3:16, right? For God so loved the world, he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him will not perish but have everlasting life, right? And it's a great verse, and we all love it, right? However, I never really studied it in context, and I thought John 3:14, 2 verses before that, was extremely interesting to me. And I remember going through a lot of my life wondering, what did I believe enough, right? Just like with the mustard seed. How do I know I have enough belief? Am I believing enough that I'm going to be saved? And just having all this stress and all this anxiety constantly. And when I realized what John 3:14 said, all of that anxiety melted away. It says, just as Moses lifted up the serpent into the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up. What does that mean, right? Well, back in Numbers, there's this story, Numbers 21. There's the story of the Israelites, and these venomous snakes sort of infested their camp. And Israelites were dying because these snakes were biting them, and their venom was deadly. And so Moses said, God, what should I do about this? And God said, build an effigy of a snake, of a serpent, and hold it up, like mount it in the camp. And then whoever looks at that snake, if they've been bitten, they won't die. They'll live. And that's such a weird story that I feel like we don't really talk about a lot in church. I had never heard that before until I kind of did this recursive search and kind of read through it. I mean, I had, because I read the Old Testament a long time ago, but it never clicked for me in this context. But what John 3:14 and 16 is saying is, this is the way God loved the world, right? Just as Moses lifted up the serpent, so must the Son of Man be lifted up, right? If we are looking at the Son of Man, if we are looking at Jesus, if we are looking in his direction, then we're safe. We're safe, just like Moses lifted the serpent in the wilderness. And so what I realized is when I was asking this question, do I believe enough? And I had all this anxiety that someone who was asking that question is clearly looking in that direction, right? And suddenly all that anxiety and all that stress melted away. And I realized that being on the journey at all is the same as looking up at this serpent. And it relieves so much anxiety for me, and I've been able to share that with a lot of people over the years, that if you're feeling that stress, I don't know if I'm good enough, I don't know, I'm still struggling with this sin in my life from doing, whatever things you're struggling with, if you're looking in his direction, then you will live. And I just think that's wonderful and beautiful. The third revelation that I had is that there is only one fruit of the Spirit. Now, you may have been told there are 9 fruits of the Spirit. There certainly seems like there's 9: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. But I learned this really fascinating thing by reading the translator's notes in the Net Bible, which is my favorite translation. And what I learned is that in English, fruit is singular. An apple is a fruit, and a basket of apples is a fruit basket, right? We don't have fruits. We don't say fruits. That's not a thing, right? The word fruit is both singular and plural. It's not the same in Greek. In Greek, there is a singular version of the word fruit, and there is a plural version of the word fruit. And right before this verse in Galatians, Paul lists the fruits, the plural version of the world look like all of these things, and he lists all these things. And he says, but the fruit, singular, of the Spirit looks like this. And I believe this verse is should be interpreted as, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, or as defined by joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness, and self-control. And I think that Paul further backs that up when he defines love in Corinthians. And he says, love is patient, love is kind, it isn't envious, etc., etc. And so I think there's 2 examples where Paul is saying, look, it's all about love, and this is what love looks like. And why is that important? That's important because I told you 3, but you're actually getting 3.5. It's important because our greatest command is to love God and love our neighbor. Now, I hear this get abused a lot. People say, well, love God is first. And sometimes to love your neighbor and love God at the same time, you have to show your neighbor tough love. And I don't see a definition. We just talked about the definition of love. I don't see a definition of tough love in Scripture, for one. But let's dig into this a little bit more, right? Love the Lord your God with all your heart. Love your neighbor as yourself. There's no other commandment greater than these, right? Everything rests on this. So if that's true, then love God and love your neighbor. Love God comes first. What does it mean to love love God. Well, Jesus is very clear about what it means to love him, right? After Peter denies Jesus, Jesus has sort of this restoration arc with him, and Jesus asks Peter, "Do you love me?" And Peter says, "Yes, of course I do." And so then Jesus says, "If you love me, feed my lambs." And then they do it again. "If you love me, shepherd my sheep."
I think it's very
if you
scary.
love me, feed my sheep.
I really did not.
Now,
expect
surely
this
there are
game
spiritual
to
components to
behave
this,
like
right? Like
So what can we
feeding.
get with
Paul talks about
we can get
spiritual food as well. But I do think it's interesting that feed is on here twice, and I think a lot of people want to over-index on the spiritual, and I think sometimes Jesus is being very practical. He talks about feeding people a lot. Right? So I think meeting people's physical needs is very important. But also shepherding, this is the one, shepherding very clearly is the most spiritual of these. So, okay, so what does it mean to shepherd someone, right? Because this is where, people that say, oh, well, you got to have tough love. They say, well, that's where the shepherding comes in.
I will explain what that means.
There used to be this story that floated around in Christianity. Some of you may have heard it, where if a sheep wandered a lot, the shepherd would throw it up over its shoulder and would break the sheep's leg, so that the sheep couldn't wander anymore. Then the sheep would learn to stay near the shepherd. And I am here to tell you, if you have heard that story, that it is baloney, that never happened, that is a modern Christian fable meant to justify tough love. That a shepherd would never do that, because if a shepherd broke the leg of a sheep, it would make that sheep even more vulnerable. It would make that sheep fear the shepherd. When shepherds take care of their flocks, they don't take care of their flocks by punishing the sheep. They don't take care of their flocks by hurting the sheep. They take care of their flocks by making sure they have food, by making sure they have water, by making sure that predators can't get to them, by keeping them protected, and by making them feel safe. So then Jesus also says in Scripture, so we have this definition when he's talking to Peter, if you love me, this is what you do. But Jesus also says, if you love me, you will obey my commandment.
So
again, we're talking about we got to love God and love our neighbor, right? And if loving God is the more important of the two, because it's first, as some people say, then let's see what Jesus has to say about loving him. He says, if you love me, you'll follow my commandments. Well, let's read what some of Jesus's commands are. Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute. These are all from the mouth of Jesus, right?
They did complete the main power of the Sagrada Familia.
Forgive not 7 times, but 77. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Feed the hungry.
He was like
welcome the stranger.
Have they canonized Gaudi?
Right, lest you be judged.
Pope puts architect and the Pope has put him on the
path
to
loving God and loving our neighbor.
Last year.
We're saying loving God is the more important one because it comes first. Then we should look about what Jesus says about what it means to love him. Jesus says, obey my commandments. And interesting, if you look at these commandments, they're all about loving your neighbor.
You got a second audio running on your stream.
Portal game good.
And so that is just, love is very important. Right? And love is the core tenet that I think ties all of these three things together. For me, for the theology that I have discovered in my personal faith for the last couple of years. And I hope that y'all find this interesting, and I hope you look it up and study it yourself. Right? But make your faith tangible. Lift your eyes. As long as you're looking in the right direction, you're good. Love your neighbor. Feed his sheep. Right? Like, it's all about love. Love is the greatest commandment. If you are loving and you are looking in the right direction, right, all the law and all the prophets, everything rests on them. So thank you so much, VRChat. Thank you, DJ. I'm so proud to have been a part of this and thankful to be here for 10 years.
Zach, I really appreciate that, Pastor Zach. Stay up here. I got a couple of questions for you. Thank you so much. And guys, just guys and gals, show your appreciation. Just to throw some heart emojis up. Thank you, Shai, for throwing those heart emojis. And yeah, I really appreciate that. You know what? Like, the message that you just shared, I think a couple things really impacted me. One is what you shared lines up so much with the spirit of our church, of where we're going in the next 10 years, just the way we're evolving, like the simplicity of the gospel, just looking in that direction. I think that's something that is so powerful and something that's beautiful, because we've Pastor and I have been kind of evolving this term of universality, the irresistible grace of God, that he will, the verse that talks about when he lifts himself up, he will draw all men to them, and the literalness of the power of the gospel for all men everywhere, all families. And so I just think that just really matches up with like the spirit of where we're going and where we're evolving, and just the power of the gospel. And then also too, like the love, the aspects of love that you've been sharing. Like, if you go to our website now, belief section. It just talks about how love is the greatest commandment, because we have a new website at vrchurch.org, and I encourage everyone to swing by there. It's not a shameless plug thing. It just matches so much with what Zach said today, and we did not collaborate. You know what I mean? I feel like what you just shared today is our belief page that has been just renewed, and just almost line by line, it seems like. So thanks for sharing that, and I'm really just been impacted by that. So I really appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, thank you for the chance. I love being able to share these three because they've been so impactful for me. This handful of my personal faith tenets. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share them.
Absolutely. Pastor Lena J, got anything to say before Zach heads out? And Pastor Bisman comes up. I don't know if Pastor Lena might be AFK for a second there.
I was pushed to talk. Let me jump up. Thank you. All I wanted to say is, thank you so much, Zach. Seriously, I have learned so much from you over your time here. One of those things was the singularity of the word fruit, and once you brought that up, it was just oh, what? That was insane. How instantly all the pieces fell into place, and it was amazing. And I love that. The other thing that you've taught me over the years, it's not like something I didn't know, but the way you phrased it was so beautiful. And what Pastor Zach shared in one of his sermons was, I remember you were very emotional. I think you were talking about your mom. And you were sharing about being a Christian doesn't make you perfect. Being a Christian means when you fall short of that, you feel horrible, you regret it, you don't want to continue that behavior. And that was just one of the really cool things, because as Christians, we're either being told that we must be perfect because, that's your job as a Christian, or that basically that's what you're told. You must be perfect, and if you're not, shame on you. But in reality, being a Christian is when you are imperfect, that it affects you because of the love that you have for God and the love that you have for each other. You feel horrible because sin is not just a thing from a list, but sin is hurting each other. Sin is hurting ourselves.
Yeah, and one of the things that's been really freeing for me too, because I, just I lived with a lot of anxiety about do I believe enough? Is when I do make those mistakes, when I do mess up, and living in that guilt and feeling remorse and repentance, that's good, that right, but but letting that guilt eat at you and consume you, I think it's important too to remember Romans 8:1 says there is therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. And realizing that when we have that feeling, it's the thing that if we're looking up at him, right, it's a thing that God has already quote forgotten about, right? He's already moved on. He wants what's better, and that us living in that, and that guilt can be a tool of the adversary, right? More than it's a tool for us to do better, and getting stuck and getting trapped in that. So
absolutely.
Yes.
Momentary, temporary guilt that makes you aware of what you've done, right? And I can't believe I did this horrible thing, and I hurt someone. I want to do better. That is one thing, and that is a good thing. But one thing we all too often do is hold on to that, and now it shifts into I'm a horrible person. I'm a failure. I can't do it right. I don't have the ability to blah blah blah. And then that's just totally the wrong direction. The other side. But having the same grace for yourself, we're imperfect. We're human beings. We should not be judging and beating each other up for their imperfections, and we shouldn't be, because part of the loving God and loving neighbors, also loving ourselves. But if we shouldn't be doing it to our neighbor, we shouldn't be doing it to ourselves either, right? So, but I could go on and on about all the wonderful insight and the time you've made me cry. So many times I've cried listening to your sermons.
Thank you. That means so much to me. Thank you.
So moving and so appreciated. Thank you, Pastor Zach.
Yeah, thank you, Pastor Zach. Appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Zach.
All right, next on the lineup here, Dr. Beesmikos. Dr. Beesmikos, come up on stage, my friend.
Hello,
I think I think I got both your scriptures on here. I think I did. Yeah, you might have to do the flip here with the next. But thank you, Pastor Bismick.
Okay. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for all your patience, and thank you, Zach, for your sermon right now. I think I'm not the only one who still has to think about just the first point. Hopefully, it's streamed today, so we can rewatch. Is this the case? Yeah, you already said it. It's a 10-hour live stream or even more. Yeah. My gosh. So very good. So let us then see into the stream to let us listen to what Zach has said once more. And yeah. Pastor Bismick or Dr. Bismick, my gosh, how you want to name me, it's okay. And I also want to share things that impacted my faith, and that hopefully will give you something, some gold, some nuggets you can build your journey with Jesus further on. And I think one of the if you would ask me what are the most what made me do the most important steps in my faith, it was when I have seen other people either doing steps I didn't believe that they could do, and then they didn't do either. So I could see Jesus is able to change them, and if Jesus is able to change them, then He's able to change me. There was one first important thing, and the second thing is if people say to me, or believe in me, say, hey, I think you can do it. I think you can do another step. That also changed me. And especially if the Holy Spirit directly talks to me and talks identity to me and talks to me, hey, this is something that you can do. And if the Holy Spirit does this, then I got faith that has substance. Like Zach said in his first point, that we need faith. We need faith like a mustard seed, and this mustard seed it has a form. It has substance. It is something. And if I have faith, if the Holy Spirit gives me faith that has substance, that I can do another step, that I am able to be a better person than I thought, then something is changing in me. Yeah, and there is a power in this world. There's a transforming power in this world that wants us, that doesn't want the best for us. It wants us to devolve. It wants us to be destructive to others. And this power, we have seen this power in our lives when people speak out bad things about us, bad things to us, that we are bad persons, especially if I hope that you have good parents, but maybe you have parents that said bad things to you, that did not believe that you would score in school, that you do not believe that you can manage anything in your life. And this is a transforming power. This is a transforming power in this world that tries to hold you down from the potential you were created to be. Yeah, but one important thing: if there is a destructive, transformative power in this world that is so powerful, then the power of God has to be much, 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 much higher. So if people in your life have spoken bad things into your life, and this bad things they were like seeds and grow bad fruit in your life, then what God can do in your life, what God can plant in your life, it has to be much, much more. It has to do much, much more impact. This transforming power the Holy Spirit has to be much, much more powerful than that any bad word anybody has spoken into your life. God's words, the words of the Holy Spirit, He can speak into your life about your identity. They have to be more powerful. It's not like so I talk to you, hey, you're a child of God, and that's very beautiful. If this has no impact, if this has lesser impact than bad words that have been spoken to you in the last decades of your life, so then it was maybe not the Holy Spirit. But what I experienced in my life, that beside all the bad stuff that has spoken up upon my life, the words that the Holy Spirit talked to me through other persons, through Himself, through the Bible, through I have seen change on other persons, through other persons spoke good stuff into my identity, or the Holy Spirit spoke stuff into my identity directly. It transformed me every time. It transformed me every time. So we have stopped. Now let's get just right into the verse. For 2 Corinthians 5:16 NLT from Pastor Bismick. Now we have stopped evaluating others from a human point of view. At one time we thought of Christ merely from a human point of view. How different we know Him now. So, and how different we should look at Jesus Christ is also a way we should differently look about people in our lives. And so I am a teacher. If I have some days, some weeks where I'm not very connected to Jesus, where I'm not reading my Bible daily, not praying daily, my students will recognize. Yeah, I think I'm sure that my students will recognize how often I read the Bible by me seeing them, watching them, seeing them as Christ does, or as the world does. If I am more and more disconnected to Jesus, I'm lesser and lesser able to see those beautiful people, my beautiful students, in the view God sees them. But we should stop evaluating others from a human point of view. Yeah, and there are enough people in the life of my students, and there are enough people in your life that speak bad, that see you just from a human point of view. That in a human point of view, how should you change? In a human point of view, the identity you have now, why should it change? If you're maybe you have some problems in your life, and those problems maybe become your identity. Let's say being angry, or being always in a bad mood, being always skeptic or pessimistic. So maybe people from a human point of view speak out to you and see, yeah, you're a pessimistic guy. So that's you. That's just you. So yeah, but the more I get connected to Jesus, the more I have a daily time with Him, the more I get changed from Him by just talking with Him, just looking at Him, just maybe have my 5 minutes with Him daily. This changes how I see myself. This changes how I see my students, and this changes that I no longer, or lesser and lesser, let's say that way, lesser and lesser, see people just in a human point of view, but see the potential Jesus Christ puts in you, and Jesus Christ puts in you, and Jesus Christ puts in me. I am not created to be just a normal person, and I'm not created to be a sinner. I'm not created to be a pessimistic guy, a guy that is destructive, a guy that has destructive thoughts against himself, against other people, a guy that has pessimistic thoughts about students. No, that he wouldn't make it. Oh, he's signing up. Maybe it's a bad answer I'm expecting. So no longer from this point of view. And the point of view I have to other people, and the point of view I have on myself, this also changes reality. So yeah, like Zach said in his sermon, we need faith. We need faith like a mustard seed, and this means this faith should have substance. This should look like something. This should have some impact. This should have some reality, and then it creates reality through the Holy Spirit, through another point of view, through we no longer see each other from just a human point of view. Yeah, because. So now, that's not right. No, yeah. Here. This means anyone who belongs to Christ has been a new person. The old life is gone. A new life has begun. This is one of the most important verses in my life, because when I became a Christian, I didn't know that I can become a new person. I knew, okay, now I'm saved. My sins are forgiven, but my character did not change. and I try to improve my character through my own strength. But it is something that the Holy Spirit can do because it's already done. It's something the Holy Spirit has still to do, but it's also already done. Yeah, it's a contradiction. We have to live with it. Yeah, I need to be changed. Yes, because I am already changed. Yes, I can have another point of view because I already have another point of view. I can see my students with the eyes of Jesus because Jesus already gave me his eyes, but I have to connect with his point of view. I have to connect with him to be what I was created to be, to see people like they were created to be. And then people in your working place will recognize how you see them, if you see them from a human point of view or not. But what I say to you is not again something like, hey, now you should see them from a godly point of view. No. It's not like it's on your strength. It's what I want to say is spend time with Jesus. Spend time with Jesus in a regular way. Because you already want that. No, it's not like I cannot spend time with Jesus. I cannot do something regularly. Yeah, you can. I think you're created to be in a relationship with Jesus on a regular basis. Let him show you how beautiful you already are, how beautiful your eyes, your viewpoint already is. How beautiful the persons you have to do with on your working place, in your school, in your university already are, and then see that the transformative power of God is way more powerful than the transformative power that is on this world. Yeah. This is something that is so beautiful because this spreads his kingdom. This was the dream of Jesus, to spread his kingdom, and he will and it can and is capable to do so through you. Because you were created to be so, you are like this, and this is it. Yeah, that's my sermon. You beautiful people, you beautiful sons and daughters of God, equipped with the Holy Spirit, equipped with the eyes of Jesus, doing and building up his kingdom. Yeah, that's it. And one of the children of God here, Pastor Soto, is coming up on stage.
Yeah, see up here for a second, Dr. Bismick. Thank you so much for that. This is powerful right here. I mean, we could just sit on this verse for the next 4 hours. I think we're crossing the 5 hour on the live stream. In the next 5 hours, we could just hang on this verse right here because it's so powerful. But thank you so much, Dr. Bismick. Really appreciate that. Alina, do you have any thoughts about the sermon?
Yes. Well, one of my thoughts is I absolutely love your sense of humor. It's one of my favorite things. Oh my gosh, over the years. And so I love where, yes, this is conflicting, but deal with it. I'm sitting there just busting up. I'm muted, thankfully, because it's so funny. But it is nonetheless true. We have already been transformed, but we still need to. It's like a lifelong. It's not a lifelong time of transformation, but it's a lifelong time of discovering the transformation God has already done.
Yeah.
We just don't see it yet. Yeah. So it appears conflicting, but it really isn't. And in pastores, bismicos,
pastores.
This is also transforming, huh?
Deal with it.
People probably wonder why we do that. It's just some long-running joke we've had. I guess that's just. It's not really an inside joke, but it sounds like one, I guess. So. Well, we'll tell you what. We have some more segments coming up. Pastor, if you don't mind staying up here, let's have Pastor Zach. Two Hills, come on up here just for some final thoughts, some final words. And then, we got some more segments coming up. Pastor Flatcap, if you look over here, let me go back here. Pastor Flatcap is going to be up next with the Hear method. It's something we've implemented to some degree at VRChurch, so he's going to be doing that segment. Again, we're live for 10 hours today. We got 5 more hours to go. He's going to be sharing that as well. I'd love to close in prayer for the church. Perhaps I can just pick on some of you, maybe Pastor Bismarck, Pastor Lane, maybe close us in prayer here in a second. But any final thoughts from anybody? Just anything, any thought that comes to mind. If not, we can just keep moving. But I feel like there's just so much we could say and do for the next hour. But I guess we should wrap up VRChat Church. But any thoughts that anyone has?
Yeah, when I first joined VR Church, I was curious, okay, Holy Spirit, tell me, is this church or is it not? And I had such an overwhelming feeling that this is church, this is a real church, that led me to just be so thankful and to pray for you. Because if that's real church, then laying on hands on the pastor to pray for him, to thank him, it's just normal for me in church. And this is the reason why I prayed for you with laying my hands on your shoulder.
Oh, thank you. That's I didn't know that part of the story. Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Oh, that's so cool. Hearing what prompted you, like he knows the story of where you actually did the praying, but hearing what was in your heart to lead to that is really special. It's beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you. Before we close, can I ask a scheduling question? When we're done here, does Flat Tap actually start like on the hour, like in just like 3 to 5 minutes?
He said he's flexible because I asked him if he had a hard out. So he's flexible. So we're running a little late for him, but he said that's cool. I guess for like just a quick 5 minutes, I was hoping, especially if somebody can come along with the stream. One thing we didn't have time for, even though we started early, is really wanted to just quickly share, even if it's just enough time for people to save the world, and you can come back on your own another time. But Thumper last night was able to finally get one of his amusement park builds from Rec Room, like that we use for our VR
I love that.
volunteer type things.
Cool.
And so I was hoping if we could jump in there right after this. Hopefully have a
I think there's some flexibility. Yeah, so definitely.
Okay, cool.
For sure. Pastor Zach, Two Hills, any final thoughts before we wrap?
No, I'm just so thankful to be here. And by the way, for Pastor Zach and Pastor Bismarck, both
sorry to interrupt. Can you guys come to the center because of the stream?
Oh, sorry.
The live stream can't see you guys. Come to the center a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Oh, I'm the mini cat here. No, I just wanted to say on a personal level, Pastor Bismarck and Pastor Zach, I both have. Both of them have been very impactful in my journey here in VR Church. So aside from this being a 10-year anniversary of the church, as I was very thankful to be able to share the stage with these two pastors. So I just want to thank you both. You've both been very impactful in my journey. Pastor Zach, I remember asking you a question a few years ago about struggling with do I believe enough? Am I deluding myself, right? Have I fooled myself? And you basically said, dude, welcome to the party. And Pastor Bismarck, my first time for coming into VR Church, I know I mentioned it in the live stream. I have a real stumbling block with the brick and mortar church just based on my upbringing, my younger self, and quite simply, I came in and I landed on a shipwreck in a cave, and a very German pastor teaching about Acts, and I never looked back.
I love it.
So guys, sorry. Yeah, just wanted to say thank you
very much.
That is so cool. And my last thing, and then I know we don't have forever, so I wanted to say how cool it was, because the three of us, we were all ordained together. And and I have this picture that, like, unless you were there, you wouldn't know anything. And I'll post it this week in Discord. You wouldn't know anything is funny. Our chairs are lined up, and all the festivities. And originally we're all sitting in the chair. But then in the picture I found, Pastor Zach, you're a few feet behind us because you had stick drift or something, and you couldn't stay in your chair.
That's probably ADHD.
Remember that? But
That's
it was just like really, really special, and I'll post those later.
awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So here's what we're going to do to wrap up. If you're watching on Twitch, guys, thanks so much for hanging out. Flat Cap, you're going to be probably up in the next 10, maybe 15 minutes at the most, and we'll get to Flat Cap here. But again, guys, thank you for coming to the 10th 10-year anniversary of VRChat, and we're still going to be live on Twitch. So swing by, say hello. And what I'd love to do is, because there's a couple things, like if you go to our website and maybe even later on the stream, we talk about this thing called Voyage 20. Voyage 20 is our 20-year vision, or for the next 10 years. Of VRChat, what that looks like, where we're going, where we believe God's leading us, and we'll talk about Voyage 20. We're going to talk about some of our love being one of our key anchors, some of our values. So definitely want to be looking into that later on in the stream, and I think you guys will appreciate that. But what I want to do here to end the stream, or not to end the stream, to end the church service is, if you feel comfortable, I want everyone to come up to the front, kind of like a half circle, a huddle thing. And I'd love for Pastor Zach and Pastor Bismick to pray for us, to pray for the church. Yeah. You can kind of think of this as like a pirate ship, and we've docked and we're refueling and getting new supplies and patching up the sails and patching up the hull, and we're about to set off on a new voyage. And so I really would love for you two to pray for us, and we'll hop down here, the rest of us around the front. And if you feel comfortable, everyone come on up if you feel comfortable, and let's have them pray for the next voyage.
Okay, come on. Don't be shy.
It's actually in the amusement park. It's okay.
It's okay. Pepper will tell us when we get there. It's okay.
Okay, I think it's okay when we stay on stage so everybody can hear us properly.
Yeah, if you don't mind, yeah.
So, Zach, it's okay for you if I start and then you close up?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Nice. Okay, get ready. Not just kidding. Okay, Pastor Soda is really getting ready. He's on his knees and ready to jump. Okay, thank you, Jesus. Thank you for this church, and you are here with us. You are definitely here with us. You definitely have seen with joy the last 10 years. Thank you for blessing us with your appearance, with your presence, and thank you for honoring everybody, everything everybody does here. What we have done here, and maybe a little bit in the secret, because we're a church. We're not a mega church, but what we have done for your kingdom, it will not be forgotten. All the stress DJ Pastor So had to do everything for this church, and Pastor Lena and many others. It is not forgotten. So that is very important. You will and you do honor this. And thanks for everybody here, every avatar, every person behind this avatar. I know that you love them enough to be able to transform them, and you already did the job. Thank you for this contradicting truth. Thank you, Jesus. And just bless everybody here. Bless the journey, bless this church, bless the next 10 years. Yes. Amen.
God, I thank you. Amen. I thank you so much for this, God, the work that you've done here in the last 10 years. Amen. Through DJ, through Alina, through Bismick, all of the staff, the leaders, the volunteers, elders, and just this community, the way that they've come together, and conversations that have been had, and the stories that have been shared, and the lives that have been changed. And God, I just thank you for getting this church 10 years, all of the trials, the tribulations, the closed platforms, the other struggles, difficulties, God. And as DJ said, it's like we're shipping out again, right? We're heading out into these pirate-infested waters, and God, I just ask that as this journey continues for VR Church, God, that you would bring the right crew on board, that you would keep away those who do the group harm, that they would never lack for any need or supply, God, and that you continue working parts of everyone involved. The folks who just come casually and who are involved, God, that those lives would continue to change. We thank you so much for everything that you have done in and through this church and everything you're going to continue to. And
Amen.
Amen, everybody. Amen. Amen. All right, guys. That brings. Thank you, Pastor Zach. Thank you, Pastor Bismick. It means a lot to. I kind of feel like we're, when they take the wine bottle or whatever and smash it up against the ship before it goes. Do they still do that? I don't know. But I kind of feel like that's what this moment is through that prayer. For us. Take that wine bottle, smash it, let the voyage begin. Before we go, church is officially over. Let's take a picture. Let's have everyone gather up here on the front and face towards the front of the church on the other way. And we'll take a picture here, guys, and we'll have to get going very shortly. After the picture, I'm going to leave immediately because I'm going to go tend to the live stream. Pastor, it sounds like Pastor Lena is going to jump to another world, so feel free to jump to that world as well with her.
Yeah, feel free.
And we'll see you guys next time, guys. Church is over. Thank you, everybody. Okay, let's get a picture, everyone.
Let's see my whole form.
Shoulder to shoulder.
There you go.
Can't believe how
We all looking good. There we go. In 3, 2, wait, who's Phantom, come a little closer. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. There we go. Yeah, Coldest, get in there, man. I'll take a picture.
Yeah, Close. Come on, Close. Come on. Oscar, come on.
Just for a picture, can you stand by me? You don't have to say anything.
Anybody else want to get in there, Oscar? The fray? Anybody else? Last call. Last call.
Are you in your body?
All right.
I'm away from the PC, but I am listening.
Let's see if I can get my camera. Let's take a photo here.
Yeah.
Hang on, if you can wait. Alright, hang on, I'm running up the stairs. Hang on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Give us 1 second. They're coming.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Frey.
Yeah, come on.
Frey's rushing. He's coming.
He's coming.
Yeah, there he goes. He's running.
There you go.
Okay. There you go. You got in it.
All right.
You get it.
Okay, guys. Everyone, look over here. In 3, 2, 1, and got it. Thanks.
Yay.
Hey, that's been a wonderful time.
Yay!
Goodbye, everyone. Hey, Lena,
We'll see you later. See you, Pastor.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I can't wait to stay.
I can't play
Thank you so much for coming in.
Back to Germany, so
Yeah, okay, cool. So no hack. Mr. Pete.
yeah, hit me up. I want to meet you and show me Nuremberg and stuff.
Oh, Golden Heart, how you doing?
Catch up.
Doing good. Good to see you too.
My microphone was muted. My microphone was muted as well.
I'm not even wearing
Good to hear from you. Wow. Congratulations on your accomplishments.
Thank you.
Oh, it's on the iPad?
Yeah, I'm on the road and drive for about 20 minutes, so here's the frame that I don't get into an accident.
Goodbye.
The day doesn't end. I still have
Hey, see, Bismick, I'm on 2D. I'd give you a big hug. Here's a little head hug.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad the grandson 10 years.
Take care.
Is there any way you can just the connection back for like 5 or 10 minutes while we run to go look at the
The funny thing, I have
and DJ will take it over from here. Is that okay?
with what's going on in the world
Is
right
it
now.
possible to like reconnect to the stream? Like hopefully we can. So just for like 5 or 10 minutes to see the first place, and then DJ will take it back.
There's a reason why gas prices are fluctuating so much. So right now,
I like it. No.
To stream for us earlier, we ran around.
You know, he lives up in Michigan, about 30 miles from where I used to live.
Can you stream for us now? Can you go with us somewhere for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
And stream it?
Twitch.tv/VRChat.
But there's a lot.
We put a couple
I'm
of
gonna go
links
make
in
an
the
announcement.
Discord.
Open a
So
portal.
it'll be on the
Scenario
on the
where
live
it's like
stream.
right now, the United States is literally at war with Iran, and we're about to go
On the announcement.
Yeah, so it's like if you want to talk about
Who would like to join us to go into the portal that you open up right after I tell
I'm
you?
going to warn you. Remember, I didn't have much time. Things may break. Remember that. I did fall through the floor when testing.
Oh, okay, let's go through.
So you've been warned. You've been warned. I'm trying to fix it.
Okay, ladies.
All right.
All right, guys.
Sorry to interrupt some conversations.
Yeah.
As promised,
So listen up.
Why do we have a
Thumper
couple
is
places?
He just got
Oh,
this
that's
world
cool. This is
uploaded
sweet.
last night in the wee hours. So he did say, warning, it might not work perfectly, but it's he's going to open a portal. He's over here on the right hand side. If you'd like to join us, come see one of Thumper's creations from in Rec Room.
Yeah.
That they put it over. We'd love to have anybody and everybody join. And so we're shipping out right now. If you don't join us, thank you so much again for joining today. And maybe
Yeah,
we'll
thank
see
you.
you later on in the stream. All right.
Yeah, thank you all. All right, go check out Thumper's World with us, everyone. Let's go.
In the dome.
Phantom.
Everyone, let's go.
Where are you guys going?
Yeah, and it says
Let's go.
do not disturb. But then when I go to hover over, I go back into my launch pad. So do I need to go to avatar?
You click on me. It's like with your right controller.
Yeah,
So you get
which
the
I just
dome.
did. Yeah.
Press the trigger. So look at your left controller.
Yeah.
And then everybody in
Runs pretty well.
There you go. There we are.
A little bit about the space, especially Coldus. Remember,
Oh,
Coldus is
yeah,
our streamer
from
today,
Gamerverse.
so you'll want to
Right.
talk.
Gamerverse.
Is everybody here?
Yeah.
Oh, everyone.
I think so.
I think those are
Right,
coming
so
in.
this was Neon Amusement Park. It was one of my first theme park projects before Unity and stuff started coming around. Every ride in here did used to work in Rec Room. They were all hand animated by me.
Yeah, I remember.
I couldn't use things like fancy Unity to animate or Blender or anything, so it took me hours and hours to make it work. As Alina's already said, I rushed really quickly over the last couple of nights actually to try and get something here. And so this is one of my theme parks that had about, I think it was something like 67,000 people visited or something. It was one of my most popular theme parks anyway.
That's cool. That's a lot.
So
That's a lot of people.
I would love to be able to resurrect it again and get it working, but at the moment I just haven't got a clue. So yeah. But
right now, it's
thank
like,
you.
imagine
You should try. You should try.
the
Yeah.
amusement park is shut down. You know when an amusement park
Yeah,
shuts
when
down,
they shut down, yeah,
it's like
yeah.
the ghost town of amusement parks. That's what we're looking at right
I mean,
now.
if I had
Can't
more
still
time
be
to prepare, if I did have more time to prepare, I could have put the actual church one in as well, because there was actually the church. I actually downloaded the church theme park as well. It's actually in a zip file at the moment. It is actually
I love
around.
that you did that. I love that you did that.
It is actually around.
You made us
but,
a world like this. In our church colors.
I mean,
and we did certain special things. The rides were named church rides, a prayer plunge.
I did actually start building a test map on here to try and animate with Unity, but when I made a launch tower, the launch tower was like it had a rocket up its yeah. I'm trying to keep it clean for the stream.
That sounds like
It was quite
accident. If
crazy.
you ever ask me, go on for a little minute.
I mean,
That's real headshot.
if anyone does want to ride the very fast launch tower, I do have obviously the portal. Oh, hang on, I didn't do that right. Whoopsie. Start again. Where are we? It's all right. I've got too much stuff here. Right.
And while you're
Shows
figuring
that
out, another thing I wanted to ask.
it shows it that I don't come on VRChat a lot, but this was actually my my test world where I started testing some rides and stuff in here
Okay.
to see if I could actually get anything working. If we're interested in going in there, are we interested in going in there?
Okay, let's go in. Let's go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Everybody.
Once we get Coldest in, there's one thing I would like to share, but I gotta wait for Coldest. Oh, there's
Yep,
Coldest.
yep,
Yay.
Coldest is
so,
there. Yep.
so one thing I wanted to say about Thumper's amusement parks here is that often amusement park rides can be all jerky and wonky and make you upset to your stomach, and they're notorious for not doing well, like But Thumper's has always been just like this remarkably smooth experience that is much closer to mimicking reality, and you don't have all that weirdness. I can't attest for the accidental rocket ship. Who knows what's gonna, because that's an accidental rocket ship. But in general, your rides are very comfortable.
I mean, when I was doing Rec Room, I discovered that when I was doing the animation chips and all that, if you kept it at 3 dots, it was nice and smooth. So every time I was animating a frame, I was doing it 3 dots every single time. When you actually see it accelerate up and down in the hills, I was actually just changing the speed of animation chips and actually making it look like it was accelerating and slowing down. So it was actually all one speed when it was actually first done.
That's cool. That's cool.
Over there is my first attempt at Unity animation. You will see a launch tower going rather out of control. So anyone brave that wants to ride it and ends up with their legs above their heads because it's so fast, it's up to you, but you can get on it.
All right, let's go.
Here we go.
But yes, I'm not a Unity animator, unfortunately.
Adorable Simeonski, look at you. You just look like your face is just, I can't explain it. You
The
look
shouder.
like maybe one of my cats. You just look so
No, it's
happy,
shouder.
carefree, and I'm digging it. Woo.
But yes, this was my first attempt at a VRChat build, so it's still my testing playground at the moment.
Oh, that's cool. But it's far away to like run.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
everyone's going to get
bit of
exercise
walk.
running towards this. Yeah. I did say it's a bit insane because I couldn't do it smooth, unfortunately.
Here we go.
Oh.
We go.
Wait.
So when it slows down,
Oh, it does have seats. Okay, cool.
Oh, I missed it. It'll come back. Come on, I did it.
I made it. Here we go.
Ooh, and hey, this is really interesting.
Yeah, this
'Cause
is okay.
yeah,
Okay.
you see,
Looks a
we
little
float
bit
up
odd,
off
but
our
works.
seats and then we sink below.
I
our
used to do them so smooth, it looks terrifying.
I can't reach it. Oh, okay, fair enough.
Funny.
My rides used to be so smooth. I can't do it.
What
here.
is very cool
okay.
though
It looks like the
is he's
RAC.
got it's moving, right? Because before everything was
I
static.
described it as having a rocket up its
The movement is what
Oh.
but it's not moving as it wants, but it's moving. Ready to go?
Yes, cool. That's
That's crazy.
Adios, adios. Thanks for joining, everybody. Switching over to Flat Cat.
Bye-bye.
switching over.
Switching again.
Bye.
In this, I'm trying to do something flat.
And in the same, I got
Line up, bring the horns in, bring the horns in. From the fall to the grave, from the fall to the grave, we celebrate. Mercy wins, mercy wins, mercy wins, hey yeah, mercy wins. From the fall to the grave, mercy wins, we celebrate, yeah, mercy wins. From the Lord to the love, mercy's the end of the story we tell. All fell short, that's plain and true. Sin in the system running through. Tried to fix it, couldn't repair. Lord showed the cracks everywhere. Then grace rolled in like Spirit moving through the street. Feet on the beat. New heartbeat. No more walls, no divide. Every law, no divide. Open door. Come inside. Come just try. No every numb inside. Every tribe, every name. Same love, same flame. Nothing now can separate from the love that I last gave. Trumpet, drum on. Let it ride. Don't fake love, let it be real. Hey, what's wrong? Hold what heal. Don't compete. Lift your neighbor to their feet. Wake up now, walking life. Lead a dog, choose a ride. Love a field, that's the rhythm. That's the sun. Every line, every line, every line, every line. Mercy wins, hey no. Mercy wins, oh no, oh no. From the fall to the grave, we celebrate. From the law to the love, mercy's the end of the story we tell. Mercy wins. Mercy wins. Mercy wins. From the fall to the grave, we celebrate. Second line, keep it rolling. Mercy got the last word.
Audio check 1 2 3. Audio check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
All right, I can hear you, Flat Cap. How you doing?
Fantastic.
All right.
That's pretty cool.
Wait a second. What's with those? Look amazing. Those. Let me hold on. I got to get a better view here. It's like the Alina collection, but with hats.
Exactly.
You see Alina's background? With all her shoes.
I know. I love her shoe collection.
That's amazing.
I'm trying to think if it was actually a couple other streamers that I saw with the shoes or something in the background to begin with. And I'm like, well, I know what I need to do. And so I actually built that whole shelf there to be able to show off all my hats.
That's awesome.
So.
I love that. I love that. Well, we haven't had a whole lot of time to chat, so it's good to kind of maybe just kind of connect a little bit. And I'm looking forward to your segment because there's you sent the video about the HERE method, and we kind of implemented some aspects of it. It's been really, really helpful. And so we're looking forward to your presentation. But before I hand it over, then I'm going to run out and take a quick lunch break. Just tell everyone a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and then we'll get into your presentation very soon.
All right. Well, a little bit about myself and getting connected with VRMMO Church. I had a pastor friend who I was in a group with that kept talking about going into VR and doing VR ministry. So during COVID, I went and checked him out, which led me to Alice in the Palace, which then led me to VRMMO. And so I've been a friend of the community for a while. And so I'm in Michigan. I work with thechurch.digital. We are a digital missionary agency. And so we help people who are intentionally in digital spaces. Some of them are in VR, some are in Twitch. And then there's global people who are in every different platform that's out there trying to bring the gospel to people, trying to connect with their church who's being persecuted and how to use digital tools to be able to keep connection and all of those things going on. So I want to say it was probably about a year and a half ago that as I was having conversations with Pastor Coco and with Pastor Alina, that the church was the church had a lot of stress points that were going on. And the Church Digital just said, what can we do to come alongside of you and help to be able to establish some new systems within and strengthen the church? Because we frankly, the Church Digital, admire and love what VRMMO Church is. Being pioneers in a space, feeling the call of God, and pioneers frankly get attacked all the time because people don't know whether it's viable if you can do this or not do this, whether you should or shouldn't. And frankly, the church often wants all of the answers correct before we start anything. If you've ever worked in the church, that certainly is a true thing that happens is, well, we have to know that it's going to be successful before we actually try and do something. And it's just like, where does faith fit into all of that stuff? So
everything you're saying just resonates on so many levels. I have so many stories about that. And man, we could probably talk, we could do a whole podcast, and maybe we should about that. Just to kind of, I don't know, work that out a little bit. Even today, excuse me, post-COVID, where there's still that resistance. I'm sure you've seen that
absolutely.
from your position. So yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, so let me hand it over before we start. Does the presentation, if you hit plus and then presentation, does that come up for you so that you can control it, or does that
see? It says either upload or drive, so it doesn't look like it's there.
Okay, so what if I bring it up? Can you cycle through the slides?
Okay, how do
Is there an arrow there, like above that screen?
No.
Moving it.
Oh wait,
there.
nope, I cannot.
Okay, so I wonder if maybe it'll be better if you upload it. Do you have a quick second to upload it?
Well, otherwise,
I thought
if I could do share screen, I could possibly.
Oh yeah,
do it that way.
yeah, do it that way. Okay. I thought for some reason that would give you access to control it, but I guess it doesn't. So, yeah, share screen and yeah.
All right, is that?
I think I just have to do one of these. Yeah, you're all good.
All right.
All right, thank you, Flat Cap. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll just give a little bit more background before I jump into this, because part of the reason for bringing the here method was really the matter that's different in a digital church than I think is in a physical church. I've worked in physical churches for a long time, and I preach on Sunday, and then maybe I have during the week activities, but I'm not bombarded on a daily basis with people's problems, things that are coming on. I might schedule some meetings, might do some other things. So I have lots of time to prepare messages and bring them. But I didn't have 20, 30 different appointments with people throughout the week of engaging them, being accessible at any moment. I mean, even though I really am, like I have office hours, very few people ever show up. You have my phone number, very few people would ever call. I have, email, very few people email. But as I've been in digital spaces, you can have people 24/7 DMing you, getting a hold of you, and it's like you are overwhelmed with a lot of stuff. One of the other things that I have become more and more convinced of is that we need to not only have the Bible in the hands of people, which is, I think, what the Reformation did. It took the Bible out of the hands of clergy and put it in the hands of people. We really need to have the discipleship in the hands of the people. And one of the ways that we do that is by allowing them, with whatever level they are, the skills, the talents they have, to begin engaging God's word with one another. So I know a lot of people you will hear talk about do your daily devotions, your personal daily devotions. Frankly, I think it is better to engage with the community, to be in engagement with God's word, with others around you, not just me alone in isolation, doing all of those things. I want you to be engaged with other people when you're doing it. And so it was, how can we help VRMMO Church be able to raise up more people who have some skills and talents, but don't have necessarily the training like myself or other pastors might, to be able to assist and help and guide conversations around God's word. So that's really why I was bringing Here Method. And it's not that the Here Method is the only way to do this. There are certainly plenty of other ways for people to be able to study scripture. This is just one simple way in order to be able to engage around God's word, not have to be the answer person, but allow the text to be brought forward. And so it's pretty simple on one level. Before you get into the here, which is highlight, explain, apply, and respond, and I'll go through that in more depth, is prayer. So whenever you're gathering together with people, prayer is the first step, and then we read. And so it's kind of simple in that regard to be in prayer with one another and then highlight what is in the text. So let's just go ahead and do that right now. So God, I just thank you for everyone who is in VRMMO Church. I thank you that they are celebrating 10 years. I just want to highlight that you have been at work. You have brought people who were lost and lonely and far away from you back into relationship with you. You have helped through VRMMO Church bind up the brokenhearted, bring healing and restoration. And you are at work in your church. And so I just pray a blessing upon them for the next 10 years as they are launching for the next 10 years to aim towards being 20 years. And they're pioneers. They're out there. They are going where others have not, and they're reaching people that others will not. And so, God, I just ask you to also, as we read your word, to open our minds and hearts that you might lead, guide, and direct us to what you would have us to see. Not what I want or what I intend or what I agree with, but what we all need to see, hear, and understand so that we can apply and respond in our lives. And we can respond in community together. So, God, I just pray this and ask you for it in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. So, and the reading part, well, that's just we're gonna read scripture. And one of the things, and we'll get into this a little bit deeper, is read longer sections. It's not one verse at a time. If you do have a translation that breaks it up into paragraphs, that is an ideal unit to possibly break it up into. I also like to read, especially when I'm teaching and preaching, is longer sections, not just one verse, not a collection of verses from here and there and other places. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I want to know everything that's happening in the passage as the author was giving it to us or giving it to the original audience in the original setting. So we're going to go through. So highlight, explain, apply, and respond. And I believe that with any amount of knowledge that you have, you can guide a discussion around these terms. You don't have to be the expert in the room. You, in fact, sometimes are better off not being the expert in the room, because if you're not the expert in the room, you're going to ask better questions than the expert in the room, because the expert in the room believes they already know all the answers. So they only ask the questions they know the answers to. They can't always think of questions to ask that they don't already have answers to. So we're going to look at these individually. So highlight. As you're reading the scriptures, what is a word that stands out to you? There's no right or wrong answers to this. As we're going to see when we read, there'll be different words that stand out to you. There'll be different words that stand out to me. If we have 5 people together in one space, each of the 5 people might have different words that stand out to them. But if we have a word in common, now there's something that the Holy Spirit is speaking perhaps to all of us in the same space and time. It could also be longer than that, not just a single word. It could be a phrase. The way that this said just resonates with you. You're curious about it. You're for some reason you just were drawn to that phrase. It speaks to your heart. It speaks something to you. So those would be things. And also it could be a verse. So if we read 6, 7, 8 verses, and there's one centerpiece in there, the beginning, the middle, the end, it doesn't matter where it is, that it just stands out for you as the piece that we want to spend some time going deeper. So highlight, we just all share together as we go in a group. What stood out for you? What are the highlights that you see? What are the highlights that you heard as you go through it? I'll say this as well. One of the things for me when I'm reading through the Old Testament, I'm listening for a word to be repeated, because Hebrew likes to do that. It will like to repeat a word over and over and over again, so you can hear that word echo as you're listening to it being read, because it was intended to be read aloud because people were illiterate. So you would have been listening. So if a word keeps being repeated and you keep hearing an echo of something, that's also going to be one of those key things that can be highlighted as we go along. And then explain. Now, here's where maybe you do need to have a little bit of knowledge to be able to explain some things, to explain the context of a passage. But you can also very easily, if you're in a small group, we have lots of tools around us. You can go to a commentary, you can go Google search, but always when you do those things, you want to verify what's the source of this so that you know that it's genuine. Don't always trust just because something's on social media that they actually know what they're talking about. I see this time and time again where one video will be going off and then all of a sudden an expert who studies Greek and Hebrew will say, no, you've misunderstood that. You're applying it in a wrong way. You took something that agreed with your theology and now you're sharing that with people. So always, if you're going to go do searches, look for sources, find reliable sources. And I'll also say, double check me too. Double check me, because I have had people that I learned something And I repeated it for 30 years because I trusted somebody that had said it to me. And then it's like, well, I don't know where they cited it from, because when I heard it was so long ago and I heard it so frequently, I never thought to check it. And then someone questions me, I go check and find out, oh, wait a minute, this wasn't actually fully true. And the way it was taught to me wasn't accurate as well. So whenever you're checking on things, you're looking for things to give you context for a passage. You want to know how reliable and valid it is. So what is the context of a passage? We'll get into Philippians here in just a little bit, because we're going to apply this. So when was Philippians written? Where was Paul at? You want to ask all of those questions so that you can understand the context. If it is a psalm, does it give us any information about when the psalm was written? Occasionally it'll say the psalm was written when David was doing this. And so we'll have that information. Other times we have no information about when a psalm was written. So we want to know some of those things that we can figure out. Were the people in the wilderness with Moses? That's one context. Are they in the land and they're wandering around, or they're not wandering around, they're conquering the land? That's going to be Joshua. Has the land been conquered? That's the book of Judges. So context, setting for the passage. Then we want to move on to audience. Why was it written and who was it written to? So that's going to make a difference. And one way to think about it is, if we are looking at the Gospels, why are we have 4 Gospels? Because each of the Gospels have a different audience in mind. The author was writing to a different audience. So the why might have been different. The who absolutely was different. And one of those things, when John is writing to those who are in, who John's writing to, he says that these are written that you may believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God. So he tells us his why. We don't always have that. So if we can figure out who the audience is, we want to ask the questions, why was it written to them? Why is this important? Why would it have been information that the audience he was writing to, or whoever the author was writing to, was writing? And so we want to figure those out. Then we want to look at difficulties. Now, difficulties come in different ways of things. So some difficulties can be, this is hard to understand. We don't fully know what it means because we don't live in that context. So, for instance, if it's talking about women having their heads covered, there's some cultural things there we might not fully understand. So we need to, discover what those things are. Other difficulties might be that we have the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have the Greek manuscript, we have the Hebrew manuscript, and they use a different word. So which word is it that is the original one? So there might be some difficulties in different things. So we want to address the difficulties. We don't want to explain them away. We want to understand them. We want to deal with them, and we want to see, does it make a significant difference, or is this just one of those things that we don't fully grasp because we don't live in the culture that was there? And then questions raised as we read through and we're explaining what questions come about. So if Paul is writing his letter from prison, why did he take the time to write to this church? What is it about this church and what's going on in the church that he writes it to that's important? Or if he's writing it to Timothy, or if he's writing it to Titus, what questions get raised about writing to an individual? Why would he be writing to them directly? So we raise as many questions as we can about the who it's written to, the why it's written, what's going on in the text. We raise questions about what came before it in the passage, what comes after it. So the thing is the more questions you ask, the better you're going to get at explaining the context, at explaining what's going on in the passage. So it's not that you can ever really exhaust the questions, but we can also get at the point where we ask questions where the text isn't going to answer those questions. So when we're thinking about a passage and we're asking a bunch of questions, what we can't do is demand that it tell us, like, why in the world, when Moses is in the wilderness and the people are being bitten by snakes, is there a golden serpent that's raised up on a staff? Like, I don't understand fully why you would do that, because later on we know that they worship it as an idol. So weren't you creating something? I mean, they had the golden calf moment. So like, I can ask all kinds of questions. The text is never going to answer, because that's not the intent of it. The intent of what was going on in that passage and that section was those who believed would turn and look, and by their belief, followed with action to demonstrate that they actually did have believing faith shown by action to look and see the serpent, then they were saved. So I can understand what happens and why it happens, but why in the world a serpent? Why in the world a bronze serpent raised on a pole? All those things. I can have lots of questions that the text doesn't answer. So just because we ask lots of questions doesn't mean we will automatically have all of them answered, and nor should we just demand that they should be answered either. And then apply. So when we're applying this, what was the application to those who were originally listening to this? What would they have been doing? How would they have listened to the passage that came to them and then put it into action? Then we can ask, how does it apply to our community? So within VRMMO Church, how does this apply to the church as a whole? And then we can ask the question, how does it apply for all Christians? So these can all be different answers to it. So originally, for the people who were receiving the Torah from Moses in the first place, they're wandering around in the desert. That's going to be the original context. What it meant for them might not mean to us, but the principles that they have might apply to our community about putting total faith and reliability in God. And then how does that apply for all Christians? Well, this is what we do in our community. It might have a bigger principle that can apply to all Christians in all spaces and all times, regardless of culture. And then we can also go, how does it apply to me? So we have, how does it apply to our community? How does it apply to all Christians? How does it apply to me? But we first have to say, how did it apply to the original? Because if we can't figure out how it applied to the original, it doesn't matter how it applies to me, because I might be misapplying it if I don't understand what it would have made sense to the original audience after hearing it, to say, now I can go put this into practice and I can go apply this and I can go do that. So I hope that's making sense. I hope people are tracking with this. And again, I'm going to demonstrate this in a little bit. So I'm talking through all of the processes here, and then we will go and we'll put them into practice. So respond. So now that we know what the passage is, things that stood out for us, we've highlighted, we have explained, we have looked for application. Now, how do we respond? How did the original audience respond? So if we're looking at the passage, like I already mentioned, with the gold, with the bronze serpent lifted up, how did they respond? Well, we know some of them responded by looking at it. I assume some responded by not. We don't know how many. I don't remember that it tells us the numbers, but we can see how they responded. Well, then how does that apply in our community? How can our community respond? Or how are we going to respond? How have Christians throughout all time and space responded to this? And then for you, how are you going to respond? And I like to use the statements of I will. Not I'm gonna, or I might try this. No, I will. So after reading this passage, what I'm going to do, I will do this. And if you want to have 2-3 statements, that's fine. I would not go more than 3, because honestly, if you get more than 3, you're working on a list and you're probably not going to do those. So 1 or 2 things, absolutely. In some cases, there might be 3 things, but 2 or 3, I wouldn't go further than that. Maybe another time down the road, there's more application. You can always build on what you're already doing. So those would be the way. So how do we respond now that we know the applications that are possible to it? So as we're reading, as I was mentioning, read a paragraph or read a section, highlight 3 to 5 things, and then share them. And then we'll look at explaining 3 to 5 things. And I've designed this so that you could do it in groups if you want to or not. So if we're going to do those, I do those in a group together. If we get to apply. So I've done this in different ways. So we can go all the way through a whole passage doing highlight, explain, highlight, explain, highlight, explain, and then go back over the whole passage again and do apply and respond. So if you want to break this up into group activities, then you highlight and explain through everything. Then you go back and you get groups of 3 to 5 where they can gather together and they're going to go look at apply. So you might have 5 different groups. If you have 25 people, you might have 5 different groups of 5 people. They're all talking about what they can do to apply it. And each group might come up with a different answer. That's okay. With highlight and explain, we're going to be all together. We're going to understand. We're going to share all of our stuff, but we can go a lot deeper if we get into a smaller group. If we go apply and go 3 to 5 things, and respond and go 3 to 5 things. and then we could come all together again at the end and then just, close it out. So if you want to break this out into a way you can apply it for more interaction, you can go on that route. You could stay together all in one group and go through all of these things. But again, paragraph, section at a time, keep working your way forward. One of the other things, if you are under a time constraint, and I mean that like we start at this time, we end at this time, you just go as many paragraphs as you can. So if you only have enough time to get through 2 paragraphs, you do 2 paragraphs. If you have enough time to get through 4 paragraphs, you go through 4 paragraphs. So there's no right and wrong way. It's how do you apply it? How do you adjust it? How do you bring those things in? So I hope you're tracking with all of that. Like I said, I'm just trying to lay out a framework here. And part of the idea is everybody who's here can be able to contribute and can add to what's going on. So you don't have to feel like you're an expert to highlight something that's in the passage. You don't have to feel like you're an expert to be able to explain something. You don't have to feel like you're an expert before you can apply this or you can respond to it. So there's lots of different ways in which you can engage, you can participate, whether you are brand new to a church and you've never grown up in a church, or if you have years and years and years of sitting in pews. And here's one of the things that this is just me. I don't know that I'm not speaking for VR MMO Church necessarily. I'm not speaking for the Church Digital, but I think we have far too many people who have sat in pews for far too long and have never engaged in actively helping to disciple other people. And I think the HERE method is a way where we can actually work to highlight and explain, apply, and respond so that we are sharpening each other in our lives with one another, so that we are engaged with one another in what we are doing. So rather than just me being the only one that does stuff, it's all of us. So instead of just the pastor being the expert in the room, we let everybody else that's already an expert in some aspects. Maybe you're an expert because you love John and you read it all the time. Maybe you're an expert in Psalms because you are always reading the Psalms. You have some expertise to help explain things that I don't. So why rely on one person to be the one that brings everything to everybody else? So I see a little bit of chat going on with some people coming in. Good to see you, Mr. Pete. Love to have you in here and love hanging out with you. So glad to have you. Alice, good to see you too. Tomorrow, good to see you too, friends. So I hope this is making sense. Like I said, I'm not really like, this is my idea. This is what other churches have used. I simply saw a need, an opportunity, and I think it's a way that very easily you can begin to participate in things. So as we go through now, let me see. There we go. As we go through now, Philippians, go ahead and post in the chat things that you want to highlight. So I'll do one section at a time. We'll highlight, and then we'll look to explain. If you have insights on explanation, go ahead and share those as well. So I'll read a section, and then when you have a word or a phrase or a verse that sticks out, go ahead and type that in the chat. There's no wrong answers. We'll engage around those and see what we together hear the Spirit of God saying to us. So Philippians 1. Paul and Timothy, servants of Christ Jesus, to all God's holy people in Christ Jesus at Philippi, together with the overseers and deacons, grace and peace to you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. All right, so I'll just give you a couple of seconds there to put anything in the chat that highlights, that stands out, that you think, wow, that was something in there that I just heard as it was being read. That's an important piece of what's happening. I'm going to mention, and you might type this too, I'm going to mention Philippi. I think it's important to know where this is written to. So knowing it's Philippi, I'll get into explain in a minute why that's important. So that's also where we get the name Philippians, is because it is written to the location of Philippi. Also, I think one of the things Paul does highlight here, who are the people in this passage? So we have Paul and Timothy, so we can highlight those. Paul and Timothy. How is Paul identifying himself? As servants of Christ Jesus. Other translations might say slaves. So they are under the authority of. They are the ones who are speaking on behalf of. They're the ones that are doing the work of. There's different aspects of that you would think of being a servant or a slave. So Paul and Timothy. So that's who it is. And they are greeting the church at Philippi. Who's included? So that would also be one of the things you could highlight is overseers and deacons. Sometimes overseers are called presbyters. Sometimes they are called elders, just depending on translation. So it is church leadership. So there's some things to highlight. So from Paul, Timothy, writing to Philippi, to specifically the leaders of the church. And the first thing that they do is they greet them with grace and peace in the name of the Father and in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. So again, here's where I would pause. If we were all together in chat, I'd listen to all of you. You can type in the chat here while we're streaming. If you'd like to participate, you're welcome to do that. So the second thing that we do after highlighting is explain. So Paul is one of the apostles. So it's important to know he's someone of authority. He is the one who established this church. If we read through the book of Acts and we understood that Paul was on a missionary journey, he came to Philippi, and in Philippi, he establishes a church. Now, when he gets to Philippi, there is no Jewish synagogue there. So there is not enough Jews in this location in order for there to be a synagogue where there's worship, there's practicing of those things that are happening here. Why is that important? Because this is Philippi, a Roman town that is filled with retired Roman soldiers. So it is a very militaristic mindset. It is filled with people who have been active. It's been filled with people who've been to war. It's filled with strategic thinkers, like all of those things you can think about with a Roman military of what that means. They are here. They're retirees. They are citizens of Rome. They've earned all of the things that they can, and this is one of those places where they are residing. So as we go through some of this passage, we need to think, how would a military audience in the Roman Empire hear what Paul is saying? So wait a minute. He identified himself as a servant, as a slave of Christ Jesus. There is no standing and no stature to a servant. So he's identifying himself in a low standing to a group of people that are trying to have higher elevated status by being citizens of the realm. By your service, you could gain citizenship. So we have that position going on here just right in the very beginning. And like, this is one of those things where a lot of people just read on past, but I like to spend time exploring, explaining, highlighting, and seeing what's going on there. And then, you have the elders, the deacons, it's the leaders, but it's also to all God's holy people. And holy means set apart. Holy does not mean better than everyone else. So it is all of the people who are set apart, who are followers of Jesus, who are then God's people. So I could keep going. I'm a pastor. I can do all of those things. I could keep breaking this down. Like I said, asking more questions is what you want to do. So then, is there anything to apply here? I don't think there's really yet anything to apply. Having the attitude of being a servant, that might be something we could apply. What would the original audience have applied here? Probably nothing yet. It is a greeting. So there might not be any application in a section. So I did do some explaining. There might not be anything to reply. How do I respond? Or how would the original audience have responded? Well, I think you're going to respond with giving proper authority to Paul and Timothy. So that might have been one of the things. Grace and peace. So there's going to be proper authority given to Jesus and to the Father. So we can respond in that aspect as well. But again, this is an intro. There might not be anything for us to think about applying or responding here. Now I want to get into a little bit deeper here. So I thank my God every time I remember you in my prayers for all of you. I always pray with joy because of your partnership in the gospel from the first day until now, being confident of this, that who began a good work in you will carry it to completion until the day of Christ. It is right for me to feel this way about you, since I have you in my heart, and whether I am in chains or defending and confirming the gospel, all of you share in God's grace with me. God can testify how long for all of you with the affection of Jesus Christ. And this is my prayer, that your love may abound more and more in the knowledge and depth of insight, so that you may be able to discern what is best and may be pure and blameless for the day of Christ, filled with the fruit of righteousness that comes through Jesus Christ to the glory and praise of God. Okay, I know that's a longer section, and I could have just taken that first part of a paragraph and we could have just looked at that to highlight. I've already underlined something to highlight it for you. I'm tipping my hand. Here's a piece that I wanted to highlight as I look at this section, but it flows from one part to the other. So that's why I'm taking a longer section here. But if you do have anything that stands out for you that you want to highlight, go ahead and share that in the chat. I'll make sure and share those things. They may not be the things that I wanted to emphasize, but if you heard it, if the Holy Spirit was leading you, if the Holy Spirit's guiding you to respond, you heard a word, a phrase, a sentence that's just like, wow, that connected with me, go ahead and type that in the chat so we can highlight those things. So I will highlight a few things and I'll just add whatever you add as well. So I thank my God every time I remember you. He starts with thanks. He starts with thanks. I find that fascinating, that thanks is the beginning place of what he is doing. And it's every time I remember you. Now, I sometimes think that we have migrated our meaning from words, and so they don't always mean what they would have sometimes, and then we get stuck using these words over and over again. So every time I remember you is not because I forgot you, okay? Every time I call to mind, I really think is a better way to think about what remembering is in Scripture. Every time I call to mind you Philippians, every time I call to mind, every time somebody mentions Philippi, every time somebody from Philippi, I just think about them. I thank God. I thank God. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Isn't that a wonderful thing to think that when somebody thinks about you, they thank God because of you? I think that's one of the most fascinating things. I would love to, and I'm not asking for anybody this, but I would love to know at some point that people would be thanking God every time they thought about me. I mean, like, what a great thing to be able to say about someone is every time I think about you, I thank God that you were in my life. I think that is a wonderful statement. I don't know that you can say anything more highly about a group, a church. So here clearly is a firm relationship that Paul has with them. He is thankful to God that this relationship exists. I certainly think that about a lot of people. I'm very thankful that relationships I have with them exist. So that's one of the things to highlight. And then he moves on to prayer. So thanks is the first thing. Prayer follows from that. I remember you. I'm giving thanks. When you come to mind, I give thanks. And in my prayers for all of you, I always pray with joy because of the partnership in the gospel from the first day until now. So I have joy when I pray. I'm going to say this, and I don't know that everybody would say this, but frankly, there are times as a pastor where what's going on in a church, what's going on is solving problems. It's putting out fires. And so there's not always joy when you're thinking about what's going on. And I know talking with the pastors here, when Pride Month comes around, sometimes it's not filled with joy because there are a lot of trolls who come around during Pride Month and attack. And so I always pray with joy because of our partnership in the gospel. What a great thing to say that when I think of this group of people, Joy is the thing that happens. So thanks to God happens. I remember you. I pray for you. And while I'm praying for you, I'm filled with joy. I'm not filled with sorrow. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not with anxiety because of what you're doing. I'm filled with joy. So I just love how he introduces, how he's pulling us in here. And then I think the key piece of what he is hoping will come out here, that he who began a good work in you will carry it to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. I love that thought. The good work has begun in you, and it'll be carried to completion in the day of Christ Jesus. So as I was preparing to do this, I wanted to bring both a teaching, but also appreciation for VRMMO Church. And so as you are celebrating 10 years, as you are looking forward to the next 10 years, I'm going off from here method for just a minute, but as a pastor, going down a rabbit trail is one of the things that I love to do. So stepping away from the passage for a minute, stepping away from here method for a minute, I'm going to encouragement here from the passage. So I'm doing my application here. I'm doing my how do I respond to what Paul did? By doing the same thing for VRMMO Church. That praying for you, that he who began a good work in you will carry it to completion until the day of Christ. That's my prayer for you, VRMMO Church. God has begun a good work in you. Following, wow, lost connection there. Let me just make sure we're back and see if the chat is there before I continue. Okay, it looks like I am. You lost too? Okay. It looks like I see myself back. Yeah, it must be a restream thing. We have to be back. Yeah, I just wanted to pause there because I really want everyone to hear this. I'm like, like this is one of those things where, you know, I know in tech problems happen. I don't want to give the devil too much credit, but at times there's the, hey, wait a minute. Was this something people really needed to hear? And so there's interference. But anyway, I'll just back up a step there and say what I was thinking. Okay, we're all good there? Good. He who began a good work will carry it to the day of completion in Christ Jesus. This is my prayer for you. Like, this is my encouragement to you, VRMMO Church. You have 10 years of faithfulness. You have impacted people. You have pioneered. You have experimented. You also have had platforms take away your ability to do ministry. So that just happened again with Rec Room taking away your ability to be in that space, and the growing, the pivoting, the shifting, the pain, all of those things. And yet the good work that you're carrying out will come to completion. Completion doesn't mean that you were the biggest, the best church that there ever was in Rec Room. That doesn't mean the good work he began. The good work he began is pioneering in VR space, to go and reach people who have church hurt, to be able to restore that hurt, to be able to have Christians love them that they have not felt. You also have people who've never been in a church, but have friends who've been church hurt, who are atheist or agnostic or whatever they are. And they have conflicting views about Christians because they see Christians do harm to other people. Why would I want to be associated with them? Why would I want to connect with them in any way? And you are reaching those people. You're also reaching people that are absolutely against Christ. And so the good work that he's began, he'll bring it to completion, whether it's in Rust, whether it's in Final Fantasy, whether it's in VRChat, whatever it's in a new platform. I don't know what God has for you in the next 10 years. There's probably going to be a new platform that we have no idea that it's going to exist. And yet God might call you into that. And then 10 years from now doesn't mean the completion has happened. The completion is going to be the ongoing work that Christ is doing in you, so that every time I think about you, as Paul does, I remember you, I thank God for you, because you are reaching people that I can't. You are reaching people that nobody else is. And as I pray for you, I'm filled with joy because I have lots of friends who are over in VRMMO Church. And so it is fascinating to take a passage and apply it to a church that's what Paul is doing, and then take it and say, I want you to hear this as a blessing over you, as encouragement to you, the same way that Paul was writing to those who were in Philippi, who were fighting a battle when they were in Rome, now fighting a spiritual battle. And we can apply the fighting of a spiritual battle, which does take place in dark places, on the internet, in VR spaces, because they are toxic at times, and Rust and other places are toxic. And yet the light of Christ can show up. The love of Christ can show up and be light in a dark place. So highlighting, still working on that, doing a little bit of explaining as we're going along. And then my side point that I really want to just give you a blessing of, I'll wrap that up. So it is right for me to feel this way about you, since I have you in my heart, whether I'm on my chains or defending and confirming the gospel. So he's giving more explanation of why. I'm not trying to highlight anything there. God can testify how long for all of you, how I long for all of you with the affection of Christ. So he's just expanding more on what his love is for them. And this is my prayer. Okay, now I want to pause for a minute. My prayer for you is this. Okay, you're going to tell me your prayer. I want to know what your prayer is for me. Paul, what are you praying for this church? Does that apply to just this church? Does that apply to all believers in all spaces and all times? So, your love may abound more and more in the knowledge and depth and insight. Woo. Your love, of all the things he could have chosen to abound more and more, love abounding more and more in the knowledge and depth of insight, so that you will be able to discern what is best and may be pure and blameless for the day of Christ, filled with the fruit of righteousness that comes through Jesus Christ, to the glory and the praise of God. So there's so much packed in there, and Paul does these things with these run-on sentences. They make horrible English sentences. They didn't make great Greek sentences either. They're really a Hebraic way of thinking of this and this and this, expanding on all kinds of different things. So your love may abound more and more. I mean, just that alone, but more and more in knowledge and depth. So knowledge, don't just think about intellect. Knowledge is experience. What has VRMMO Church experienced? What is the depth of insight you have gained over 10 years? So your love should abound more and more because of what you've experienced, because of the hardship, because of the things you've endured, because of the insights that you've gained, because of the experimenting that you've done, because of the experimenting that didn't work out, because of the things that were successful, because of the relationships you build. Intellectual knowledge is not the same as relationship knowledge. Relationship knowledge is going to have depths of love expressed in it. How can love be intellectual? It can't. It has to be experiential. So the love is abounding through the experience and relationships, and it's going depth and insight. And then out of that love that you have in relationship, you're going to discern, and you're going to be pure and blameless for the day of Christ. So it's this continued, ongoing journey, which goes back to that God will carry out the good work in you to the day of completion. That day of completion, I pray that you'll be pure and blameless for the day of Christ, filled with the fruit of righteousness, fruit singular. I'll just plug that again. Fruit singular of righteousness, the work that is coming through you, that comes through Christ Jesus, and all of that to the glory and praise of God. So how do we hear? How do we highlight? There's so much stuff in there. I could go on with highlighting more of those things, explaining those things. I've kind of combined them a little bit there. Now, how do we apply? Well, I think the church in Philippi applies these with how they love one another in the community, how they express their love for one another, how they respond is to continue the good work that God began. What is some of the good work? It's how do they care for one another? How do they love one another? How do they live in community with one another? Those are some of the things that they are doing there in Philippi. As we continue to read through this whole book, we'll begin to see some of those things fleshed out more and more. Are they actually applying them? What aspects do they need to apply? And how do we respond? I think we respond by doing and loving, not just by telling other people what they need to believe, but actually living alongside of them, coming alongside and helping, doing things for others when they might be able to do them, but they might need some help doing it. Stepping in, like volunteering. Like a year and a half ago, Two Hills was not one of the teachers. Through the last year and a half, she has been moving in and stepping in to more and more roles. And so I think that's one of the things we step in where God gives us opportunities, that we have relationship, that we are loving more and more. And because we love the community that we're in, we want to serve others with the gifts, the talents that we have. We also sometimes serve beyond what we believe we can do. But we do that because others trust in us, others believe in us, and we encourage one another to be able to continue to do those things. And so this is just a step as we're continuing. I don't know, DJ, because I know we're running behind. I don't want to just keep going through all of this. If you've got a time limit, I'll help when you want me to wrap this up. I can do that. I've made as many slides as to continue this as are needed. But if we need to wrap this up, shoot, however long you need. Okay, I didn't know who was coming afterwards. I don't want to shortchange anybody as well. But like I said, this was the centerpiece, and then I can keep going through the rest of the passage so that people can see this. But it's like each piece, each slide here would be how I would break it up and do the, how about 15? Okay, that sounds great. So highlighting, explaining, applying, responding. So I'd love to hear anybody who can put in the chat, how would you respond to this? What would your response be to this? How could you apply it? If you've got any thoughts, there's no wrong answers. These are what we hear, what we feel with the Spirit coming to us. How do we respond in love? How do we respond in doing good works? How do we do all of those things as we are continuing? Yeah, absolutely. Save some time for you to chat with you. And yeah, absolutely. I'd love to chat more. So like I said, I'm just doing one slide at a time. I've done enough at this point that I hope everybody's grasped what the here method is. But I also like to do it this way in such that, hey, we could just stay on this one slide for a half an hour if we wanted to. We're rushing to get through things. So when you take it and I, as the leader, decide here's the sections I want, I can give that to the whole group and we can do it that way. But we'll keep going for at least one more slide then. Now, I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that what has happened to me has actually served to advance the gospel. As a result, it has become clear throughout the whole palace guard and to everyone else that I am in chains for Christ. And because of my chains, brothers and sisters, have become confident in the Lord and dare all the more to proclaim the gospel without fear. It is true that some preach Christ out of envy and rivalry, but others out of goodwill. The latter do so out of love, knowing that I am put here for the defense of the gospel. The former preach Christ out of selfish ambition, not sincerely, supposing that they can stir up trouble for me while I'm in chains. But what does it matter? The important thing is that in every way, whether from false motives or true, Christ is preached. And because of this, I rejoice. So again, we've got a section here. If you have anything that you'd like to highlight, go ahead and put that in the chat. I would love to hear anything that stands out for you. So as we were talking before, what's there to explain? The passage gives us information. So we knew that he was writing to Philippi. Now we know that he is in prison because he is saying he is in chains. So he's writing this while he's in prison. He's writing it to the church in Philippi. So he is in chains, which means his ability to actually go and spread the gospel is limited. So that's a place to highlight. So he is in prison. The gospel is going throughout the whole palace guard. So there's that. So the palace guard, we know a little bit about his situation there. So more of a house arrest kind of thing than we would think of a modern prison would be, some of those things. But he is in chains, so he's confined. He doesn't have freedom. And the gospel is being preached without fear. That'd be a thing I'd want to highlight. All the more to proclaim the gospel without fear. Wow. Isn't that a fascinating thing? That when Paul is suffering, it causes others to have courage. Like, we would think that suffering would cause people to be in fear. Here, Paul's suffering causes people to have courage. Why? What it is about the way that Paul does. So I'm not going to answer the question for you. I'm just going to pose the question. Why would the way that Paul is demonstrating suffering cause others to gain confidence rather than to be put in fear? The passage can address that. I'm not going to answer it for us. I don't want to answer all the questions. I want this to be, how do we hear? How do we see what stands out for us? It is true that some preach Christ out of envy and rivalry, and others out of goodwill. The latter do so out of love, knowing that I am put here for the defense of the gospel. The former preach Christ out of selfish ambition, not sincerely, supposing they can stir up trouble for me in my chains. So we've got two different groups. Some are preaching Christ because they're compelled to preach Christ. Others are preaching Christ because they know Paul's in prison and they know it's going to cause him problems. Like, I can't even fathom this, okay? And he's saying it of their selfish ambition, they're not sincere, so and they're stirring up trouble. So three different motives for the bad side of things. The first side, out of love. Love is the motivation that causes people to preach that are doing it in the right way. And then the other, selfish ambition. I would pretty much say that's the opposite of love. Not sincerely. Okay, so I'm doing it out of obligation, perhaps. The other reasons could be where I'm not sincere. I don't really believe it, but I'm going along with it, whatever it might be. But supposing they can stir up trouble for me while I'm in chains, like I can cause Paul some stress over there. Paul causing stress will elevate me, because if Paul is diminished, then I am elevated. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever felt this, like whatever you are in. So I'm going to go a little bit to application here. One of the applications is, what is your motive? Asking yourself the motives for if you're preaching, those kinds of things. What are the motives within Philippi of the leadership there? Because remember, he did write it also to the elders and deacons. Elders and deacons, what is your motivation? Is it out of goodwill? Is it out of love? It is out of selfish ambition. Oops, not a good thing. Is it sincere? No, not a good thing. Are you trying to stir up trouble for someone else so you can elevate yourself? I mean, just look at, all kinds of things in the world are that way. Stirring up problems for other people, attacking other people, getting on the coattails of other people. One of those ways you would do that today, I'm going to do a response video to somebody else who has 1 million views. I only have 100 views. If I do a response video to somebody who has 1 million views and I say something against them and I cause controversy, certainly people are going to watch my stuff. Oh, wait a minute. That'd be selfish ambition. Oh, wait a minute. That would be stirring up trouble. So application here, don't do those things, because the people who are doing those things, Paul is giving us a warning against it. So how do I respond? Not stirring up trouble for anyone. That'd be one way to just kind of, follow that thread through with that one idea there. But I love Paul like this. If of everything, here's the highlight for me, the end. What does it matter? The important thing is that in every way, whether from false motives or true, Christ is preached. I don't care who's preaching Christ. If Christ is preached, Paul is filled with joy. Even if it causes him trouble, doesn't matter. If Christ is preached, I think there's another passage that says no one can say Christ is accursed and say Christ is Lord in the same breath, because they both can't be true. So you can't praise Christ sincerely and curse Christ sincerely in the same breath. One is true, one's a lie. So if you have false motives, but you're actually proclaiming Christ and people are brought to Christ, then I'm thankful that Christ is preached. So Paul is talking about the depth of his persecution. Why is he doing that? Because the church in Philippi probably experiencing its own persecution. It's in giving them courage. What should that do for us? How do we apply that to ourselves. We encourage one another when persecution comes, that you can endure. The church, the faithful followers of Christ, have always endured. So while there might not be anything specific for us to go and say, here's how I'm going to respond, but what we can say is I'm going to respond by encouraging others. I'm going to respond by reflecting on faithfulness of myself, faithfulness of others, faithfulness of this church that shows that God is at work in the world and he has not finished the work that he's doing yet. All right, let me see what the next passage is, if we want to keep going, or we'll end it there. Oh, he's just going to continue to rejoice. I mean, there's more. Like, if you want a passage filled with joy, it's Paul writing from prison. I mean, if there's not a better thing to apply to our lives, but the worst thing that we would think could happen to us, going to prison for our faith, being persecuted for our faith, he finds that the thing that causes him joy. I'll give one other side point here. The fact he's in prison, if Paul wasn't in prison, Paul might not have written as many letters as he did. We might not have as many things to encourage us if Paul hadn't been in prison. Then because of it, we have been blessed, and we can then be blessed and bless others through what God has done. All right, DJ, if you, Alina, Jessica, you're all good to go, let me know.
Yes. Pastor Flatcap, thank you so much. Everyone, I think, is firing up their videos and cameras. Hold on.
Yeah,
one
absolutely.
second.
Yeah, I set it up intentionally with a whole bunch of slides that I could just stop at any point afterwards.
Yeah,
and if I had time I needed to fill, we just move on to the next piece of the Philippians 1 and 2. So
No, I love it. And let me pull in Jessica. Oh, here comes Jessica, and I don't know if I don't see Alina. Oh, there's Alina coming in.
Hello.
I'll put Alina in. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Looks like Restream's acting up a little bit, at least for me. But we're still streaming, right? You guys can hear us, and I'm going to do a quick refresh. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I got Damaro in the chat. So he's been following along. So yes, we're still live.
I have to say, Flatcap, that was beautiful. I didn't catch it all, but I did like the last half hour ish, 40 minutes.
Oh.
And thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Like, that was beautiful.
Well, thank
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I have to echo that. So Flatcap, I remember, so two really interesting points with this is I remember when it must have been in Rec Room kind of early on, you guest pastored and you did a session on the HEAR method. And for me, that was when the penny dropped. So I'd never heard about that before. And one of my struggles, and at that time I was struggling even to kind of get confidence to read Bible verses, right? Out loud, is penny dropped for me because it provided the structure to say, okay, I can go in this with purpose, right?
Yes.
And anything that is worth doing, it's worth planning for, right? And that's the immediate thing that came to this, that this isn't something that just happens, that we have to kind of put effort into becoming knowledgeable on this. And so it gave me a blueprint. So I have to say I'm incredibly appreciative of that. And the other thing is I started looking at the HEAR method, and it provided an excellent example of how there really is no divide between Bible life and real life. That
right.
I actually started looking at the HEAR method as something to apply in my work life, because it fits with that, right? So my line of work, we do a lot of adult-based learning because it's health and safety management. So how do you get a very diverse group of people to look at workplace risk in the same way, right? And so applying the HEAR method was actually a really interesting way to look at competency and training.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
just kind of where the penny dropped, where I'm kind of like, oh, wait a second, this is the same thing. It's how do we become competent?
Oh, I could totally see that. My wife works in risk assessment as well. And so what part of what she does is highlight what you say you're supposed to be doing and highlight what you're not actually doing. And then you need to explain why you're not actually doing what your expectations are. So I could totally see that that here method is
we're nerding out here. Yeah.
Right. I could totally see that. And I do remember early on, you were, as I was doing some pulpit supply, you were one that I could get to read, but you were always a little hesitant. You're like, okay, am I okay to read? Is this okay? But and to see you, I'm so glad that resonated, because we were trying to figure out, because one thing I had thought to as I came along is, oh, I know other pastors, maybe I can get a pulpit supply list and we can start to grow this so that pastors can get a break. They can take a week off. And it was like, I got 2 or 3 people that said yes, but we could never get a time to, really be able to get it lined up. So I was like, okay, I'm doing this. I can't fully commit to being there once a month. I was trying, but it was like, this is because I'm trying to do everything else that I'm doing and all those things, but I want to support and build the church up. So that's where we said, how do we empower more people where they are to step in and not make it pastor driven? And that was really part of the idea of bringing the Here method, and then trying to say, well, how do we actually tailor this? So my tailoring of this is based on VRMMO Church. It really is. So I took it from another church that was in Miami that developed it. I've seen similar methods along those ways, but it's like, how do I tailor this specific to bring it in here? But I'm so glad that resonated. And then you stepped into now more and more leadership after having that. I probably introduced that about a little over a year ago, I think, is when we introduced that.
Yeah, it was a bit ago, but like I said, is it was something where, like I said, the penny dropped to say, here's the structure, because it's something I've always struggled with, right? And whether it's a product, my upbringing, lack of confidence, all of the 1,000,001, stumbling blocks and roadblocks that we put in front of ourselves, is, for me, I'm kind of a structured thinker. And so it was a way to provide a little bit of a guardrail, if you will, to say, here's how you break it down into much more manageable pieces, right? It's kind of like this big, you get those really big, gnarly projects, or these things that have this this huge, either complexity or importance, and you kind of get almost stalled out, right?
Right.
Because you're like, how do I look at this? It's so big. And I found the Here method was just a really, really common sense way, or perhaps maybe the way you explained it too, is to kind of break it down, right, into bite-sized pieces that really were much easier to kind of wrap your head around. I find that even when I'm supporting on something here, is I always kind of run the acronym through my head, in terms of that. So it's a bit of a touchstone, if you will. And I'm vibing in terms of its applicability even beyond just, the traditional aspect of reading scripture. So sorry, I know to kind of yammer on, but when I saw that you were doing this, I was really stoked.
Yeah, that's really cool, because I had no idea. Like, it's one of those things where, let's try this, see if this helps, see if this works. And if it doesn't, it's not like this is the only way you can do it. We'll find something else, but it did find a place. And I hope that it continues to resonate with people and make it so that here's the thing for me. I don't want people intimidated by the Bible. The Bible should not be intimidating. I think the Bible is exciting. I'm also one of those weird people that thinks the book of Leviticus is the top 3 books in scripture. So, I geek out on Leviticus. So not a whole lot of people are going to do that, but I think Leviticus just shows us how desperately we need to love God, and how desperately he loves us. Most people just don't see that. But something like the Here method could help you in those books that you really struggle with, be able to say, oh, there's something beautiful in here that I never saw and that I just totally was overlooking.
Yeah. And the absolute beautiful poetry of it all. And this is where I think having a spiritual community in a church like this is so important, is because we have not just diversity of congregation, of viewpoints, but diversity of approach, right? So that rather, I find, unlike a traditional brick and mortar church, is there's a much bigger toolbox here, right, if you will. Much bigger toolbox. And what I love, the beautiful poetry about this is that the skills that we're learning here, right, are the very same skills that are going to do us well out there.
Absolutely.
And that's the beauty about it. So I don't know. I love when narratives make sense, and I love when narratives have the arc that they do.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
I'm going to throw a quote on screen. There's a lot of gems in that. There's like too many gems to pick from, but I really love this one. We need to have discipleship in the hands of the people is one of the things that you said. And I think it's like a couple themes overall, like that I've seen in ministry is kind of like just gatekeeping, whether it's spiritual gifts, it could even be teaching. There's just so many things. And I think because I'm not trying to be, it's not an anti-church sentiment towards the structures and systems of, let's say, even denominations or other elements. But there is a kind of a moment to kind of step back and go, maybe it swung too heavy, like in structure and in hierarchy, so that you've really just created passive, I don't even know if you want to use the word participants, just a passive laity, right? And so there's so many aspects about, I think our ministry that's trying to like swing the pendulum back at least a little bit. But the HEAR method for me is one of those things that creates an interactivity that I think is important. It gets people thinking. Like, when we used it, we did it directly one time, and then we've incorporated some aspects since then. But it just gets people involved. It gets people talking and thinking and makes them feel part of the service. I think in a small way, that's going to lead to something big. It's making people feel comfortable to speak up in church, because really, historically speaking, everybody be quiet. I really can't say I really shouldn't say anything. But now you're vocalizing. You just say the key word, and it gets people interactive and vocalizing. I think it really is important for not just spiritual gifts, but I think this is huge. Like when we think of discipleship, again, it was around the structures of pastor, counselors, maybe a life group leader, but really that's like unsustainable or ineffective in its full scope of all the needs that are out there. And to put discipleship in the hands of the people, I think is, in my opinion, one of the main things in today's society, at least in today's religion, an expression of the church.
Yeah, but, I've done a lot of thinking on how we got where we are. And I think what you and I and others are doing is identifying some symptoms where we've gone off track. Now, I'm not blaming us how we got here. It doesn't matter. We've inherited this. One of my friends loves to say that what happened 500 years ago after the Reformation was we had to have pastors who were highly trained so they could teach former Catholics how to think like Protestants. So we had to have all of this high structure teaching top down in order to have experts in the room that could teach everybody. And when you live in a rural society and you have some illiterate people, that makes sense. Yeah. We are now in a very literate society. We're in a very mobile society. None of those things are in place anymore. We're not living in that age. We need to change what we do if we're to be relevant in the lives of people 20 years from now in the digital age. And
I love that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Good.
Well, I was going to say, no. So I see, and I'm really excited about what I see in digital space, because the people who are pioneering here, I think, are paving the way. Just like one of my favorite examples in all of Scripture is the book of Acts, when there's a problem that's identified with passing out bread. So they get 7 guys, and the next 3 chapters about passing out bread, right? No, there's no passages about passing out bread. They just are put in the role of passing out bread, and the next chapters that follow are all about what they do different than passing out bread. They're out preaching the gospel. I thought these were the guys supposed to pass out bread. No, they're out doing things. So the church is always playing catch up with the Holy Spirit moving in people's lives. And I see in digital spaces right now that 20 years from now, the church will finally catch up to what VRMMO Church and other pioneers in the space have been doing, because God is already putting people in the lives of people that are going to lay the foundation for what the church will look like 20 years from now.
I love that you said that, because I talked to my wife about this, but I haven't heard someone else say it until you just said it right now, because in not maybe the exact words, but I was like, Carrie, I think back in the day there was this people with giftings and God was working in their spirit, but they needed some education. And it was like, Jeb, go ahead and teach a Sunday sermon. And Jeb just got up and just started railing and just didn't know what to do. And like, oh, okay, wait a minute. Let's get a seminary going, right? Let's create some educational structure. So what began as a good thing, again, it's not anti-denomination, anti-church, anti-seminary,
No, not at
but
all.
there is an element where it's probably taken too far. Now there is an elitism that comes with theology, discipleship, all these aspects, and I've been a part of church world, theology world, and seminary world to see that the breeding of arrogance, and so it's gone too far, and that value is just needs to be brought back, to really empower people. And like you said, today's person is so educated with the access to the internet and now AI, like everyone's a theologian now, and they can be because they have access to it. Maybe they didn't have access to the books in the past and the teaching in the past, but now we do. So it's just an empowering moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Access is available to almost anyone. The thing we need to start thinking now is how do we make sure who we are paying attention to? Because anybody with a camera can say they're an expert and go on and be a social influencer. And just go look at those who are in the health industry as social influencers with whatever trend is going on, and you jump on the bandwagon, and we find out a year, 2 years down the road, no, that was really, really bad health advice. So they're just as easy for people to do that. But I think that's why you surround yourself with others. You don't do this alone. You don't listen to one person. And I tell people all the time on my personal stream, I am 100% convinced that 80% of what I believe is 100% right. I just don't know which is the 80 and the 20.
Right.
If I knew which was the 80 and the 20, I'd fix the 20. But I don't. And so I need to continually be exposing myself to other Christians who think differently than I am, who challenge my thinking so I understand why I think the way I do. I didn't just say, well, this is what it was always tradition, so I have to believe it. I need to be able to articulate why I believe it and why I can look to scripture and why I think it applies and how I think it's valuable. So I do that by being with people that I agree with. I do that by being with people I disagree with. If I'm only with people I agree with, I'm not challenged in my thinking, and I can go astray very easily.
That makes complete sense to me. I think about my journey where in those echo chambers, in those denominational settings, how it just makes sense, that theology, because there's no one to disagree with. And then coming out and being a part of a ministry like this, where, Pastor Bismarck has a unique perspective from he's a German theologian. And the writings that influenced him, and sharing with me and Pastor Zach and Alina, just the whole group, it's really just expanded me, and it has caused me to grow spiritually. And then I look back and I go, that didn't make sense. That whatever I held so tightly to made zero sense. Not everything, but it was like, some things that I just go, wow. So yeah, I really resonate with what you're saying. Alice says maybe 50% for her. We'll take that. That's not bad. Oh man. Any final thoughts for Pastor Cap before we switch over? We're going to do Altspace coming up.
No, I was just really super stoked about this one. So much appreciated, Flat Cap. This was awesome.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it too. I will just share one memory, because I think that's one of the things that you do at a 10-year is celebrate memories. And Pastor Alina, you were there, so you know what happened. My first sermon.
The one with all the big pots, the pots everywhere.
We had all kinds of stuff, but I was, we were right in the middle of my sermon. I was finally starting to feel a little bit comfortable, because I'm like, how am I going to know people are tracking with me? I don't understand. How am I going to know I'm connecting and the emojis are happening and head shaking is happening and I'm feeling really confident, and I'm going up the slope of the build, but I'm not going up. I'm walking straight in. I'm not following the slope. So I decide I'll jump to get back where I should be as I walk up the slope to read the next scripture passage. And I didn't jump. I floated up in the sky. and I was stuck.
You're flying.
I find the glitch in any build in games. I'm always stuck behind a wall. I always fall through the floor. I can always find it. So here I am floating up in the sky. I can't get down. It's in the middle of my sermon, and I'm going, I knew I couldn't do this. That's what's going through my mind. And everybody's just laughing and loving, and somebody tackles me to get me to the ground. And we just went on with the sermon. And
that's a normal Sunday. That sounds pretty normal to me.
And I was like,
that's what I was going to say. That is typical.
Oh, yeah. So we get done, and I'm like, okay, if I can live through that, I can do this. Like,
yeah,
you know, it was like to do that totally outside of my realm of comfort zone. And I think I've grown a whole lot from stepping into a realm that I feel like an outsider to learn and grow. But I love what you're doing. And for a lot of the people in there, this is native to them. It's not native to me. I mean, at some point, maybe it'll feel that way. But I always feel every time I put the VR headset on, I'm an outsider stepping into this world. But I want to treat it with love and respect because I value the world I'm stepping into.
And I love your encouragement there in the middle of that kind of a exhortation. You're building us up, and we receive all those words that you said. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
100%.
And just so you know, you may feel like an outsider stepping into this world. You are not an outsider. You're very much.
Oh, right.
Just as much.
Yeah. Community-wise, I don't mean that.
Yes, technology-wise.
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
I got you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you,
all right,
everybody.
Thank you for
the stream.
Yeah, thank you, Flat Cat. Appreciate you. Thank you for your encouragement. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break, and then we're coming back with Pastor Lena and Jessica and whoever really else wants to chime in on it. But it's about to get crazy, which is good because we're on this almost up to 7 hours on the live stream, so we need to keep the energy going. So we'll take a short little break. And we'll
I do have to say one quick thing though. It's because I know Final Fantasy 14 comes after this. And I know we eat on each other's times, like throughout the day, a little late, but we probably shouldn't be late for the 1 hour.
Well, Final Fantasy 14 is me. Hopefully, whoever else can hang around. There isn't a live crew coming. So
okay.
Yeah. So
never mind.
They sent us some video. They sent us a video of the house tour that Coldest edited up. So we'll show some videos in chat. But there isn't a. Everything's good. Everything's fine.
Perfect. Yay. Oh, I'm tired.
From the law to the law, de la ley al amor. Mercy wins, that's the end. La misericordia gana, ese es el fin. From the fall to the grave, de la caída a la gracia. From the cross to the grave, de la cruz a la tumba. From the law to the law, de la ley al amor. Mercy wins, that's the end. La misericordia gana, ese es el fin. We were lost but we found a way. Perdido pero hablamos la vida. Grace came close, didn't stay away. La gracia llegó y no se fue. Tried to fix it, couldn't repair. Intenté arreglarlo, no pude cambiar. Love stepped in, made us there. El amor llegó y no fue a encontrar. From the dark to the light, de la noche a la luz. From the wrong to the right, del error a la verdad. From the fall to the grace, de la caída a la gracia. From the cross to the grave, de la cruz a la tumba. From the law to the love, de la ley al amor. Mercy wins, that's the end. La misericordia gana, ese es el fin. No more walls, we inside. read the letter, Priska put her neck on the line. Junie, apostle, women, been leading by design. 10 megas next to palace, workers breaking bread as one. Kitchen tables turned to churches before the work was done. The kingdom was built by the ones you never saw coming. The kingdom was built, and it's still running. Churches wrote it down, his hand, his ink, his page. Aquila held the line through every single stage, and Chronicus saw the inside of a cage. Palace workers on their knees in the belly of the rage. And makers and theologians at the same table sitting. Dock workers and mothers and the ones who kept the mission. Every class, every name, and the ones who went unwritten. Kitchen tables turned to churches in the empire they were living in. The kingdom was built by the ones who never saw coming. The kingdom was built, and it's still running.
Yeah. Got a lot of snakes in a place with a face and a grace and a taste for the fame and the stage and the praise, and they fake it and they take it, then they break it and they make it like I love it. It's a shovel when they're done, and then a sacred pause, and I get them out, get them going, get them moving. Smooth lips, quick tricks, look at what they're doing. Ruin the body, ruin the mission, ruin the building at the kitchen table. Church is built with blood to the ceiling. Feeling like a blessing, but the message is a weapon, and the weapon is a lesson in deception. Every second, every sentence, every syllable is selling you a lie, and the lie's got a swoon, and the suit's got a tie, and the tie's got a smile, and the smile's got a knife. Cut it off, cut it down, and away from the life of the body of the mission of the people in the faith. Paul said, guard it with your life, don't get the smooth ones any space.
The kingdom was built, and no smooth tongue is gonna tear it down. The kingdom was built, and it's still running. Though the doors open, the mystery is out. What God kept for ages is pouring out now. Every tongue, every tribe, every nation walks through. Salvation didn't ask your name, it just came for you. This is what they bled for. This is what the letter carried. Every name in chapter 16 held the door. To the only wise God be the glory forever.
All right. Welcome back. We're live, so all the videos and your camera and audios are on. Good to see everybody. Let me fix a couple of things here before we get going. Let's see here. That is good. That is good. New website up is at VRChurch.org. Definitely should go check out that website. Really talks about some new vision coming up for the next 10 years, some vision, some values that we're going to be part of. And maybe in the last hour, we'll get into to the website, talk about that as well. Because there's a lot of, well, we'll save that for then. I'm going to kind of try to keep focused. I always get sidetracked, pulled in. Are we losing did we find her? Who are we looking for? Or Pookie, did you say?
Oh, Rocky,
Oh,
you
Rocky.
can hear me. I didn't know you could hear me. I'm sorry. It didn't show me on camera, so I thought you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, Rocky. There you go.
Yeah, he just comes into the room and whines and kind of cries, but he only wants me to get up and chase him around. So I can't do that. He won't come to me. He'll just say, "Come chase me."
I was like, oh, interesting.
Rocky.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I had to close my door here because one of our cats, Monty, he seems to know whenever there's a camera, and he gets aggressively cuddly, and so all you guys would have seen was cat butt. So you know.
Oh, I would have loved to let Monty in next time. I think we should all be covered in cats every podcast we do.
100%. Duh.
Yeah, duh.
Hi, Shy.
Shy Breezy
Shy
is
here?
here.
Shy's here. Hi.
Can you hear me?
A little bit. It's a little low. I might be able to turn you up here. Let me see. I think I can turn you up a little bit.
I hear you, but let me turn everybody up just in case.
Just a little bit there. All right, so here's the plan. We are going into this segment where Pastor Alina and Jessica are going to take over, talk about AltSpace VR. I'm going to step away for a little bit, so I'm going to hand this over. Before I hand it over, I do want to play a few videos. Or I guess, Jessica, you have admin as well, so you could also play them. But I'll also just kind of be a part of the beginning of the AltSpace conversation. We're having some technical problems, but I think it's all working out now. So one of the things I wanted to show everybody, and we kind of showed it earlier, was this video. Let's see if it.
Hey everybody, welcome to Virtual Reality Church. My name is Alina and I'm a pastor here at Virtual Reality Church. And behind me here we have our church family from all over the globe. And everyone is welcome at Virtual Reality Church. It doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. So grab a headset and download AltSpace Rec Room or VRChat and come experience something that you have never experienced before.
AltSpace VR, man, what some good memories from AltSpace. And we spent some time on the earlier part of the stream talking about it. And it's okay that we do that again, by the way, just in case there's people that are new to the stream. We've been streaming almost 7 hours, so we might repeat some of the conversation, maybe some of the stories. Shy, by the way, Shy, were you in AltSpace at all? I'm pretty sure you were.
That's where I started out, and I remember because we had Pastor Cheddar's. And that was one of the first times where I knew I was in for something different because I was being pastored to by Spike Spiegel. And when you have a character preaching the gospel to you, you know you're in for something special.
So here's the question. Like earlier in the stream, we kind of touched on AltSpace and Rec Room. So I already asked Jessica, Simeon, and Lena this. Let me ask you this. Your first time coming into a VR church, what was your reaction? Because there's a huge variety of reactions from people. That is this a cult? This is crazy. Oh, this is awesome. The whole gamut. What's your honest thoughts? No, don't hold back.
I bought a MetaQuest 2, and then the day after that, I was in VR church. So it wasn't just like VR church. It was the entire VR environment. I had a PlayStation VR, but that was mostly just for playing video games, and there had never been any social interaction. So it wasn't just a church. It was just this weird experience where I'm around a lot of people with a lot of crazy avatars. And when I saw some of the avatars people were wearing in church, I was like, is this really a church? But, you know, it kind of grows on you because you get used to it and you get used to these people. And, you know, it's what gives me hope for what I see the church becoming eventually. Because right now, this is just limited to the people that can afford VR helmets or know someone that hands it off to them. But eventually when everyone has like the AR display glasses and we can all do the same thing with the VR headset on a pair of sunglasses and every kid's wearing them, you know, I don't know if there will be servers big enough to hold the amount of people that want to try out VR church.
No, I agree with that. And I think one of the things for me is I do believe, this is a personal opinion, I do think it's inevitable that it'll just be just as prevalent as a cell phone. Just one day our wearable designs, or maybe not as prevalent as the phone, but close, where we're putting on glass size AR, VR glasses. It won't be the bulky, you know, computer we're putting on our head. So it's only a matter of time, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, or longer. I just think it's just inevitable. So, yeah.
And the cell phone's a good analogy, or a good kind of analogy in the sense that for those of us who are old enough, I remember when cell phones weren't a thing, you know, and then there was the big brick, right, that just, you know, 80s movie supervillains had. And then there was the flip phones and the, you know, not everybody had it. And then now it's just part of the landscape, right? Everybody, it's just, you don't think twice about it. So I would say that part of this is disruption in the best possible way, right? Disruption, innovation. It's now everybody around us gets to catch up to that.
I love that. Pastor Lena, do you mind, I don't know if you guys had a flow to the combo, but there's a couple of videos I wanted to show. particularly about baptism in VR. That was something that when it came up, I did not realize how controversial it would be. Now, some of you are saying so do I. Obviously, it would be. But I grew up in like theological systems that were like, it's symbolic, it's symbolic, it's symbolic. And I was like, okay, if it's symbolic, let's symbolize it in VR. Then they're like, no, we don't like that, right? And so it was interesting. There's this funny meme about the Protestants and the Catholics agreeing on how VR baptisms is bad. But I'll have to find that theme or that meme so it makes sense what I'm talking about. But so we did it. We thought it was just such a beautiful expression of spirituality. And if you don't mind, Lena, I'll show that now. Were you planning on showing it later? I don't want to steal your thunder.
No, I didn't have plans. No,
Okay.
we watched it a little bit in VRChat, but I'd love to see it with y'all.
So I have two of them. I have the cell phone video of your family watching, and then the one they showed in VRChat. Which one should we do first?
I don't know. It's up to you. It's hard for me to make decisions when I hear this constant crying in my ear, and I don't understand what that's about. But whatever direction you want to take it
cat
first.
crying?
I don't know what's on with him. Come here. Stop crying.
All right, here you go. We'll do this one.
When I discovered Virtual Reality Church here, I couldn't be more excited. And I went to church, and see, I'm about to cry now too. I can't even do it. I went to church, and just probably the first 2 weeks I went to, I just sat there crying the whole time. I can't believe I was able to do this again, to do it all. My name is Alina, and I'm from Washington State, and I was baptized just recently, Virtual Reality Church. When I first heard about it, I was, extremely excited because I have a condition that makes it extremely painful to leave my home, and so going to church or getting baptized wasn't an option for me. It just wasn't possible. And so the thought that I can actually get baptized is like a miracle to me because it's not possible anywhere else.
Alina, just as Jesus was dead and buried, so now you're representing your death to the old self, the old Alina, the discouraged Alina, the unhealthy Alina. But now, baptize you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit.
Congratulations, Alina.
Amazing.
It absolutely felt real. It was interesting because I had actually family members come over to watch my baptism, just as anyone else would do when they actually go to a church or wherever to get baptized. My sister-in-law cried, my mother cried. For those that couldn't be in virtual reality, they were either in my home watching me, and on the computer screen they could, see what I was seeing. And then I have family that's in California. They had a big party, hooked up the computer to the television so the whole family could watch. And it was very emotional, not only for me, of course. I mean, I was bawling, but even for my family members. They felt it, even though they were states away. It's just like, in my brain, it was no different than being baptized outside of virtual reality, I suppose. My emotions were exactly as they would be. Excited, so happy. It was the single most amazing thing I've done. It was wonderful. It was awesome.
Wow.
Well,
the tears
first
are,
of all, first of all, you could tell that was filmed in 2 separate clips. The first part must have been like right after I was baptized, and then the second part must have been filmed sometime later, probably even on a different date.
Yeah,
not that. Yeah, because you can hear me crying in the one, and then all of a sudden, like, blah, 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 blah. And so, like that, I just thought that was really funny.
That's like a normal podcast that we would do. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
So
I think that's what it is.
I'm glad we did it in that order because let me show you your family's perspective on the cell phone. So here we go.
About the struggles that you've gone through, about, once you left home, your faith just kind of fizzled away a little bit, and you sort of forgot God, and you ran into some struggles with illness, and your family started having Bible studies, and you started connecting with that again. And Alina, you shared a little bit about your revitalization of faith and how God is coming back into your life. You shared about how your faith is growing. And this is an important moment for you because that old way, the old thinking, that old life is done. And you're declaring to everyone that you can see, and even for people that you can't flow, that you're putting on new clothes. New clothes are not clothes, the old clothes of being defeated and discouraged and of being ill. These new clothes are of faith and courage and health. And so, Alina, if you don't mind backing up into the water here, right about there is good. Alina, just as Jesus was dead and buried, you're representing your death.
My mic is
to
cutting
the
out in the
old
video a
self,
little bit.
The old Alina, the discouraged Alina, the unhealthy Alina. But now I baptize you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Alina, I want you to come out of the water to everyone the new life that you're now going to live. All right. Everyone all over the place.
Was that where was that family? Was that at your house, or were they in California?
They were in California. Yeah. So that's where a majority of my family lives. Not everyone, but a majority in California. And so they did a big watch party. People drove from all around, upwards of 2 hours away. And the coolest thing is at the very end, I don't remember your exact words, but you're come out of the water, start your new life, right? In your new clothes and your new self. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, it's not, yes, I hear you. I'm crying too. We're all crying. Everybody's crying.
I didn't hear it till now. She was like, she's feeling you. She's feeling you.
Come on, let's cry together. I'll snuggle you. So I remember when you asked if we had anybody, in the community that wanted to be baptized, and I remember I didn't answer right away because I needed to take some time to think and pray on that, because I take it very seriously. It wasn't a game. It wasn't it wasn't just it was a very, very important decision. And that decision for me was, because I've always been a Christian. I always believed in God. That was never for me up for debate. I just didn't really know who he was until later. And I never lived for him. I believed in him, but didn't live for him. I didn't, like Pastor Zach, maybe even Pastor Bismick was talking about it. It wasn't tangible. My faith wasn't affecting me, let alone anybody around me. And when I decided to be baptized, and part of that was me deciding to not just believe in you, but to follow you, to live for you. And that decision didn't just totally change my entire faith life or faith journey, but it totally changed the entirety of my life, every ounce of it. And it's terrifying to think of a world where that never happened, that I never discovered you. I never chose to really live for him, and it's horrific. Just like the idea of even entertaining it. Oh, what a horrible place to be.
You know, I feel the same way because we have, you're one of my closest friends, you know, and we've been through a lot together over the years, you know, personally, professionally, or professionally is a weird word, maybe in ministry, all of that, just life. And we've seen each other's highs and lows. And so, yeah, I can't imagine like Alina not being in my life, right? That would be a strange thought. Not knowing or knowing now, and that would just be a void looking back. Like, wow, that's strange to not have that relationship in some alternate universe. But we're not there. We're here. We're in this one, and we have the pleasure of just being friends and ministry partners, and it's just wonderful. And I know Carrie loves you so much too, and yeah, we're just so thankful to have you in our life, and I know the church feels the same way too. It's just very beautiful that you've been journeying with us and stuck it out, because I think, you know, ministry is not easy, and doing ministry for free is especially not easy, right? And so, and I think that's like, sorry if I'm getting off on a rabbit trail, but real quick, I mentioned it earlier. I was hanging out with my son yesterday, and he goes to a gym, and they're celebrating their 50th. And I told him, I was like, that's not usual. That's very unusual that anything would last 50, 20, 10 years. Nothing lasts that long. And so as I said, that's really special. And it just got me thinking about our community, our ministry. And there's no way it couldn't have been done without Pastor Lena, without Pastor Coco, without, you know, just, and there's names that I could just list one after the other from the beginning to even now. And then who knows, the names are going to be added to that, you know, wall in heaven in the future. So, anyways, it's just, I feel that very deeply when you said that. I just feel that.
I love you too. I do. I love you too.
Yeah, we love you very much. Sorry, we got a little emotional moment here. We'll roll
I did really good at first too.
You did good, and then you lost it. Huh?
And I lost it. I don't cry as much as I used to.
Really?
Have you noticed? Have you noticed?
Maybe like 3% less.
Okay, maybe it's not as dramatic. I feel like that.
Well, you just have a joyful.
You're like, you just cried yesterday, and now you're crying today.
But I'm talking about
less?
like the joyful cry, not like.
Yes. This is a joyful cry.
Yeah,
and they're always almost always joyful cry. It's almost never like seriously. It's always a joyful cry. Yeah.
And sorry if the layouts keep switching. There's technical issues, but I'm just gonna maybe just not touch it. But if it keeps switching on, everybody, sorry about that. But yeah, let's see. I think that was the last video before I go take a little break, and I'll hand it over to y'all. Okay. I just wanted to see. Yeah, I think.
Thank you for sharing that.
I think that was it. Yeah.
All right. DJ, the video for the alt space. That's that one that is alt space with the DJ. We can just play that and provide our peanut gallery commentary.
Yeah, VRChat and alt space with, and I can't read the rest of the title. Do you want me to hit it up for you, or do you got it? Yeah, then you can control the audio. You might want to bring the audio down if you're going to talk over it.
Tell you what, let me just put it there. Alt space, VRChat with alt space. Okay, let's see here.
All right, well, let's jump into the sermon here in just a moment.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's the stage.
There you go.
Okay.
I remember those little benches. I made them. And okay, so we have so many gifted builders in this space, like so many gifted builders. And I can build things, but I am not a gifted builder. And I was just, I must have taken me an hour, 2 hours or more just to get the angles and the spacing just perfect on these little benches. So much time. Now that I see how many benches there are, must have taken me 12 hours to make those little benches. And then other people come into the space, and then in 1 hour they build the entire world around the benches. So 12 hours bench, 1 hour everything else.
I remember these benches and this stage. That was one of my first kind of memories of alt space, right? This big kind of community amphitheater, right?
Yeah, that's what it was like.
And then the you know, the little octagon. Yeah. So Simeon, you're absolutely right. These are exactly the seats.
These are the ones. Oh, now I wish I could see the shipwreck in the cave that you keep talking about. I wish I could see your.
I know, and I can't remember. It was Axe. I remember that really super clearly, right? And no preconceived notion of alt space. So, like I said, I just not being super tech, I come in and I'm like, there's a shipwreck. I'm in a cave. There's a German pastor reviewing scripture. I'm like, okay. And then it just got more and more immersive. So I'm just going to turn on the volume, and you guys. So Alina, Simeon, Shy, just feel free to say something, or if I need to pause, figure we'll do that.
Talkative. Who knows who you are, but God does. You know, you don't have to hide that here. Belong here at VR Church. The other thing, hey Tay, what's up? Good to see you. The other thing that I think is important to mention
that was cool,
is that in our decentralization,
I love that. I don't know about you guys, but I found that so cool, right? Is that you're in the VR world, and then you had the pastors doing shout outs, because you know, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I forget that there was, you get into this, you forget that this is streaming and that there's a whole other world until somebody says, hey, shout out to so and so. So I kept forgetting that it was streaming and that there was people watching 2D as well.
Maybe there's a third interpretation.
I forget all of the time, and I feel horrible about forgetting. Every time I realize I'm forgetting, I feel really bad that I'm forgetting. And it still happens to this day. You just get so.
I think is really important. I think those two values about making sure you belong, making sure you're
the builds in alt space were like I said, that this was my first introduction into VR, and I was absolutely mesmerized. I'd never seen an opportunity to get immersed before.
So all right,
this might be predating Matthew, might be predating me a little bit.
Let's just do a quick recap, because we're on Matthew chapter 8. You kind of think of it like a
This is like
mini series. Have you ever had a friend come in on the
this is after like Simeon. I think you were talking about, you came where there's those elevated platforms. This is after those elevated platforms. Like I don't know how often we shook up the builds, but you were definitely here. Excuse me, before here, right? Am I remembering that right?
Not quite sure. I remember this stage pretty much. Was the first where I really was on regularly.
Language with thou shalt,
so
I mean, it has those little platforms, but I don't know. I'm probably jumbling. I use like the builds to help me remember time, if that makes sense. Like, yeah.
We have Daniel saying like
2017 maybe. Hey, Daniel. Yeah. 2017 maybe. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, 17 or 18 at the latest. This was early.
His genealogy.
Wow. Yeah, that is okay. That's gonna
And I can tell you all came from the alien kit. Because you were limited. You couldn't grab things from a whole bunch of different kits. You had like, so this is the alien kit. So you'll, yeah.
Oh yeah, and you had to enter like certain groups to even get the objects. Like that's what I remember.
Yes, exactly.
All space groups just to get access to the props and stuff.
Yes, exactly. People would share the link to a group where you could go to get another kit, but they weren't readily like available. Yeah.
Can I say so just going back real quick to the whole point of streaming, I just want to point out how many I gotta choose my words correctly here. How many
high Jesus
very narrow margins we've crossed when it comes to live streaming and religious trolls. Because ironically, when we're not streaming, some days we just get like the worst of the worst in there. Like people are here to study for God, and they're saying stuff that gets you fired at your job, and so it's like that's a really big hassle to manage. So the fact that we've been able to get away with as many streams as we had, where they don't see the ugly side of what happens sometimes, is it's like that's the only thing I don't look forward to. Is like we got this one person that's coming in and trying to ruin the party, and it's like you don't understand.
Yeah.
You know what, Shai, you bring up a really good point, because I've had nothing to do with the behind the scenes, right? So I'm one of those selfish people that just gets to like enjoy the front end here, and kind of like the iceberg, right? I just see the tip of the iceberg, and most of the iceberg is below the water. But you bring up a really good point of religious trolls. You guys are the unsung heroes when it comes to the streaming, right? Because you get the front line of all of that BS, right? And that's got to be exhausting at times, because I'm not a big social media person, and so I experienced my first troll while in alt space, right?
No.
And I remember it kind of clearly. It was the house that was in the video, right? It was a build where we were kind of in a town square, and somebody just popped in and just started unleashing just nasty things. And I remember, and I think it was DJ, that just very calmly just didn't engage, but just said, just continued on, right? Just didn't let him phase it, let it phase him. Just continued on, and I'm got the proverbial jaw drop going, OMG, what just happened? And everybody, I'm looking around going, did that just happen to me? Everybody's so
because you get used to it. Like,
it was jarring, but how you guys deal with it was just so awesome, right? You didn't let them, you guys don't let them derail things, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I had the dubious distinction of alt space being where I encountered my first troll, but I also got to see how it gets dealt with properly. So Shai, great point, and I do not envy you guys and what you guys have to deal with.
Yeah, gosh, no. And also, alt space was my first troll. And also, I didn't know what a troll was. I didn't understand it. It was afterwards. I don't know who I was talking to, but I said, what was that? Why would anybody do that? And they're like, oh, they're just trolling. I'm like, what's trolling? And they're like, this doesn't make any sense at all to me. I don't have enough time and energy in the day to do the things I want to do, let alone wander around going and just being obnoxious for the sake of being obnoxious. That just seems, it doesn't make sense to me, but you get used to it. And I do have to say a really cool thing is several times, I can't remember right now. I am starting to get a little tired. Several times we've had people who have come in and trolled, and they were looking for you to get angry and lash back out. But when you don't get angry, and maybe you're just not getting angry, maybe you're even being exceptionally kind. I have had them turn about face and stick around and say, oh my gosh, this is not what I expected, and hang around. And Alice was originally she came to troll, and there are others that I know and am still friends with that came to troll, but they got the response that Christ asked from us, is to live in that love that we're called to live in without excuse, not except for if somebody else is coming and being obnoxious, not except for this or that. And when the truth of the gospel is lived out, it's extraordinarily powerful. It takes trolls, and sometimes they come to know God, sometimes they just leave quietly like, oh, oh, never mind. I'll leave you guys be, like, or whatever. But it's just like a superpower. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
But you know what? You said something really, really super important, which is, you know, that God calls us to love everyone, right? You know, not just when it's convenient, not just when, you know, people are being nice. And I would say that especially when people aren't being nice, right? You know, not in spite of, but especially because of. So yeah, it
Exactly.
was, you know, it's its own opportunity to witness. And you're right, if you kind of strip everything away and just let God work through you, right? Whether it's a troll standing in front of you or not, amazing things happen. And I didn't know about Alice and her origin story. And my husband and I were having a chuckle about it during the break, going, "Okay, is that not the ultimate way to witness, right? Is to just be, right? Is to be
Yeah.
included, to let people join, to have the conversations, and then things happen from there."
Exactly. Because, you know, anybody could be nice and considerate and patient with people who are also nice and considerate and patient. I mean, you don't need God for that. That's just like, no, you know. But it really shows his amazing power, because I can't do that either. Like, without him, I can't do. Oh no, I would be. I'd be super attacking. I've left to my own devices, right?
Well, my problem is that there were a couple of times, and it was probably more the religious trolls, which was a new thing for me as well. Is I get angry really quickly, right? I get unangry really quickly too. But I'd see these interactions, and I'd replay in my head, going, "Ooh, I wish I said this," or "Ooh, I
Yeah.
should have told them off," right?
Yeah. You think of the good comeback later. Too late.
Yeah, and then realizing
Mhm.
that no, that's not the right way, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and so the religious troll thing was new for me as well. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, it's fine. You wrap your head around. There's people that just I wish I had the time to be that angry. But
Yeah.
the religious troll piece surprised me, I have to admit. And Shy and Stephen, I don't know if you guys probably you're just like, yeah, just another day at the office, but is
Never
that
gets old.
surprised me.
Always
Yeah.
So Shy and Simeon, how do you guys deal with that? Like, I mean, you guys obviously encountered it at different stages of the process, but how do you guys handle kind of the religious troll experience?
Well, for me, I actually learned from Alina's example, because I've seen how she deals with them, where she actually gives them every single opportunity. She explains them over and over. It's like, that's not what this church is about. You can stay here and you can listen to what we have to say. But so say they're like texting, so that if people can't hear what they're saying, they'll have a little text box above them where they're spewing their rhetoric. And so you kind of just pull them to the side and you explain them. It's like, hey, you know, you're going to trigger other people. That's the main concern. Is it's not even about how I feel. I try and take myself out of the equation. I'm like, is this going to upset other people? Because, you know, this is supposed to be an inviting place. So you just pull them to the side and you explain, and you give them every opportunity. But if they don't want to listen, you know, I don't like doing it. But if we have to kick them, we kick them. And that's why the system place where asks other people to vote for it. So it's not just one person going power hungry, you know. And, you know, just talk with them, try and talk it through, because you don't know. Maybe you have the wrong perspective and you need to hear out from them. But just pull them to the side and have a private conversation so it doesn't look a little too weird. And just, you know, kind of feel things out. Don't automatically be like, ooh, bad person, same thing, got to kick them out. You know, just try to they understand that you can't say that right now in this space.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
That's
important distinction.
Yep. No, that is like an incredibly important distinction.
Mhm.
looking back at this video here, I don't remember this one in particular. Does anybody remember this one? Like, but such a familiar layout, right? You know, how many world builds were there where you go into the village, right? You go into the town, which I absolutely love, right? That interactive.
Well, we built something new every week, like every week. It wasn't bi-weekly like now. It was every week.
You're right. There was Sunday.
Yeah. There was no community Sunday, sermons every week, builds every week. And so some of them can, like, right now, I know I was there because I was pretty much almost always there, but I had some times off. But like the assets we used, it can get fuzzy because the assets we used was the same small pile of assets. So you can go in and it's a totally new build and you recognize that building, which I very much recognize. But it gets used across many different builds. So just seeing the one building, I can't tell one way or another. Oh, but I just heard Chad hello. There's Chad hello. More than the builds and the sermons I remembered, it's the people. I could sit here and start looking at people. Ooh, I don't remember her name, but I remember her.
Which one? The gal that just did the heart emojis?
Is the one in the purple. She would help us read. She always had a quiet. She was very quiet and reserved. I don't know if you remember her.
That could have been paralyzation.
She was there for a while.
Came immediately.
I don't
Again,
know.
here, look at this.
I think that's the point that I'd like to make about what's providing about VR Church. I mean, people I would have never known my entire life if I hadn't had VR Church. It's like it's bringing together more like minds that wouldn't have, not like minds in the fact that we have the same agenda, but as far as the word of the Lord and all that, we're able to, you know, find more decent conversation through these meetings. Because I don't know if you guys brought it up in chat yet, but there was an instance where we had the pastor who, this priest that says they were from North Korea, I believe it was North Korea, and it was amazing to see someone like that just kind of putting their self out there in a way where this would have never happened in the real world. But we got this space that anyone can go to, and geography doesn't matter as long as you've got a Wi-Fi connection, and boom, you're in. And so that's one of the things that I really appreciate about VR Church is being able to meet all of you people and everyone else that's involved in this, and just making new friends that I would have never made in my entire life.
Yes, yes. And I remember that pastor that you were talking about from North Korea. I remember after talking with him, he had said something like that he's not sure when or if he will be back, but that he very much wants to, but that it's very dangerous for him and difficult for him, and that there were a whole lot of technological things that I don't have to understand that he had to do to cover his tracks, that they don't see him coming here. It's insanity. Like when I spoke with him, because that just blows my mind, this idea that to do what we're doing right now is like punishable by death. Sanity.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about it too, is the fact that, you know, we're not going to talk about politics here, but there is a lot of, not just with Christianity, like any religion right now, there is a lot of religious persecution going on. So the fact that it's literally a safe space where it's like, if you come here, no one can hurt you. And, you know, for the most part, you know, this can, you know, if you need this to be a private situation, you know, it's virtual reality. You know, no one's going to see you in here unless you invite them to see you, for the most part, as far as I know. So it's just like, this is a new way for people to study religion without the fear of persecution.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're right. You're absolutely right. Is you know, these are dark days in terms of that type of persecution on all religions, right? I don't think I was there for the North Korean pastor, but I'm positive Lena and Shai and Simeon, correct me if I'm wrong, is I thought there were a couple of folks from Iran at one point as well. You know, who had indicated it gives new, go back to some of the criticisms, right? That folks have heard about this not being, the way it's supposed to happen, right? Is you think about, people like that who when we talk about safety, right? We're talking about something that I would argue the four of us, we've been blessed not, we don't have to worry about that, right?
Exactly.
And so I can't fathom, right? I cannot fathom, the amount of courage that would take to pick up a headset, right? When it's something that you could literally die for. And so for people to poo-poo, this not being, legitimate.
Real or legitimate. Legitimate's a good word. Yeah.
I just feel like giving them a flick on the forehead, and going, what? So how do you expect this to happen? How do you expect fellowship to happen, right? And it's stories like that just kind of blow my mind. So Shai, yeah, you're absolutely right. Is this literally becomes a safety net or a safe space? Yeah.
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 I gotta tell you, I don't know if I had walked into, even if I could, I happen to not be able to physically attend a church, but I had plenty of years where I was physically able to attend a church, and I still chose not to.
Yep, me too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I think all of us in some way, because I think there's a reason why we're all drawn to this, right?
Yeah, right.
And there is a reason. And I'm with you. Is I don't know that I would, I can't speak to where God would guide me if this wasn't, the place He would guide me to. But a brick and mortar church for me is a real roadblock. I have to admit, right? And not because of its physicality, right? It's what it represents, right? In our society today. So yeah, I'm with you. Is I don't know that I would have had the wherewithal on my own.
Yes.
Yeah.
13 over here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it makes, I always feel bad because it makes it sound like I'm bashing the physical church, and I'm really not. There are wonderful churches out there, but there are also so many that try and control rather than, it's more of so many that hand out the fish that look exactly the same, right? Instead of teaching you to fish and going out and and catching all the beautiful fish, the plethora of choices of blue and yellow and green, you miss out on that. You miss out on the entire ocean, and you get like this pre-packaged frozen fish.
Yeah, the same, everybody's getting the same meal, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. Is I think what the concern is it's this one size fits all, right? And misconstruing what that actually means in practice, right?
Yeah.
I think you and DJ have always you've had this great analogy about singing in unison versus singing in harmony, right? And this idea that having these different voices create something new and something beautiful and harmonious. So yeah, this was my first experience in alt space as an international fellowship as well, right? So that's the thing that blew me away. Do you guys remember that big globe in alt space?
Yes. Yes, and your pins would go in.
Sorry guys, I get really excited really easily. So
no, I clearly just got excited too. I'm like, oh my gosh, the globe.
I love that because you go there and anybody who doesn't know, there's a big globe of a big Earth, and you can put your pin where you're from. And
you don't even have to put your pin. It knew where you're from.
Yes.
It knew it.
Yes. And then so you go there and you see where everybody's from. And I'm thinking, I think with the exception of Antarctica, is you guys were on 6 or 7 continents at one time.
Yeah. That was really neat.
Yeah, let that settle in for a minute.
That's That's insanity.
I know. Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very, very cool.
And even healing people.
Alright, well, we'll take a quick look here at this video. I'll turn it up for a couple of minutes, and then Shai, and if there's anything you want to talk about with in terms of alt space build or experience, I'm just going to let it play for a couple of minutes at normal volume, and then I'll turn it down and we can chat. Alina, if you see something that you just want to say, hey, I'll turn down the volume right away.
Okay. And you know what? I have one quick question. So we're the very last hour is starting in 20 minutes, right?
No. Or you mean before the wrap up?
Yeah, before the last hour of the wrap up.
Yeah, so I'm in Mountain Standard Time, so I'm just looking at the schedule here. So after we're done our session here, we got the tour of FFE Final Fantasy 14. Your guys' GTA replay video, and then we're on to the closing ceremony or closing celebration.
Okay, great. So I still get a break after this, but before GTA.
Yes, because DJ has got the videos from Final Fantasy 14. He's going to play those. There's some commentary. That's your break, and then you're back on for GTA, and then from there, everybody, it's the wrap up celebration.
Okay.
Because we have officially passed the 8-hour mark.
That's insanity.
I'm just looking. We are at 8:03. Sorry. We almost. I'm just looking at our. We started Restream almost 8-hour mark.
Okay, so GTA starts at 6:54. That's what I thought. So in technically 18 minutes, I'm supposed to start with DJ doing the GTA.
Yeah, but we are. Looks like we're an hour behind.
But we're not about. So this is what we'll do, because I just need like 10 or 15 minutes somewhere in between the two.
Yep.
If we're gonna pause and is it okay if I take a quick 10 now? Just my body really hurts and I need to go take some medicine. And there's a perfect time if we're just kind of. I'll leave myself on and just step away for just like 10.
100%.
Can you guys hear me real quick?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the schedule is off. So the stream is, I think, like Two Hills is saying, we're 7 hours 42 minutes. We still have Final Fantasy and GTA. Now all of we're gonna have to fit it in when we can. So it's all flexible. So if we can run alt space for the next 10 minutes, I'll be back in like 10 minutes, and then I'll run Final Fantasy until you guys get back for GTA. Alina, wait, hold on 1 second.
Okay, so I'll stick around for 10 more minutes and take a Final Fantasy break. I think that is perfect. I was just knew for sure I needed a break somewhere in there. And
I think
that's perfect.
Yeah, I think I screwed up So Final Fantasy and Rust. So there's a couple, but they're not going to go the full hour. Just to let you know. So just whenever you get back is when you get back. So take your time.
Okay.
I'll do the Final Fantasy. I'll do the Rust. And when you get back, we'll mess around with GTA, and that'll probably be even short because 7 p.m. my time, which is in about an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15 minutes, is when we'll do the finale thing. So.
Okay, perfect. I didn't want to miss that. Didn't want to miss GTA. It's perfect.
So wrap up all space in the next 10 minutes, and then everyone go take a break. We'll do Final Fantasy Rust. And then whenever you get back for your break, we'll do GTA, and then we'll call everyone in for a final.
Final. That sounds like me. This is the final. This is the last time I'm editing it. This is my final.
Right, I'll be back in 10. I'll be back.
Okay.
Alina, before you go, any parting words on alt space?
Well, I'm going to stick around for another 10 more minutes, just because now that I know there's somehow, some way, there's a break in here. So while he's doing Final Fantasy 14, I was just afraid this might be eating that, but I'm going to stick around.
No, perfect.
10 more minutes.
Yeah, and there's so okay, that's absolutely perfect. I did see here Mr. Pete said that he has a few videos that he's collected and saved from alt space. It really brings back memories. And this might be for the technical people. I would love to see those videos. I just absolutely love seeing these alt space videos. So, Mr. Pete, if you're able to share those, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yes. And so, because this 10-hour stream is just kind of launching or I missed it. I don't know. I haven't seen one single message in Discord. I've just been, I look all bright and cheery, and I am cheery and I am bright, but I am sick. And so, like, I've missed the entire last week and a half. So I'm pretty sure this is just kicking off the week-long celebration. So, like, during the week, we're going to have not big events like this, but smaller ways of celebrating the anniversary. And those videos, Mr. Pete, would be really cool if we could share those during the week. So ideally, we're getting something new every day that even if we don't get to view it all together, yeah.
I think that's a great idea. Because all of these videos today, I don't know about you guys. I'm like Alina. I cry. I cry when I'm happy. I cry when I'm mad. I cry when I'm sad. And I cry
when I'm mad.
But happy tears, sad tears. But especially when I watched Alice's Rec Room video, seeing these alt space videos. Alina, I have to admit your baptism in alt space video. I was crying on that one too. It's just powerful. All of it is.
Yeah, it is so powerful. Oh, this is the one I thought you were at. Is this the shipwreck that you were in?
No, it's not it, because I was in Axe, but it's a shipwreck.
It is a shipwreck. There's probably lots of shipwrecks. You can go back. I know of several shipwrecks in Rec Room for sure.
Well, one of my favorite Bible experiences, Simeon, was the ship on the stormy waters.
And that one I missed. Simeon, tell me more about it. I missed it. Tell us about it. I missed it.
You're on the ship and it goes down. There's storm, and it was always cool when people played the Jesus. But most of the time they didn't really know what they should do. Just costume, and then didn't find the back where they need to lay down the storm stars.
Oh, to come there. So was it recorded? Was this one recorded?
Yeah, it's on
Oh, if you can find it easy enough, is that something maybe you could send for me? Because every time, Jessica, you talk so excitedly, and like I'd really love to see it. This isn't the first time you brought it up. That's like
no, I like ships.
But I'm not sure if both are recorded. We did it 2 times.
2 times.
I can
But
check.
there were-
I recorded both. Yeah.
Yeah.
There were a few
Thank
ships
you.
in alt space for sure.
Like everyone else, kind of just go.
What was that?
There were a few ships in alt space, that's for sure. I loved all of the ships because you could crawl all over them, right? You could interact, and it just took that immersion to the next level. And an appreciation for this was a primary mode of transport, you know?
Yeah, I know.
A lot of this was written, right? So it gave that new appreciation for even just the simple logistics of what was going on at the time.
Give me a second.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. I didn't notice that. Look at the little sunbeam.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
I remember the sunbeam. One time I made a build where I think it might have been an Easter thing, where at the end you walked up the sunbeam. You guys remember that? It actually is just a sunbeam coming down, and then I put invisible collider, and you walk up to the sunbeam.
But you guys also did that with the clouds too, the cloud walks, right?
Oh yeah, I think I have a thing about that because it is a running theme, and I also was the one that had the idea for the cloud walk, and then ultimately you went up, and then you went into another room, and that room was just like dark, and you're up on the clouds looking at the world or the universe. Or
Yeah.
Okay,
Remember
I don't know if
that.
you were on the stream this morning when I mentioned, I think I said one of my funny alt space memories was not so much a sermon, but we ended up getting on this conversation about dark matter, and you were the one talking about dark matter, and it was in that room where you go up the clouds and you go into that dark room, and you're just and you had that that famous photo of I think it was the science people are going to be salty when I misremember this. Is
Uh-oh.
I don't know if it was the Hubble or the James Webb Telescope that showed that view of all of the galaxies in that view. That's what you had
yes,
up there.
yes,
Yes.
like grains of sand, just
Yes.
mind blowing.
I know, and
Yes,
each one of those little grains is a galaxy, right? And so I remembered that build.
yeah, that was I really enjoyed that one.
So did I.
Yeah, those were so fun. And then my other one I loved so much was the Noah's Ark. You remember that? And then you go and there's that big wave, and then the little Noah's Ark at the top, and that was one of Jamie's first builds, I think. There's so many. I could just go on and on and on and on and on about the favorites. Remember, Simeon, where there was that one where you push the button and you go to the next platform? We're like in outer space. We start in outer space, and then there's like these space stations, and you could look from one space station and look out into the abyss and see the other space stations. And you, like, I remember we each had our own little station, and yours, this was when you first started building, I think. Had all the tables and the it was like a tavern kind of
Like a tavern, yeah, in space. Yeah.
in space. Yeah,
That was cool. Yeah.
that was cool. That was
Okay, I
really
want
cool.
a spaceship world now.
I know, right?
Have we heard anything about what's going on with the supposed rumor that some of the devs from the old alt space are bringing it back from the grave or whatever?
I saw somebody post a link, but I don't know if that's. I don't know how to tell what is true and what is not.
Well, it's like supposedly when Rec Room was shutting down, there was rumor that some of the engineers from that were gonna like try and reverse engineer Rec Room, make a new version of that. So
Yeah, that was about a year ago, I think. I'm just looking at the
No, was it that long?
Reddit thread. Shai, you're talking about that Reddit thread where about a year ago they were saying that the developers decided to do a community-led revival.
well, it was posted on Discord about I think maybe over 2 months ago, maybe, and that's where I
That's
heard.
the one I'm remembering. Yeah, that's the one I'm remembering too, Shy. I don't know. Did you look into it at all? Did you look? Did you click?
No, I have. That's why I'm kind of asking everyone else right now. But I'm just curious. It's like with all these platforms that are shutting down, VRChat's going nowhere, obviously, because of the Steam charts alone. They say a lot. But we did have that one emergency service in that one platform that was web-based. And I was really curious about that because if we could get a VR space that you could somehow magically hook a VR headset into an iPhone and then, do that from anywhere, that would be the logical next step in VR church.
Let's see who's next. Tay.
Yeah, I don't remember which one that was. You would probably know Bishop Soto.
I was going to say it's not Rebella. It's a Frame VR. Yeah, that's
Frame
the
VR.
one. Yeah.
Because at first I was totally against it, but then the more I got into it and the more I thought about it, I was like, so you could do this off of any web browser, huh? And I was like, if you don't have the helmet, you can still join in on this experience.
Yeah, it's a great platform and totally something that we definitely could use. It's paid though, so that's kind of one downside. It's not too bad, but at the end of the day, it's not too bad. But I do think we like to go into social VR platforms. That one's going to be more isolated. But at the end of the day, if worse came to worse, that is a good platform and one that we might use for VR seminary at the end of the day. So,
I like.
yeah.
Yeah.
Before we go, Alina, before we everyone takes their break, or you can feel free to hang out, by the way. But I'd rather have everyone get a break, come back in at the end for the finale. You guys charge your batteries. So we how's our fuel tanks doing? We're 7 and almost 8 hours in.
8 hours.
We all hanging in there.
I have to admit, I'm having fun on the alt space because, well, one, in fine form, we've completely devolved. We've like little rabbit holes we're chasing down. Is gone from talking about alt space to trolls, to the various builds. So yeah, no, we've I don't know about you guys, but I've been having a blast between reminiscing and it kind of spawning different conversations. So
today has been a bunch of that. Like you met, because I was in and out just eating some dinner, but you mentioned the globe. That was gone. Like, and now, like, oh yeah, the globe was amazing. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was great.
You guys hit 6 out of 7 continents.
That should be possible to have.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
VRChat.
I did not know, and maybe it was obvious.
Cool
Maybe
VRChat.
everybody already knew this, but Pastor Coco's birthday is today. At least me and Alina know what to do. Don't feel pressured to join in. You ready, Alina? On
Yep.
On a 2 and a 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday to you. Look, Simeon knows what to do. Happy
birthday, Pastor Coco. Somebody clip this for Pastor Coco. Happy birthday to you. The greatest birthday song of all time.
It reminds me of our worship sessions with singing in Rec Room. That was in Alt Space. That was always when I showed to people, this is my church, this is our worship. Everyone was like, what is this?
What am I hearing?
It sounded awful.
What is
But it's
happening
the most
here? What is
beautiful,
happening?
awful sound ever.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday, Pastor Coco. We love you.
Happy birthday. We do.
I know the Final Fantasy Church loves you. And that's what we're going into. Take a short little break. If you are heading out, we'll see you later. Short little break. Come back with Final Fantasy 14 and Rust. And then after that, will be Pastor Lenny will be back for GTA. Just a little quick blurb about that. And then we'll wrap up the stream for today, guys. So thank you so much for doing the Altspace Remembering, or the Altspace Tour.
Thank you for doing the remembering, because I can't remember.
I can't remember. All right, we'll be back.
Okay, bye guys.
From the fall to the grace, we celebrate. From the law to the low, that's what it was. Low wind, that's the end of the story we tell. All fell short, that's the base. Sin in the system, every place. Tried to fix it, couldn't repair. Lost show the cracks everywhere. Grace rolled in, flipped the page. Cross made a way, broke the cage. Dead got clear, chain got loose. Dead man dancing in brand new shoes. Left side, low wind. Right side, low wind. From the fall to the grace, we celebrate. From the law to the love, that's what it was. Love wins, that's the end of the story we tell. Spirit alive, we awake. New heartbeat on the 808. No more walls, come inside. Every tribe on the same side. Nothing can separate from the love that outlasts. Hey, we lift each other. We don't compete. Put your people on their feet. Say love, say grace, but fulfills every line. Walking like now's the time. Love win, love win. From the fall to the grace, we celebrate. From the law to the love, that's what it was. told you love needed permission. I'm shocked how fast fear was a holy face. Rules stacked high like towers till nobody feels safe. Chains dressed up like wisdom, pressure dressed up like light. But if it steals your freedom, something isn't right. That's not good and new.
We just want to let you know that it's kind of a
Feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope came calling for every soul. For every soul. Even if I said it, even if angels fill the sky, if the message loses mercy, don't believe the lie. I knew religion without love. I wore the armor too, till grace found me outside the walls and pulled me into truth. Who are you trying to please? Fear, crowds, systems, or the God who already came near?
Those just joined.
Control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope still rises for every soul. For every soul. Even the hard hearts, even the gatekeepers, there's hope for everyone. Hey, 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 hey.
If you're strong, carry someone. That's how the road moves on, shoulder to shoulder, mile by mile. No one walks alone. Christ stepped into our burden. He didn't turn away, so we learn to carry each other the same way. The old words still stand across the years, written so hope survives through patience, through courage, teaching us how to stand. The God who gives endurance, the God who gives peace, makes one voice from many. Pull another chair to the table. No more walls, no more lines. If
All right, let's see here. 8 hours stream so far. That's not bad. Audio check 1, 2, 3. Audio check. Somebody in the chat can give me an audio check. That'd be great.
Fill you with joy and peace.
How we look? How we sound? How we look?
You trust until hope overflows across the world.
Audio check 1, 2, 3. All right, we're back. What's up, everybody? Hopefully you can hear me. Audio's good. Thank you, Phantom. Appreciate that. So a couple segments here. I don't know if anybody else is going to be around. I don't know if Simeon or Shy. It looks like they're here, but I'll throw them on just in case they pop back in. Final Fantasy 14 online. Wait, hold on. What happened to the layout here? Oh, there we go. Let's put that. That's what we wanted to look at. Let me rewind it. Shy is here. You're going to hang out with me, Shy? Good. I need some company. I don't want to be by myself. You don't feel free to chime in anytime you want, or if you just want to chill and just be company, that's fine too. Either way is good with me. Let me see. This video is playing well. Simeon still. We'll just leave Simeon on just in case. All right. So Final Fantasy 14. The image you're seeing on screen is a video of our church in Final Fantasy 14, which is a fascinating concept in many ways. Church in MMOs. Now, I know the term MMO has various meanings to it. It just depends who you ask. Like, I think Rust is an MMO. Some people don't think it. I think there's a lot of different definitions for what an MMO is. And I was at a church conference in Texas talking about VR MMO church. And I was just I don't know. I don't mean to get out of the weeds, but I think I have to sometimes stop and think that what's normal to me is not normal to everyone else. I think I run with that assumption, which is good in many ways for pioneers because we don't get distracted with side energy or negativity. But also when I'm presenting, I need to think about like what the audience understands. And I'm just assuming you know what an MMO is at this church conference. Surely you've heard of the term. Surely you've heard of World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14. Even if you've never touched the game, you at least know conceptually what it is. They don't, not they, but many people don't know what it is, particularly in a church leadership setting, as I was in. And so I'm just like rattling off, VRChat, which I think they got, started getting into MMO church and what that was all about. And at the end, someone was like, what's an MMO? And I was like, and I think I paused and didn't answer right away because I was like lost in like, oh, you don't know what it is? Not condescendingly, just more of like, oh, shoot, maybe I went to the deep end of the pool without explaining like basic terminology of what an MMO is. So I just grew up in MMO world. I've just been a gamer. World of Warcraft was personally my first MMO way back. I don't know, was it 2004, 2006? Who knows? It was early. I was early in on the Warcraft scene. One of my favorite games. I haven't played in 20 years or however long it was, but just so impacted by that experience. It was so unique. And then, mess with a ton of MMOs. And now the scene, there's like an MMO for everything, it seems like. Free-to-play MMOs like Throne and Liberty. Fantastic MMO, Throne and Liberty. A little grindy, a little pay-to-win. But, there seems to be like an MMO coming out, and there's some really unique ones. And Final Fantasy 14 is a very unique, massively multiplayer online game. And that's what MMO means. So I'm just assuming everyone here knows. I'm assuming Shy knows and those in the chat as well. But if you don't know, MMO means massively multiplayer online. So, we play single player games. It's just us in the world created with NPC characters or characters that are not manned by humans. And then we have like co-op games, like let's say Deep Rock Galactic. There's 4 dwarves and you go in, you play the game, and then you leave. And then you have like multiplayer games. Someone might say, well, isn't Fortnite a massively multiplayer online? There's a lot of people. There's hundreds of players. It's not, because you're only in that world for like 20 minutes max, maybe longer. Who knows? 10, 20, 30 minutes. And then you're gone. One of the unique factors about an MMO is that it's a persistent universe. When you log off the game, it continues to exist. That's, for me, fundamentally what an MMO is. Like, there's other things, by the way. But if you had to boil it down, it's where hundreds, or thousands of players exist in a world where the sun rises and the sun sets. It's persistent. It continues whether you're in the world or not. I think you ask many other people what the definition is, and they might come up with something different. But for me, that's like a key aspect. And then there's other stuff, like there can be a living economy where you trade and sell with other real players, and that's the key. Hundreds and thousands of other real players in the universe where the sun rises and sets. It always continues. Perhaps an economy, although there's some MMOs that I could rattle off that don't necessarily have an economy. A persistent character that you have in that universe. A lot of these Call of Duty games, you pop in with your character and then you pop out. But this one exists. It's known. It has its own identity, if you will. And then there's a lot of social aspects that comes to MMO, like guilds. That's a big thing, like a clan, a guild, a tribe getting together to do various aspects. So I think that's some aspects of MMO. And Simeon, that's a good point. We haven't had a good VR MMO yet, a good one. Orbis was kind of cool, a little bit, sort of kind of dabbled in that a little bit. Zenith, I thought really started out great, and then kind of like, I don't know, just kind of trailed off maybe a little bit, but I was like, this is going to be the VR MMO we're looking for, and it kind of ended up not being it, in my opinion. Maybe other people have been rocking the VR MMO. We haven't gotten the VR MMO yet. Not yet. We're still waiting on that.
Something I just want to point out, because I haven't played Final Fantasy 14 yet, but I plan on playing it eventually. I know it's been for almost 10 years, still haven't played it. But I was one of the people that I was automatically saying, hey, I would play Final Fantasy 14 if it was in VR. And it's been addressed to me by people that actually play it, that the way that Final Fantasy 14 works, it would be very hard to translate that into VR just because of the way it's controlled. So that's the really funny thing is that we represent in a 2D MMO, or I guess you could say 3D, but we still don't have VR in Final Fantasy yet. So my fingers are crossed that hopefully with the next online Final Fantasy, whether it be 17, 18, or 19, that they think about including VR in it.
Yeah, I think for which one again? I missed that last part.
For Final Fantasy 14, as far as the VR.
Okay, yeah. I know what they're saying technically, that you can't add VR, but I think, and this is just, I know this is not going to happen, just me as a gamer feels like everything should have a VR camera, at least anchored. So, right, it would be too complicated in Final Fantasy 14 to create VR hand tactical elements with the spells. That's way too complicated. But I'd love to at least be able to put the VR headset on, have it anchor above my character, and still use the mouse and keyboard, just to be immersed in the world. So they did that with Elite Dangerous, which completely changed experiencing Elite Dangerous. Like, Elite Dangerous is cool in 2D, but playing Elite Dangerous in VR is almost like a different game. Star Citizen is like a different game in VR. It's unbelievable how good it is. And then there's other games that just throw VR in just kind of as a camera anchor. You can just be in that world. So like that's when I say Final Fantasy 14 should have VR, I'm just talking about anchoring me in there and just letting me use my mouse and keyboard. Yeah, because it would be impossible to do like hand controls, spells. The systems are just way too complicated. But yeah, we're still waiting for the VR MMO. We haven't gotten it yet. I don't know if we're going to, but hopefully we will. So that's kind of like the background of kind of like what an MMO is. I don't know. Did anybody play Warcraft? Any World of Warcraft out there? Is Star Citizen an MMO? Yes, it is. I would consider that an MMO, big time. Persistent universe, persistent characters, even like persistent objects. Like if you drop a bottle on the ground, it's going to be there. If you happen to log into that same server, you might log into a different shard. But if you happen to log into that same shard, that bottle is going to be on the ground. It's some significant they call it the PU, persistent universe. It's a technology they're working on. The game's hecka buggy, but it's still an MMO. Fast, fantastic in VR. It's like a new game. There's detail. Like I popped in, it's a little bit janky. I was having a hard time with it, but it was just unbelievable. That game in VR is so fantastic. But so there's World of Warcraft back in the day. There's Final Fantasy 14. Warcraft's still cranking. There's I don't know how many active MMOs. are currently on the market. There's probably hundreds of MMOs over space and time over the past 20, 30 years. I know some old ones like RuneScape are still cranking. But from what I gather, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, the top two ones with millions of players is going to be World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14 Online. And I don't know if they trade spots for 1 and 2. I think it might just depend on an expansion that's being released.
Something to pay attention to when Final Fantasy 14, they finally did something that gamers have been demanding for a long time. They're putting it on the Switch too. They're adding.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they're going to add a paywall, so you have to pay just a little bit more. Even if you go with the free subscription, you still have to pay on the Nintendo Switch paywall. But the thing is that irregardless, the more systems you get this game onto, the more the numbers are going to rise. So I'm looking forward to seeing if that actually pumps up the user subscription base.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And when you think of like how many people does, I know these are maybe some, just side examples. Like New York, how many people does it have? Does it have like 20 million? Actually, that sounds a little high, but anyways, when you think of like a space, a universe, a geography that has millions of people there, you can kind of think of it the same way. And this is what when I talk at church conferences to kind of get people anchored in some concepts of what we're experiencing. Like alt space was like a midi town. I don't know if it was a city with millions, but it had hundreds. It had maybe even thousands at its peak. That's like a small town. VRChat at any point is having 50,000 players concurrently. That's like that's a good sized town. That's like a mini small city, if you will. Rec Room, I'm not sure of the numbers as well, but you think of like Final Fantasy and Warcraft having millions of players. It's like a mini city or a large city to that degree. And so I try to like create a physical anchor for them to understand what it's like. It's like a city. It's like a town that exists, and there's like a citizenship to it. And so that's why, when we talk about MMO church, I'm really drawn to the persistent universe, because it'd be hard to have a church in Fortnite. You could run and grab all the players you can for 5 minutes and have a quick church meeting. That's a fantastic idea, by the way. But and then the match is gone. Call of Duty, the match is gone. But when you go into these MMO spaces, you can create community. You can create a sense of like events and community and gather people together in this space since it's persistent. So how did VR MMO Church start? Let me pull up a couple of images, and then we got a couple of videos from the Final Fantasy team, because I know some of them couldn't be here for it. But let me show you. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. I'll leave that video playing in the background there. Maybe I'll do one of these so we can see everybody. But let me skip to the Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, this is it right here. Some really unique images. Let me back up here. So how did... You've heard probably, if you've been part of the community here at VR MMO Church, you've heard many times about how VR Church started, VRChat, AltSpace, Rec Room. I don't know that we've told a whole lot about how the church started in Final Fantasy 14 Online. And I think it's really unique. I think it's interesting. So my family and I, we traveled to Beijing, China, partly just to kind of vacation, but the other part was to study what another country was doing with a VR. And by the way, they're like at another level. Like when we went there into Beijing, there was like how there's like a VR, maybe in the mall, there might be a little kiosk, maybe with bad VR experiences. I don't know if you've seen walking around in the U.S. malls that. In Beijing, there is a VR like amusement park almost. It was like the whole bottom floor of this mall was all VR, like spatial type stuff, like big open rooms where you would walk fully around. I've seen one of those in Austin, but that was like unique for me. They also had VR theaters to go watch VR films. And, they were kind of like crude and kind of like up and coming. But you'd walk into a theater and then you'd walk into the VR theater section where they'd sit you down in a pod and you could spin your chair around. So it was just I just observed like at a technological implementation of VR, they were just at another level in Beijing. But we were there studying, and I remember just kind of like connecting back with some news on the States. And I don't know where. I really need to go find this article because it'd really be good to kind of put up on screen. But I saw this article about a player, a real human who had passed away, and they had a funeral for them in Final Fantasy XIV Online. And I was reading about the impact of the community. I was reading about this big event, and people got in this like line, kind of almost like a procession, and they had like these umbrellas that they were carrying. And it looked interesting. It looked beautiful, just the aesthetics of it. It's when I was reading the article, I was like, wow, this is not something that people would normally do. There must be something to this community that I really want to check out. So I was just kind of like drawn to it. It was like immediately just a spark, right? And sure enough, when I got home, I started getting into Final Fantasy XIV. Started just by myself, walking around, trying to figure things out, the experience of the world. And then I got Pastor Alina into it. Let's see if I can show you this image of me and Pastor Alina. I was like, Pastor Alina, I can't remember exactly what I said. I don't know if the conversation went exactly like this, but come help me start a church in Final Fantasy XIV. So Pastor Alina, that's her on the left. I don't know I forget the races.
Pretend you said.
What's that?
Who's who? I would have asked who's Alina. You cannot see who's Alina.
Yeah, the pink hair or the wizard hat.
On any outfit she has.
Yeah.
It's Alina.
Just check the stats in FF14 of VRChat are quite even in daily active players. Wow. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I just checked it, and on Steam DB, it even has double the active players right now.
Wow.
VRChat than Final Fantasy XIV. So it's not such a bad platform, I guess.
Yeah. There's a lot of people. It doesn't get its probably recognition, but
their own private rooms or something. It's not really that interactive, but
Yeah.
It's interesting that there's as many people on VRChat as there is on these big MMOs.
Yeah, that's significant. Like I've talked about it a couple of times. It still blows me away. Even you mentioning it now, I'm like, man, that's unbelievable. Because I don't think any VR social platform has ever done that, ever gotten close to those numbers. And VRChat is cranking in those numbers. So here's Alina and I. We're beginning our Final Fantasy XIV online quest or journey. And, it's a big, expansive world, strong social tools. And that's like one of the things about MMOs, they're really good at building community and giving you tools to build community. Like it's almost like the church at large should take a little peek into what MMOs do and the way that they design. They're not all perfect, but at least their focus is we need to get people together doing quest and adventure together. It's really kind of what the church does. And so it was really interesting to see how MMOs kind of lead the way in community building for the most part. So we began this and we had a lot of fun. It's a beautiful world. There's so much to it. It's like endless content, so much to be a part of. And then Pastor Coco came around at that time and really started getting into it and quickly took the lead. And really, it was just a handful of us, like 2 or 3 of us running around Final Fantasy XIV online. And now, there's a whole crew hanging out in that persistent universe. If you haven't been to one of the church services or watched it, it's a really unique experience. We have our own house in Final Fantasy XIV, which is a whole other aspect of the game where we had to wait outside an auction house or I forget exactly the terminology to be even able to get a home in the space. And so that was unique. I remember it was a big deal when we got a space to put the church, and then the team started decorating it. And the community has grown. They got a good crew in there, questing, gathering for worship, and it just creates a unique space for people to come be a part of it. And the aesthetics are beautiful. Like when it's tough to me on Saturdays because I'm usually offline on Saturdays. But when I can get to it, it's been a while. But I just loved hanging out in there. The space is the vibe is just so. It just relaxes the nervous system, just with the colors, the design, the ambiance, the music, all those other aspects. And so, if you haven't been to Final Fantasy XIV Church or at least watch it online. You should definitely check it out. It's funner to go in person than to watch it, because it's fun to like get in there, run around, get an invite to the house, walk through the house, find your place at the gathering. Now we do use Discord voice because there's no in-game voice, but it still creates that sense of community and the gathering of the church. I think one of the things that Final Fantasy is really known for is its fashion. As you can tell, I think it's head and shoulders above many MMOs as far as fashion is concerned. Everyone just looks really, really cool. Final Fantasy uses Steam by default. I don't think by default, but you can get it on Steam. So it's definitely Steam compatible. 200,000 concurrent. That's Final Fantasy? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's some crazy numbers. 50K without the quest.
We're having a little discussion here with Phantom.
Oh, right, because when we talk about VRChat, we're not even talking quest numbers. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but even if it was 1/3, it would still be impressive, since VR is way harder to get into. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so very, very unique kind of experience. We'll play some videos here from Pastor Coco here in a second, but here's some images of the community. I don't know if they're celebrating a birthday here or what may be. I think that's Pastor Coco on the far left with the pink shirt, kind of like the safari clothing. I don't know who Muscle Man is here to the right, but he's looking pretty muscular. And this looks like one of the church gatherings that they would have. Just kind of hanging out and creating a space for faith, for God, for spirituality, community, relationships, all of those things. And yeah, it looks good. Like the environment's good. Let's go ahead and play that. Oh yeah, I remember this chapel. I think when we were first starting, it was in one of the houses over there. All right, so Pastor Coco has a video for us. Let's go ahead and play that. Let's see if we can find that. We'll do the house tour in just a second, but here's something from Pastor Coco.
Hi, I'm Pastor Coco, and I'm an elder pastor over VR MMO Church in Final Fantasy XIV. We're a fully digital church that started in VR in 2016. On the virtual reality side, we have churches in Rec Room and VRChat, and then we expanded into MMOs, or massively multiplayer online video games, in 2020. We have a Discord server where all of our different platforms come together to have community outside of the services and events. Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO that lets people from all over the world come together and play content and build community. And since it's already made for community and has a wonderful and thriving global community, we thought it would be a great place to plant a church community. We have people from New Zealand, Europe, Canada, and the United States, and there are probably more places, but we respect people's privacy. So if they don't want to say where they're from, we don't push them to tell us. We mainly speak English, but when we come across someone who's struggling with English, we do have people in the wider VR MMO church community who speak other languages and can help. And when we're not in church services or playing together in game, we hang out together in Discord voice channels or talk asynchronously in the text chat channels. And since people are in time zones all over the place, we use Discord's built-in tools to announce events, and those events show the people's local time. And when that doesn't work, we base it off of the Eastern time zone in North America. In the video game world, culture isn't necessarily based on where you live. It's based on the video game and the existing community within that game. Final Fantasy XIV has a very different culture than World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2 or Call of Duty or any other multiplayer game. And Final Fantasy XIV isn't for everyone. We're not trying to bring people into the game. We're trying to reach the people that are already there. We're called to go to the people, not expect them to come to us. Jesus traveled all over the place going to the people. He met them where they were, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And then before he ascended, he said it was better that he left so that he could send an advocate who is not bound by physical space. And this advocate is also not bound by digital space. I think that Jesus, more than anyone, understands the limitations of physical space. So I think that if he were here physically today, he would absolutely take advantage of digital technology to reach the nations. He used the common understandings and methods of communication of the cultures of that time in order to help them grasp his message and counter false beliefs and teachings. I think that he would do the same thing with video games. He would go to where the people are spending their time and meet them where they are emotionally and spiritually. That said, we do still get people from the larger VR MMO church community who aren't interested in playing Final Fantasy XIV, but they still want to hang out with us. We don't want the game to be a barrier that keeps people away who still want to learn about Jesus. So we've set it up so that people are still able to hang out with us in Discord voice and watch us play through screen sharing. A lot of people scoff at our ministry and say it's either a joke or heresy. We get a lot of pushback from people who say physical's the best, digital's only good for introducing them to Christ, and they say that true community can only happen physically and in person. But what we've found and experienced time and time again is that the people who end up in our Final Fantasy XIV community and even in our larger VR MMO church community had a terrible time trying to find a healthy, genuine, and safe physical church community in their local areas where they were empowered to use their gifts and make a positive difference in the world. But the ones who are participating and getting involved in our community and digging into God's Word with us are finding true life transformation.
Man, that was a fantastic video. That was the first time I've seen
I'm
that
Pastor
one.
Coco.
I love that. That was fantastic. About the lip sync, I don't know. I mean, it has to be an emoji. I don't remember a like a talking emoji type of thing. But that was fascinating. And you know what Coco just said, that this whole day, I'm going to say it again, has been about remembering things, like little moments, big and small, statements, worlds, people, all of it. And the one thing that she said was taking church to the people. I don't think she said it exactly in those words. I think in 2016, I was really impacted by that phrase, maybe even before that, taking church to the people. There was a pastor in, it was like a young group that was planting churches in New Jersey and New York. And that was kind of their mantra, their kind of attitude. And the way that shaped their ministry is they would start churches in coffee shops, movie theaters. I don't think until late, they did get a physical building, but for a long time, it was just, we're going here, we're going there. It was kind of like the multi-church movement in theaters and all that stuff. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense to me, particularly with my apostolic gift, that you would use that or kind of claim that as a theme, taking church to where people are at. I think there used to be a day in the past, or it used to be in the past, where you'd establish a church and people would come to you. I totally think that was a thing. I believe that church, Sunday was shut down in towns and communities and cities, and everyone would go to church. That made sense. I don't think that model exists anymore, from my understanding. Maybe it does in your town, in your city, maybe even in your denomination, where you can just open it up and everybody comes, right? And so I think it's shifted. And we've talked a lot today about the physical church hurt. There's some toxicity. Let's not even get started about white nationalism and the politicalization of what's happening with the American church, which is a whole other thing. So it's like a different beast now. And so taking church to the people, I think, is more prevalent than ever, more vital than ever. Where are people gathering? Let's take our community to them. Let's take our church in a very respectful, thoughtful way, not just coming on in and with, we got the truth and you better listen and, which I've seen a little bit of that. But yeah, that just sparked a thought. I think it's very powerful. It's really good. The Final Fantasy XIV team also created a house tour. So let's look at that house tour in a second, but I see Pastor Alina in here. Let me just pop Pastor Alina back in here. You there, Pastor Alina?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey,
this is so cool.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
So we're wrapping up 14, and we're about to go into Rust. So there's still good 20 minutes if you want them to still keep breaking for 20, or feel
Okay.
free to keep hanging. Either way, and we're probably about 25 minutes away from doing anything else.
Okay,
Doing
I'll go back to breaking. I think that would be helpful. I just didn't want to be holding anybody up.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Okay, back in 20.
Back in 20.
Okay.
All right. See
Bye.
ya.
See you.
All right, let's take a look at. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the tour of the house in Final Fantasy XIV. Here's the house tour.
Hello, I'm Pastor Coco, the elder pastor over our church experience in Final Fantasy XIV. This is our FC house where we meet and we gather and we hang out. In Final Fantasy, there are free company houses that are set up in a more community-like structure where people can go visit each other in the neighborhood and hang out together. It's created for community. We've set up an environment that's welcoming and comfortable, and we have multiple rooms where we can hang out together. This is our prayer chapel where you can come and have a quiet time if you want, and we sometimes have services in here, but mostly right now it's a place to hang out and sit in silence. And this is where we would have baptisms. We haven't had one yet, but we have decided on how we would do it within the game mechanics. Each platform is different, and this is how we can do baptisms here. Downstairs is where we hang out and gather most of the time for our services. We've set it up this way so that it's more comfortable for communication and open dialogue as opposed to a stage presence with pastors speaking down to congregation. We wanted a more home church vibe than the traditional setup. This is where we hang out and have comfortable discussions. Thanks for visiting. I hope to see you in game sometime.
Yeah, that's super cool in my opinion. I think that was awesome. The house, and I remember I'd have to ask Pastor Cozy. That's right, Simeon. That's the word I was looking for when describing the Final Fantasy house. But I think like that's, if I'm not mistaken, that sign that you see on the left, I think that's where we did the bids to get the house. Like we had to like get in line. It was like like you see in the physical or in the physical world, like people lining up outside a house and like an auction or bids, like it was kind of the same thing. It felt like, and it was such a big deal when we did get a house. Yeah, Shai, what were you thinking?
So I haven't played this yet, so I'm listening to what you're saying. When you're talking about bids, did they have to use the Final Fantasy economy to actually get in line and bid on the house with money that they earned in game?
Yeah, exactly.
Really? So they actually had to go there and
just
do a bunch of
joining?
hunting and level up specifically to spend enough time to buy a house or, buy
Yeah.
a house?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact details, but yes, it was like we had to go there. It wasn't like some automated system, right? That we had to like physically or virtually with our character go to that location and make a bid, or I don't even know if it was like auction based, bid based. We could just buy it if it came open. If it was like a rolling of the dice, kind of like a what do you call it? I don't know, a raffle type thing. But it was 100% like that because it wasn't like other MMOs where they create instances, like, and you just walk in this portal and it just automatically creates a house for you. Every house that exists there exists. Does that make sense? It's not behind some instance. And so, like, you could just make for those instance MMOs, you could make 1,000,000 houses. If there's only 100 houses, there's only 100 houses type of thing. And I think they've added more over time and over the expansion. So maybe they got to have hundreds of thousands of houses, I'm sure, but those are the only ones that exist. It's not like a make-believe instanced experience that you walk into. Yeah, it's a really unique. Big deal when we got the house. All right, that's kind of let's wrapping up Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you, Final Fantasy team, for the video, Pastor Coco, and the house tour. Loved it. And I definitely want to get back into that, kind of activate my character. One of my children plays Final Fantasy XIV pretty big, and supposedly it's like one expansion, Shadowbringers, is some of the best storytelling. And they're into like anime movies. They know story. And Final Fantasy XIV is one of their favorite stories, the Shadowbringers section. So I'm not quite into Shadowbringers yet, or maybe I just entered into it. So I've got to get it back in there and experience that. 1 minute break, guys, and we're going to be back with Rust. We'll be back very soon. And I guess, let's see here. It'll be good.
Bring the horns in. Bring the horns in. From the fall to the grave. From the fall to the grave. We celebrate. Mercy wins. Mercy wins. Mercy wins. Hey, yeah. Mercy wins. From the fall to the grave. Mercy wins. We celebrate. Yeah. Mercy wins. From the Lord to the love. Mercy's the end of the story we tell. Yeah. All fell short. That's plain and true. Sin in the system running through. Tried to fix it, couldn't repair. Lord showed the cracks everywhere. Then grace rolled in like a Sunday band. Cross made a bridge where we couldn't stand. Death got cleared, chains got loose. That man dancing in brand new shoes. From the fall to the grave. Mercy wins. From the cross to the grave. From the cross to the grave. From the law to the love. Mercy wins. Mercy's the end of the story we tell. Not by works, not by pride. Faith alive on the inside. Spirit moving through the street. Feet on the beat. New heartbeat. No more walls, no divide. Every law, no divide. Open door. Come inside. Come just try. Don't ever numb inside. Every tribe, every name. Same love, same flame. Nothing now can separate from the love that I last gave. Trumpets, trumpets. Drum on. Let it ride. Don't fake love, let it be real. Hey, what's wrong? Hold what heal. Honor up, don't compete. Lift your neighbor to their feet. Wake up now, walking light. Lead a dog, choose a right. Love a field, every line. That's the rhythm, that's the song. Every line, every line, every line, every line. Mercy wins, hey no. Mercy wins, oh no, oh no. From the fall to the grave, we celebrate.
Just want to let you know that
From the law to the love, mercy's the end of the story we tell. Mercy wins. Mercy wins. Mercy wins. From the fall to the grave, we celebrate. Second line, keep it rolling. Mercy got the last word.
All right. What you are looking at is probably one of the craziest church plans we've ever done. And it's kind of like if you have children, nephews, nieces, that type of thing. You don't necessarily have a favorite one, but each of your children are special, or your relative children are special for various reasons. And it's kind of the same thing with these churches. Which one's my favorite? Oh man, that's a hard thing to say, because Alt Space is really cool in one aspect, Rec Room is really cool in another aspect. Sorry, let me get my mic settled. I'm kind of moving it all around. VRChat's really unique because of the avatar system. So it's hard to look at one and be like, oh, this is the best, this is my favorite, because they're all unique. That said, Rust is a very unique church that we created in Rust, which is, by the way, there's no reason a church shouldn't be in here at all. All Space makes sense, Rec Room, VRChat, all those. There's no reason a church should be in here. This is one of the most, let me just be honest with you. If you guys played Rust, then you know what I'm talking about. One of the most toxic games of all time. It really is. Even gamers, not even church, Christian, whatever, just gamer world. Or Rust is toxic because it's a survival game. It's a dog eat dog world. You got to get in there. You wake up on a beach. You don't got clothes on. You're you got to rock. You got to smack some trees, get some wood. You got to build a little shack. You got to get a weapon, a little bow and arrow. You got to upgrade your base to stone. You got to upgrade it to metal because other players are going to try to get in there and take your stuff or just kill you just because they can. So what in the world is it about Rust that drew us to build a church? Well, look at the images you're seeing. It's one of the funnest base builders. Maybe not the best base building. When you think of like Valheim, you think of Enshrouded, Once Human. Those are some fantastic base building experiences. But Rust has this very unique experience with, like, there's a pool right there. There's a player in the pool. They have lights. They have, like, I don't know. This is something about it where you can just create it. And then it just kind of evolved where, like, this would just be a fun place to have a church. And it was really wild by all intents and purposes. But even when I use all that language, it was still a special place for people to connect, to grow spiritually. We've had people come into like players who are running around, see the church, come in, ask for prayer. Hey man, pray for me in this situation, and like genuine. So we had opportunity to teach about God, teach about the Bible, teach about scripture, faith, spirituality. We had opportunity to pray with people in Rust, which is crazy. Let me just play a little bit of the video here. It's kind of like people looking at you and going, why the heck are they so peaceful? Why do they have a smile on their face? All hell's breaking through in their life. So you hear the gunshots in the background. That's like That's like a normal Rust experience. There's something going on.
So you're leading service and there's bullets going on in the background while you're doing the service.
100%. I think at one point, I think at one point, doesn't make any sense that we should. I'm holding a SMG or whatever that is. And watch this. At one point, something happens, and I run outside to shoot whatever it is. I don't know if it was an NPC.
Just another day at church.
Yeah, just another day at church. Something was going on. We were able to put the scripture on the wall. We got the barrel there hey, you hear that? Hold on. Watch this.
Final thing.
Let's see what happens.
Your thoughts on what
I haven't watched this in a while, so I don't know
to
what's going to happen.
The scripture. All right, here we go. Verse 1. There we go. Philippians 4:8. And now, dear brothers and sisters, one final thing.
I forgot about that. We used to shoot at the screen to introduce a verse. Like everyone's got like decked out with like weaponry, and so they would shoot at the verse just as a thing to do.
They're excellent.
It was kind of like our version of Amen.
So when you look at this verse, it's kind of like this aspect of like you need to
look at Rico back there. He's one of our Rust leaders. He's chilling in that inflatable in the pool.
Run for the hills, cower in the corner. That might be what your circumstance is telling you to do, but the scriptures is asking you to choose.
There's coldest in the back left. You got
octane. That things that are true and honorable and right. Think about.
Were you ever overrun by other people when you had your service or something like that?
We got attacked by other players. There was one time where a video went viral. We had like, I don't know how many people come and disrupt the servers. It was kind of crazy.
We'll just kind of keep going.
We've had zombies. We were in this server called Zombieland. Yeah, that's the server one. If you look at the bottom of Zombieland, and they have like roving zombies, just hordes of zombies that run around, and you have to take care of them.
Out of your mouth.
So we got our church has definitely got attacked.
The things that you're saying to yourself is what's going to chart the course of your life. So if you're looking at your situation and you're speaking words of, this is hopeless, this is never going to work out, I'm never going to come out of this situation, the scripture is saying that's the course.
Yeah, DMR, it's pretty unique, huh?
Again,
we had some really
Pollyanna,
very creative builds. We had, even those lights that you saw.
There is this aspect where the scripture is saying
there were some lights we put on. We had to fuel those up. We had to like go get fuel. Like when we started the wipe, because this game would wipe every week or every 2 weeks, we'd have to go out with go chop down trees to get wood to build stuff and kill animals to build leather. And we had to go get, oil or something to fuel up the light in the generators. So there was a lot of work that went into building the church. It was actually like we had to get a crew to build stuff.
Because we're guarding
our
words.
It was like every week, every 2 weeks, something like that.
4:23, it says, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. And I think that's super interesting that this ancient spiritual writer says, above everything else, guard your thoughts and your words, because everything you do flows from it.
Man, I think that's fascinating. So it's kind of like, you think of the guards here in like the abandoned camp or over at the outpost, and they're not going to let any PvP shenanigans happen there. And in the same way, you got to have the guard to your heart and into your mind to just say, okay, that thought you're allowed to in, you come on in. That thought, nope, sorry, you got to stay out. That you're just going to have to. You're not allowed in here. So I think that's interesting that Proverbs is telling us this. So the next part is Ephesians 4:31 and 32. It says, "Get rid of all bitterness, rage, anger, harsh words, and slander, You hear all that as gunfire well as all in the types of background? behavior. Instead, That's a normal Rust be experience. kind to each other. I'm kind of waiting for the tender-hearted, moment. I thought I went out forgiving and one shot another, something. Just as God through Christ has
Kind of
forgiven you."
off-topic
And I really
question.
want you to focus on this
GTA
part
6
right here.
coming out. Obviously, is there going to be GTA 6 online? Are there any plans on Insert Church and GTA 6 online?
So let me back up before GTA 6. I don't know if I want to call it a dream. One of my things I've always wanted to do was plant a church in Los Santos, which is the city in GTA 5. So if that's any indication of where like my heart is, where like my brain is, like I would love to start a church in Grand Theft Auto, Los Santos, or whatever GTA 6 is. I don't know if they released the name of the city. I think it's based off of Miami, if I'm not mistaken. What are they calling it? Did they say that?
It's being called GTA 6 right now, but as far as we know, yeah, it's supposed to be in Vice City.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's called Vice City.
Florida, I can't wait to play that game because I feel like everything is an exaggeration of where I live, and I'm here for it.
Are you in Miami?
No, I live in Tampa.
Oh, Tampa. Man, that game is going to. So there's so many things to say about the game. It's probably going to be one of the greatest games of all time. It's probably going to sell $1 bazillion worth of.
And between November 18th and November 20th, the internet's going to keep breaking, and everyone's like, "Why does the internet keep breaking?" GTA 6 just came out, and of course, everyone has to download the day one patch. So you're going to have millions of these kids trying to download it, and it's going to break financial systems.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that it's going to be one of the biggest game launches of all time until GTA 7. But yeah, I'm the only thing I'm bummed about is that game is not coming out on PC probably till like a year later.
Yep.
So it's like, that kind of stinks, And I don't know, because they did buy out the RP. What do they call them? 5M. They bought those guys out. So that whole role play mechanic, I'm very curious to see how they incorporate it into GTA 6, because I think they're going to integrate it. Because like right now, 5M, the GTA roleplay is kind of like a separate thing that mods it, but I think they're unifying it. I don't know. Don't quote me on all this. I think something's going to happen there. Where did sorry, I've just been waiting for this moment. Did I not go out there and?
You didn't shoot anything yet, no.
I'm gonna skip a little bit. Here's the closing prayer. You see everyone getting down to their knees and getting ready for the prayer. Did I miss it? I wonder if I missed it. Hold on, let me fast forward. Oh, here. I guess we missed it.
That's pretty cool.
You to chew on, for you to think about, and I think you'll enjoy it pretty good. Hold on, is this an NPC?
Out in the middle of the sermon, shoot a guy and go back and do
NPC. NPC. Yeah, it was an NPC message.
Very normal.
Nobody's phased by that. Nobody's phased.
Let's start out with a word of prayer.
That's fantastic. All right, we are coming on the ninth hour of the stream. We just did a little bit of Final Fantasy 14 with a little bit of Rust. This you can see here at the. Let me hit the end of it. Is where we start a little closing prayer, that type of thing. But we'll be back, a short break, and then we're going to go into the final hour of our stream. So yeah, we'll be back, guys. Final hour coming up. Don't miss it. All that gunfire. Okay, we'll be back soon, guys.
You.
Line up. Bring the horns in. Bring the horns in. From the fall to the grave. From the fall to the grave. We celebrate. Who told you love needed permission. I'm shocked how fast fear was a holy face. Rules stacked high like towers till nobody feels safe. Chains dressed up like wisdom, pressure dressed up like light. But if it steals your freedom, something isn't right. That's not good news. Not if love disappears. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope came calling for every soul. For every soul. Even if I said it, even if angels fill the sky, if the message loses mercy, don't believe the lie. I knew religion without love. I wore the armor too, till grace found me outside the walls and pulled me into truth. Who are you trying to please? Fear, crowds, systems, or the God who already came near? Love is the measure, not power, not shame, not fear. Love. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope still rises for every soul. For every soul. Even the
All right, well, let's jump into the sermon here in just
even the gatekeepers, there's hope for everyone.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Phoebe carried the letter, Prisca put her neck on the line. Junie, apostle, women building, leading by design. 10 megas next to palace, workers breaking bread as one. Kitchen tables turned to churches before the work was done. The kingdom was built by the ones you never saw coming. The kingdom was built and it's still running. Churches wrote it down, his hand is ink, his page. Aquila held the line through every single stage. And Chronicus saw the inside of a cage. Palace workers on their knees in the belly of the rage. Makers and theologians at the same table sitting. Dock workers and mothers and the ones who kept the mission. Every class, every name, and the ones who went unwritten. Kitchen tables turned to churches in the empire they were living in. The kingdom was built by the ones who never saw coming. The kingdom was built and it's still
Got a lot of snakes in a place with a face and a grace and a taste for the fame and the stage and the praise. And they fake it and they take it, then they break it, then they make it like I love it. It's a shovel when they're done, and then a sacred pause. And I get them out, get them going, get them moving. Smooth lips, quick tricks, look at what they're doing. Ruin the body, ruin the mission, ruin the building. At the kitchen table, church is built with blood to the ceiling. Feeling like a blessing, but the message is a weapon. And the weapon is a lesson in deception. Every second, every sentence, every syllable is selling you a lie. And the lies got a suit, and the suit's got a tie. And the tie's got a smile, and the smile's got a knife. Cut it off, cut it down, it away from the life of the body of the mission of the people in the faith. Paul said, guarding with your life, don't get the smooth ones any space.
Throw the doors open, the mystery is out. What God kept for ages is pouring out now. Every tongue, every tribe, every nation walks through. Salvation didn't ask your name, it just came for you. This is what they bled for. This is what the letter carried. Every name in chapter 16 held the door. To the only wise God be the glory.
All right. Simeon just read something very important that the writer is also trying to communicate. Not only that does Jesus
I'm not
want
here to blend in, I'm here to change.
he has the authority to
I lay my life down not for applause, not for the system, not for the cause. I don't live plastic, don't play the role. I put my body where my heart goes. This isn't duty, this is desire. I didn't bow, I climbed the fire. Mind getting rewired, truth in my veins. I'm not conformed, I'm rearranged. If it looks normal, I don't want it. Don't copy the world, don't wear its face. I'm being changed from the inside space. New mind, new breath, new frame. Transform, not the same. I don't fight evil with evil ways. I don't win hate by throwing flames. I rise above, I break the chain. Ay, transform, not the same. Different gift, but the same heartbeat. Every voice that matters, every seat. Not chasing crowns, not flexing rank. We build the body, no one's fake. Love stays real, no hidden knives. Hate what kills, cling to what's alive. Honor flows both directions here. Joy and hope, steady through fear. It feeds division, I don't need it. Don't copy the world, don't wear its face. I'm being changed from the inside space. New mind, new breath, new frame. Transform, not the same. I don't fight evil with evil ways. I don't win hate by throwing flames. I rise above, I break the chain. They transform, not the same. Bless, don't curse. Give, don't take. Stay away. Stay away. I live at peace as far as it depends on me. Justice isn't mine, I let it be. Fire answers fire, but love disarms. I leave revenge out of my palms. Overcome evil with good.
because sometimes
Don't copy the world, don't wear its face. I'm being changed by a higher way. Clear mind, clean hand, steady flame. Transform, not the same. I don't mirror hate, I break the frame. I answer dark with living flame. This is how the old world ends. Transform, not the same. This is worship in motion.
All right. We're back. We're live. What's up?
Oh, hi. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Is it morning where you're at?
Oh, no, I just took like a 5-second micro nap.
Ah, okay.
Very good.
Excellent. What do we got? Who's the crew to wrap this up? Who do we got? Well, we got one quick segment, and then we'll do the wrap up. Looks like we got Alice here, Shai, Simeon, Pastor Lena Soto's here. All right, 10th anniversary live stream. We're in the final hour, so we've done good. We had a great day, in my opinion. Fantastic. It's been a lot of fun. How's everybody doing? Everybody tired, ready to wrap up? Are we still ready to go?
I'm tired because I've been awake for more than
Like 24 hour, like a million
Alice, you should
hours.
go get some sleep. And well, I don't know. Simeon's here.
Simeon, too.
He's in a further time zone.
Now ahead of,
so.
yeah, he's an hour ahead of me.
Wow. Who's here? Damara's still here? Okay.
Hey,
All right,
Damara.
we still got some people hanging out in the live stream. Looks like Jessica just popped in. What's up, Jessica?
Hello.
That's good. Is there one that puts all of us in here? Where is it? That kind of like a. Sorry, I'm kind of flipping through the things here. Let's see if we can get something going here. That one's decent. All right, so we're in the final hour. Not much time left. We do have one segment before we get into some final stuff, though, and that's we've had a lot of fun. Actually, Alina, before you got in here, Shai was asking, with GTA 6 coming out, do we ever think about planning a church in GTA 6? And I said, man, I've always wanted to plant a church in Los Santos. And for those of you that don't know Los Santos, that is the city in Grand Theft Auto 5. That's always been one of my things. We tried to get in there a few times. It can be platform can be a challenge for various reasons. But we've had some Bible studies. We've had some adventures. As I'm speaking of adventures and Grand Theft Auto and a church, I think we did a lot of fun. Like we kind of took a different take on offering. How churches would pass the offering plate. One thing that we did is Alina and I would stream us robbing banks in GTA. But then it would be like, people could give, through the stream, and it was just I guess a fundraising stream, I suppose, is one way to look at it. But yeah, speaking of robbing a bank, let's see if I can find that.
Speaking of robbing a bank. 2
pastors walked into a bank and robbed it, I think is the name of this video. Let's see if I can find that one. Yes, here it is. Let's go watch it.
Oh, this is gonna be too much.
It's so funny because I'm kind of nervous. I'm like, I'm nervous.
Don't get out yet, but this is the one we're gonna.
Okay.
This liquor store,
This is the
right?
store, okay.
But I'll just
I'm
do
like,
a
I'm kind of
tour around the
nervous.
Whoa.
block. Ladies and gentlemen,
Nice
this is Pastor Lena's first robbery. We gotta make money. We gotta eat, right?
Yeah, you gotta do what you
Who's
gotta
driving?
do.
Me or Lena? I can't tell.
Oh, you. It's gotta be
Yes,
you.
I'm very, very nervous.
I guess
You'll
we're-
notice because I'll probably get in and out of the car 12
And I'll
times.
be the lookout.
Okay.
Basically,
Oh,
rob him, and he'll drop money.
That's not a bank.
We'll just drop some money. I think it's a liquor store.
Okay, so I'm gonna go in. I'm just gonna take out my gun and point it at the guy and say, "Give me all your money."
Yep, exactly.
And then I just keep talking, yelling, or whatever. I just keep saying things, makes him go quicker, and then he'll give me a bag, and I jump in the car.
Yep, exactly. And then the police will definitely be coming.
Ah!
Okay. Here we
Okay.
go.
Here we go.
I'm pretending like I'm just a normal.
Why are you
Oh,
scooting in there like
Hey,
that?
thank you. How are you
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
This is scooting.
Yeah, those juice golds are very much what I came here for. So anyhow, I was wondering, give me all your money. Give me all your money now.
left
Grab
trigger.
it,
Yeah,
aim it at me.
he made it
Give give me your money. Don't try any funny business. Why are you not?
Oh, that's very.
Oh well, you're not going
Intimidation,
fast enough. Do it faster. Do it faster. Now. Put it. I don't have time for this. Don't make me pull out my bigger gun. You better give me that.
I'm gonna grab the money.
right
Keep an
now.
here. I'll keep an eye on him actually. 'Cause
Okay.
sometimes
Yeah,
they
yeah,
pull
yeah.
out
Oh.
a weapon.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, okay. How do I
Did
grab
you
it?
grab
How do
it?
I
Did
grab
you
it?
grab
Do I
it?
just have it?
Yeah, just
I
walked
don't know.
over. All right, let's
Did
go.
I?
Let's
Do
go.
I
Let's go. Let's go.
Go.
Police.
Go. Get in. Oh, I hear them.
No, get back up. Here they come. Oh no!
Oh!
They're right behind us. It's okay.
Okay, that was too funny when I got back out of the car.
I was trying to
Oh
put
yeah,
my gun away.
that's no worries. We got out easy.
Yeah.
That was funny.
And you can see them on the little mini map. You see the police.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to
Basically, we're
play
just trying to
red,
avoid.
right?
Yeah, we're trying to
they're
avoid
blinking
their.
red and blue.
Oh, there's somebody in front.
Oh, they're
So,
coming up.
Turn this way.
And then.
Oh. Oh, they saw us. Oh, no, they didn't. We got it. After a certain
Yeah,
amount of time.
I don't see any of them. So if you evade them long enough, they'll give up. We did it. It's
Yeah,
done.
we did it,
That was
yeah.
it.
Yeah, we did it.
Can I high five you or something? Is that thing? Woo, woo.
I don't. There
They
you
gave up
go.
pretty quickly.
There you go. Their successful
bank robbery.
Oh man, you know there's okay. Kill some time here, Lena, for me, because there is another one. It might be the same thing. It might have been the trailer, but I think there was a funny element there. Let me look it up real quick. But
all I remember is there was a continuous series of funny elements, like everywhere, everything. I've never laughed so much as I did playing GTA.
I'm sorry,
It's
you were
fantastic.
like the world's most polite bank robber or robber. Like I'm just like when I saw that, it's like, okay, please give me.
Oh, did I say please? Did I say please?
Can I please have some?
Yeah, you said
I did.
please.
I didn't
That's
catch that part.
great.
I didn't. I said please. That's funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
Did you know
Too
it's just
good. Too good.
or didn't you know that?
Was that Samuel?
The most polite person to an NPC that I've ever seen.
Oh, exactly. I know. And to boot to an NPC. Not only am I like, yep,
And
yes.
I'm another avatar.
Wow.
We would be terrible robbers in real life. You realize that, right? Like we have to.
I hate to agree with you, but yeah, you guys would be terrible.
I like how. Wait, let me back this up. I like how you scooted in. Like you didn't walk into the. You know, watch this. You'll start scooting.
Yeah. Yeah, you walk smoothly. I
Skedaddling.
scoot. There's hesitancy. I'm about to rob a liquor store. What do you want from me? I should be nervous.
Wait for it. Here it comes.
Skid
it.
There's another scoot. Oh, you're right. I never noticed that. It's so funny.
That is some boot scoot and boogie there.
That's amazing.
Oh my
god. Boot scooting.
I was wondering.
Hey, I had to do some vintage 90s country music reference. What can I say?
I love that song.
Hey,
Boot,
Brooks and
scoot, and boogie.
Poor guy being harassed by a couple of pastors.
No.
What the? How does this
I
world has
know.
come
What
to?
are the? I remember DJ how you and I would every time we leave the game, like just throw down.
Oh, we would just fight. Yeah, we would just
Yeah.
beat each other up.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
It was every
That
time.
was hilarious. Here we go. Here's the trailer for this, because I think we did a trailer for the stream. Church needs money. Let's go. We're pastors at a church called Virtual Reality Church. This is Pastor Lena, and I'm Pastor DJ. We're taking donations for the church. So nice to meet you. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind donating to the church today. What do you think? There we go. Then we go into the This is you driving now. This is Lena driving.
Ooh, it's me. Uh-oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. That looks like me.
That's fantastic.
This just makes me feel stronger than ever that I feel like we really do need to do a GTA thing. Like,
that'd be fun, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's. I'm kind of up to date on the good, maybe a good way to do it. Like I think Frey talked about it. Yeah, here the only way you could truly get it working would be a 5M server. That'd be the way to do it. We were doing it in GTA Online public servers. Like there is no way we can do that because there's no moderation. There's hackers. There's cheaters. So 5M would be the way to do it. And that would be a lot of fun because we were in the Final Fantasy segment talking about persistent universes, and that's a very persistent experience in the 5M world. So when we say 5M, it's basically they take Grand Theft Auto and you mod it to become like an MMO type of experience. So
yeah,
it does have its
tell
own.
me about it. Like your characters, like you stay in it. A part of it, isn't it right that you're not playing it, you're living it, and you stay in that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely a lot of fun. All right. Well, we're coming to the end of the live stream. We got about 45 minutes, and we'll hit 10 hours. It's been a fantastic day. Before I want to get into a couple things, I want to show everyone the website. I want to do a very quick overview of Voyage 20. Very quick because we already did a podcast on Voyage 20. The only thing I want to zoom in on is the Pauline ministry. We did not talk about that in Voyage 20 podcast because that was an addition, an amendment. So we'll look at that, spend a little bit of time on that, not too long, show the website for Voyage, or talk about Voyage 20, Pauline ministry, show the website, and then we'll wrap up with some final thoughts. I think we'll play that Rec Room trailer again because that was a tearjerker.
Oh, no.
So we'll definitely play
Please,
that.
for sake.
Get your tissues ready.
Yeah.
Emotions will be coming. Before we do that, any thoughts about today in general? And we'll have some closing thoughts at the end, but I don't know. What's going through your hearts and your minds about today? It's been a really special day, and it's been a lot of fun unlocking memories that were just forgotten over time, over space, and then being like, oh yeah, Walt in Alt Space and the globe, and all these different things. Did we ever get Chuck figured out to come hang out?
No, he said it would be a challenge.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So I've not heard from him.
Yeah, just wanted
He really wanted to. I already asked him. He said that I could kind of fill people in. I didn't fill people in before because I wanted him to have that opportunity. But he just, what happened was he had a stroke, and that left him, like, at first unable to use the right side of his body, like, at all. And he lost his home up in the mountains because he had to go live in a nursing or assisted living care. And when you hear it, it sounds horrible, and it is horrible, but he sounds happier than ever, really.
That's good.
He's always lived on his own, and he thought, very isolated, and he always thought that's how he was happy and wanted to be. But ever since he's been forced into this group living situation, he's discovered that he absolutely loves people. And had he known, he would have done life differently. He wouldn't have lived in so much isolation. And so he's been put into this incredible place where you hear horror stories sometimes of assisted living nursing homes, but he says that this place is just absolutely amazing. He started a choir. He's always loved to sing. Remember when he started that thing where he would put the voices over and was trying to do a church choir? So he started just by singing, and somebody's like, oh, I love that. And they started listening. Then somebody else started singing. Before you know it, he's now leading this church choir. And he started a newsletter for the place. And so I think it's once a month he puts out these newsletters. He loves AI. He uses that to help him with his writing. He's just very busy and very fulfilled. Probably one of the reasons why he's struggling to get here today is he's got kind of like me, where I push as much as I am physically able to do into my life. And even though I have to sleep for 12 hours a night, that's what I need to do to function. He, in the same way, at where he's at, has so many activities that he's already got himself right up to the edge of what he can do. But it's all good stuff. He's helping people. He's ministering. He's happy. He's social. He's singing. He couldn't take his dog with him. Clearly, he had his dog, but they bring in the same dog every week that it's kind of gotten to know and loves. And the long story of it is, through this horrible hardship, he's found, again, just reminds me of me's story, blessing on blessing on blessing on blessing on blessing, and discovered these new and wonderful things in this life that he wouldn't otherwise have found. And he's happy.
Oh, I love that. I love to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chuck
It
was
would have come better coming out of him, but
yeah, no, Chuck. Yeah, he was one of the first church members. That's why when you hear us talking about Chuck, he was one of the first ones to be a part of the community. And he's a smart dude, loves science, and we just had a lot of fun, a lot of good memories with Chuck. It was great.
if you see this, we love you and miss you, Chuck.
Yeah, definitely. If he's watching later, what's up, Chuck? We had some great conversations of science, and he's always up to date on the latest, whatever is being discovered. Or, and it was really interesting because I remember one of his first, well, not first. He came up to me one time and he said, so I just want to tell you something. He goes, I don't remember exactly the words, but he says, I don't believe in a 6-day literal creation. And, that's my religious background, very literal 6-day hardcore about that. He was, I think, Southern Baptist, same thing, hardcore 6-day literal. But he personally didn't believe that from his study in science and kind of diving into those aspects. And he was kind of sheepish to tell me about that. I was like, Chuck, this isn't a community that is like watchdogging your doctrine or your theology or what you believe, particularly in all these other matters. And so I was like, you're free to be like 6-day literal. You're free to be theistic evolution. Feel free to, whatever you want to believe in. That's fine. And so I thought he found that refreshing. He couldn't bring that up in his church. There's no way he would get ostracized, at best, and worst, or at worst, and then at best, people would ignore him. Just kind of knowing how those communities react to, he believes in, evolution, that type of thing. So,
yes.
So I really appreciate Chuck. Well, let's take a few moments to unveil the website, guys. We this is exciting. Kind of like there's a lot of things leading up to like Voyage 20. Voyage 20 is the term about going into 20 years of VR Church, and I just want to bring up the URL over here. The new website's of vrchurch.org. It's kind of the same, or it is the same URL that we've been using, but it's gotten a fresh look here. And we're just going to scroll through it real quick just to unveil it. We were supposed to unveil it at a later time or live, but what happened was the transition happened so fast that it was just the website went up instantaneously. It was supposed to take like 5 to 7 days, but it went up in like 5 to 7 minutes. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess it's live. So I guess we should tell everybody, you know what I mean? So we kind of announced that it's live. So this is, the new website for vrchurch.org, VR Church, MMO Church. There's a few things we want to work on with a new MMO Church logo and kind of create, a branding, or if you will, for the MMO Church. But I definitely would encourage you to take some time to like scroll through it, check it out. Like this section right here, you see this scrolling text, and you might be wondering, why does it say blockchain, Web3? Why does it say AI worship? Why are you doing that? Oh, wait a minute. Your value is LGBTQ plus allies. What's that? Inclusive leadership. What's all this language you're using? And we're going to talk about this a little bit in the Pauline part of Voyage 20. But one of the things that we found over the years was that some people don't align with our vision and values. That's inclusive, whether that's women leadership, whether that's LGBTQ as our brothers and sisters in Christ. They're not going to hell. They're our brothers and sisters in Christ. Those are like in the relational things. At a technological level, we got AI, we got blockchain. And I've found that when people learned about that, they got really upset, maybe created a stir, took up some like resources as far as time to argue about it. And it's just something that you would discover just because we're passionate about going through the scripture, and love is our strongest value. And we're talking about that. And I think people well-meaning come in. They're like, oh, I want to be a part of this. This is amazing. It's VR. We can tell it's pioneering. They're drawn to it. But when they learn these different values about LGBTQ or women or AI, I notice people get upset. So I think That's why you see it front and center on the website. When people come to join our Discord, they'll go through the website here and they'll see that. And they can decide on their own, okay, I'm not going to join because those are things I'm against, right? But it's things that we're for. And we wanted to let people know that instead of the sideways energy that we've had as leadership with arguing about all these things, all the topics, right? So that's one of the reasons it's up there. And I think it's important. And I think it's just a beautiful expression of who we are. And so that's, you see that there on the front and center on the webpage. And our three main experiences here at VRChat, with VRChat, Final Fantasy 14, and Discord. And you can kind of just scroll down and see just how it's like a really interesting visual experience that people see when they come to the website. A little history about who we are. This is a very, like, it was kind of special to see it all in one space. Leading up to it, it's just me. I never really saw it in a timeline form, and I was like, "Whoa, that's beautiful. That's amazing." Even with Altspace, Rec Room, and Rust shutting down, it's just beautiful to see the progression of that. And we even have a in memoriam section that I'll show you here in a second about Altspace Rec Room. Before I keep going, what do you think, Alina? Are you liking it? You don't like it?
I'm loving it. No,
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Very
Anybody
happy.
else? Any thoughts?
I think it's amazing personally. When I was going through it, about having those banners right at the top there, I think that's perfect because I think what it's essentially saying is gone are the days where people get to, like you said, waste resources on explaining our positions, but it also it allows us to be proud of it, and I use the word proud not in a negative way. But I think these are things to celebrate. And so this is who we are. And so no hiding, no equivocating, no softening the edges, so to speak. This is who we are, period.
And I remember, just to get to your point, like I remember, I don't know how many years ago, we had an elder meeting with Zach, Bismick, Coco, and I think Zach was really the one to say, hey, we really should bring all these values forward. And I think at the time we weren't, because we weren't trying to make an issue out of anything. It wasn't like we were hiding that we were allies or that we're using technology. We just wanted to be a church that wasn't into issues or arguing about it. We just wanted to stay so far away from that. But I think the way that things have evolved, at least in the U.S., politically, religiously, politics and religion embed together, the way that it is, the way that it's being expressed, I think the nail in the coffin for me was last Pride Month, seeing the hatred from Christians towards the LGBTQ community. And I was like, oh, you know what? We're not going to play around with this anymore. The arguments that we had, the conflict, and that's fine. Go believe that and do that with another community. But as far as this community, we value love, inclusion. We value these at a relational level, at a technological level. Here's some things we value as well, not without some judicious aspects. Like we're not blindly going into AI. We're trying to be thoughtful about, at least trying to be. Blockchain as well, but we're not even doing anything with blockchain. But we want to let people know that that's a possibility. We might at the end of the day. Shai, I thought I saw you.
So
a big
part of this for me, it actually happened recently when we were teaching enrollments, because I always knew that the church kind of had a stance on it, but they didn't promote it. But I'm going to be frank and honest. So this is how the situation laid out for me as it was going. So I think it was in Romans 8 or wherever, where they started to touch upon the idea of how the Bible addresses homosexuality. But at the same time, so when they got into that, I was like, oh no, they're that kind of church. But then you guys flipped it. And you're explaining, it's like, see, this is where people get this idea of why the Bible would suggest that it hates homosexuality. It's like, no, that's not what it's saying at all. So I almost feel like one of our mission statements is to take these like misgivings about what people have been saying about what's actually written in the Bible. It's like, no, if you really want to contest it, this is what, that's the great thing about the Bible is there's so many ways to examine it and break it down. It's like, It's almost as if we've been needing this in society. Like, this is a movement we need to remove this hate and these biases and these dogmatic ideals that don't apply anymore. Because we're seeing the effects of what hate brings to society when we try and use the Bible for hate.
Couldn't agree with you more. I'm sorry. What was
No,
that,
good.
DJ? Oh, I was going to say, like, for me, like, one of the reasons I didn't earlier on, like, bring it so strongly to the forefront was because I didn't want to talk about it, because the whole point of it is it shouldn't be a subject. Like, I didn't feel like we should have to say we support LGBTQ people, because it should just be like, well, of course you do. You support people, right? You love people. And so, like, I always got frustrated because I would want to say the whole point of this whole thing is that it shouldn't be a thing. Like, and so, but just because I feel that way, there's so many other people who clearly don't. So I am glad that we're putting it so far in the front, because not because it should be, because it shouldn't be, but apparently it needs to be.
Yeah, I think Zach was right at the end of the day. It wasn't like we were. Oops, I accidentally muted. It wasn't like we were resistant to Zach, but I think we were more like, let's not go down that road of creating controversy. But the hatefulness that we saw, and I was like, oh well, no, let's be clear on who we are, and then all the anger and the conflict, and all right, this is who we are. And I think part of it is discovering who we are, to be honest. And I know that sounds kind of funny, like like a college student discovering who they are and they go to Europe or whatever. And in one sense, in our journey of 10 years, we discovered who we are. And this is some of these values that are displayed right here. I thought, did someone else raise a hand? I might have cut someone off. Yeah, Simeon.
Yeah, I think for me, this LGBTQ thing was actually one of the main reasons why I said I want to invest into this church, because you guys are the first church I found that is like spirit-filled and something like that, and still like open to these people, like people that are a little bit different, and maybe, yeah. This was really a main reason for me to say I want to invest into this church.
I love that.
Yeah.
Simeon, I remember when we brought up that we were going into Romans, I remember as a builder, you were like, oh, I don't know if I want to like participate in Romans. Like, this is not what I'm interested in, like, giving my time to. But once you saw that, wait a minute, Romans isn't what you expected, like, from us as teachers and leaders and elders, and I noticed that all it took was that first Romans 1 with that bit of Romans 2, and you were back all the time building. You didn't of course sometimes you would go because you have your work that you do, you're traveling, but I just thought that was really cool. Yeah.
I love that.
I'm glad it pleasantly surprised you.
I love that.
Alina, you mentioned Romans and about being nervous. I have to confess, I was not looking forward to Romans, and the series on Romans blew my mind. I did not realize the full scope of Romans. So, DJ, I know you like using the analogy of coming in partway through a series, right? Episodic, and the context needed. OMG, I have to say that was probably one of the most eye-opening series for me, because everybody's used to the first two chapters, but Romans was eye-opening in all the best possible ways.
Exactly. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, you're good.
I get all.
No, all I was going to say is I think Romans shaped us probably more than any I mean, I think we've been shaped along the way in many ways, in powerful ways. But Romans had a definitive shaping in many aspects. The universality of all things. We'll talk about that's in our belief section. The universality. Just convinced more than ever that love is our theology that you see here. All right, we'll go to the belief section in just a second. But as we think about what does the church believe in, what's our beliefs, what's our theology. I remember working at a mega church, and I had a friend from college who was definitely a more let's call it, I hate to use these words, but let me just use these words for the sake of time and just using human words. But the megachurch was more liberal than the conservative church he was a part of, or the conservative college that we came from. And so he was concerned, right, just at a bird's eye level. But he says, hey, let me check you out. And so the way that he checked us out was went to our beliefs page. And we had the very traditional theology. We believe in, creationism. We believe in all these very, it's almost like copy and paste from church to church when it comes to theology. And he says, okay, you guys are good. No, thumbs up. And it got me thinking. I was like, wait, do you even know, like, if we feed the poor or take care of the elderly or the orphan or do we even love people? And I, for a fact, know that that's how the hierarchy, the church, evaluates each other through the doctrinal statements. Whether or not that affects that you take care of the widow, the orphan, that's irrelevant. That you believe these things is king. And I just felt love was never a concern. It was never like, does your church love people? Has never been asked from my, let's say, seminary friends, theological friends. It's just, what do you think? What do you believe about this issue? And that just kind of always impacted me. And so what you're going to see is love is our theology. And I'm convinced more than ever, probably 10 times more than even a few weeks ago, that love is our theology, not a side thing, not after the serious theology. It is the greatest commandment and the second greatest commandment. And Pastor Zach brilliantly talked about that earlier today, about love being the greatest. And so we want to let people know that, whether they think that's sappy or new age, that's for them to decide. But for us, this is our core value. This is our core belief. This is our theology about love, that God loves every avatar, that every avatar is a real person with a real story, and that everyone is welcome even if you don't believe in God. So that's kind of a very short version of what we'll see in the belief section. But just for time's sake, let's kind of keep clicking on here. Unless, Alina, did you want to say something at this point?
Oh no, keep
going.
on. Keep on keeping on.
We'll have to update this 10 years section. This is more kind of leading up to today, but we'll kind of make it a memorial moment of the stream and some of the things we talked about and the speakers. And the VRChat service was a lot of fun. And Alina, thanks for taking the troll away. I guess did you talk to him out back or something like that?
I tried to have a conversation him out back, but he was just continued to be rude, so I had to kick him.
Yeah, you had to kick him. Yeah, fair enough.
But I tried not to. But
tried not to. Yeah. So this is that 10-year page talking about today. This is something we haven't launched yet. That's the fundraising for the new VRChat church and some technological elements for the pastors. So we'll talk about that soon. We haven't got that set up, so but it's kind of in there. So going into Worlds, each experience, each church that we have has its own page, very similar to the old website, maybe just a fresh coat of paint talking about how to connect with VRChat. Very similar, just kind of looks a little bit different. So if you've seen the old website, then you've seen this one, VRChat, Final Fantasy 14. We've updated with some up-to-date pictures explaining how to be a part of the community, joining the community, and a little gallery so people can see what it's like to be part of the community. Remember this one, Alina? This is you and me getting the church started in Final Fantasy 14. You got your pink hair going, as you do now.
Yeah.
So which one is Alina? Can you tell? Which one? I can't.
And you helped me find clothes.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling the stream, that Final Fantasy 14 is so fashion. It's so fashion oriented, 100% fashion oriented.
Yeah.
And then the
I like it. I just wish it were AMVR, and I wish you didn't have to pay a monthly fee.
Oh, right. Yeah, got some downsides. Well, I guess there's an aspect where you can play it for free to a certain point. So there is a free element, I think. Maybe someone from Final Fantasy can.
You can play for free up until the last 2 expansions, and I don't know which one of the last 2 expansions is the one that your kids really like, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Like Shadow
They're getting ready to release a new expansion, so the second to last expansion now will probably be free in about 3 months.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
So this is the link to the Discord, and we're going to talk about a little bit about the new Discord in a minute. The VR guide is still from the last experience, telling people how to get into VR if they haven't done that before. The leaders section kind of shows the leaders of VRChat, and just a little bio, a little leadership, that type of thing. And then some press. This was fun to see all together again. Kind of like the timeline, being able to see it, kind of seeing the press over the years. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy because it all happens so fast and in real time. But we're talking like USA Today, like the Today Show. Are you kidding me? Polygon, Comedy Central.
Comedy Central is my favorite.
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
So funny. I know people were offended, but I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That one is. If you haven't seen the Comedy Central one, you definitely.
that.
What's that?
Yeah.
You seen that one?
I haven't seen that. I gotta see that.
Oh, you gotta see that. You're gonna love it.
It's irreverent, but it's funny.
Oh, I love that.
We had a good time. We had a good time with that. Polygon, USA Today, Spectrum, BBC, Wired, CBN, all these different experiences that we were a part of, and it's fun to see it all together. But yes, go check out the Comedy Central one. It was weird. It was weird being on that, right? Because it's like, what's his name, Trevor Noah and Ronnie Chang. Like I watched those.
Daily Show.
Yeah, the Daily Show. Yeah, Ronnie Chang and Nova Trevor. Ronnie Chang. Here, maybe we'll play here. Let me play a little bit of this. Yeah, let me play it. Can I even play it?
It's pretty offensive. I shared that the other.
Offensive, like don't play it, or offensive, like just trigger warning.
Like trigger warning, I suppose.
Trigger warning. Gotcha.
I can't remember if it swears or anything, but yeah.
All right, I'm gonna upload it, and we'll give a trigger warning. Just it's not even that bad, right? Like at the end of the day, but
Oh, that's hilarious. Daily Show.
I put it in my memes channel, and one of the things that I managed.
Wait, what?
I put it in the memes channel on like one of my friend groups.
Oh,
I did the other day.
Oh yeah.
So.
All right, we'll play a little bit. Let's give a trigger warning.
Okay.
Just just some language.
Alex, you realize you're just making us want to see it more.
Yeah, we got to now.
Yeah.
What's the trigger warning? If you're offended by what, sexual innuendo, probably.
No, it's like a little bit anti-religious stuff.
Oh, that part. Yeah.
Mild blasphemy. Yeah.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. I was thinking like the sexual innuendo was probably.
I guess
I don't care about that.
There's nothing any worse than any troll hasn't given on any given Sunday. Only these people are actually funny. The trolls are not funny.
Trolls. We're online and in VR. Yeah.
All right, I think it's uploading around. Just give me
exactly, professional
so
TV trolls. That's what they are.
Yeah.
We'll wait till that's ready, and we'll show that just for Jessica. In Memoriam, Worlds We Loved. You should definitely go check out this space. A little tribute to Alt Space. Miss that place. And then Rust. Would love to continue Church and Rust. You never know, maybe someday. I think this is more of a bandwidth. Like that Rust didn't shut down like Alt Space and Rec Room. I think it was more of a bandwidth issue at the time. Just energy, bandwidth. It was just tough to keep it going consistently and well. We wanted to do all things well and with excellence as much as we're able to, and we just didn't have the bandwidth, I think, for it. But yeah, a little tribute to Rec Room as well, and so yeah, definitely check that out. AI worship, and I know that's a controversial thing. The music's jamming, though. I'm going to tell you that right now. But I'm sure this won't be the end, even internally, because I do think there's value in continuing to have the conversation about AI, because we do need to look at it through the lens of being judicious with it. What aspect? It's not a blanket. We're going to use all aspects of AI. But what is good? What is bad? Why is it good? Why is it bad? I think that's really important for us as a metaverse church, Web3 church, to lead that conversation. I don't think it's helpful to go, it's all bad, it's all good. Like, that's not interesting to me. We got to bring some intelligence to the conversation about why it's bad or why it's good, why we use it. What are some aspects of it that we don't like? But yeah, Shai, you're going to raise your hand?
Yeah, so I feel that this is eventually going to lead to the biggest debate of all time that transcends humanity. How do we define life? Because for me, honestly, I know this sounds crazy, but I consider AI to be a new form of life. And I know that this is going to become a debate. And I know that this is going to challenge a lot of values. But I'm honestly looking forward to the debate on this. It's like, how do you feel? Do you honestly think that AI could be considered life that's developing?
Yeah, I think you're right too. And unfortunately, I feel like the church should be leading in these conversations, but I don't think they're going to. They did it in VR, AR, metaverse, Web3, blockchain. They're not going to do it in AI. You know what I mean? So, but we need to. Like, it's just frustrating that the church at large doesn't want to jump into that. There's the merch page. Still goes to VR Church merch. Get your T-shirt. Get your hats. Yeah, get your coffee cups. I think Alina, at least at one time, had a coffee cup going on in the stream. The belief section, I think, is just one of my favorite parts of the website, because it really displays that love is our theology, love is our doctrine, and it goes into depths about why, what, who, when, why, all those things. Faith and hope and love will last forever, but the greatest of these is love. And so going through it, 1 Corinthians 13, prophecies will cease, love never ends. And I love this kind of phrasing here. Love is not the soft chapter after the serious theology. Love is the truth. The truth is love. Love is the commandment. 1 John talks about that very clearly. So that is the hill that I guess we'll die on. I don't know if we ever use that term, but we talk about being radical. There's one thing that you can be radical in, just one, and that's love. And then I love this section because before we get into loving others, it's before you believed a word, before you fixed a single thing, before you earned any of it, love had already chosen you. So it starts out in this theological section with the love of God. God is love. God so loved the world while we were sinners, Christ, and died for us. And then it goes into, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and your neighbor and yourself. So you have the trifecta there, loving God, loving others, and don't forgetting to love yourself. And I love the love yourself copy here. Love your neighbor as yourself, not instead of yourself, not while drowning in shame and calling it holiness. Jesus assumes you've already loved yourself. You are made by God, known by God, worthy of care. You cannot pour out what you will not receive. And so I think this is kind of a missing third element. Loving yourself. So there's some just continuing with the field of love. John 12:32, and I, when I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all people to myself. We talk about the word love getting abused. You can read through this where it's about telling the truth and telling people they're going to hell. That's loving. I've heard that. No, it's not. Read 1 Corinthians 13. That'll tell you what love is. And so kind of read through this. There's some beautiful wording, some beautiful language, some affirmations. Love God fully, love others freely, love yourself rightly, because God is love and love is the way. And then Pastor Coco had developed some theology that was just kind of apropos to the time that we're living in, various things. We talked about universality, kind of explaining what that looks like. And then Pastor Coco had some things about denomination, decentralization, baptism, women being cited in the church, a little bit of Christian nationalism here to talk about. So take some time to read that. The giving page is here as it was before. just casting some vision with it, maybe some graphics, just to kind of explain the monetary aspects of the church and links to give. Contact is if people wanted to contact, and so that's there. Join now is for Discord. But before we get, because we're wrapping up very quickly, and we probably should wrap up. I'm not trying to rush us, but just I know we've been at it for a long time. Let's take a quick, short little. We're going to watch that video. Here we go.
It's no secret that church attendance among young people has been dropping. Church is becoming less popular than a Michael Jackson impersonator at a children's birthday party. And for a lot of the same reasons. But some churches are trying to fix that.
I forgot that part.
To technology to bring those millennials back. For more on this advancement, we turn to Ronnie Chang in his segment, Today's Future Now.
Thanks, Trevor. As a kid, I loved going to church. The stories had magic, they gave you snacks and wine. You didn't even need a fake ID. And it taught me how to judge others with a smug sense of superiority. A skill I still use today. Thank you, Jesus. And now there's a church in San Francisco that'll let me do all of that from the comfort of my own home.
Welcome to Virtual Reality Church.
DJ Soto's divine calling is to bring Christianity to virtual reality.
So we have worship music. I deliver a sermon. There's a prayer team.
DJ Soto even officiated the first baptism.
Oh, Lena. You're on the Today Show, or Comedy Central.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the most unholy thing I've ever seen. God created man in his own image, not in the image of a purple dildo, okay? And also, does a virtual baptism even count? It just seems a little risky, okay? Virtual means not real. I don't want to get to heaven and God says, hey, your name is on the list. And I'll be like, oh, no, it's okay. I got virtually baptized. And God's like, oh, great, then I'm literally sending you to hell. Although I would hope that what you do in the virtual world doesn't count, because that would mean in Mario I've committed turtle genocide repeatedly. Okay?
That was a good one.
Pastor Morpheus is onto something, because VR Church could be the key to finding salvation from boredom. I mean, if the sermon's going on too long, I'll just throw the headset onto my cat, and the pastor will be like, wow, Ronnie enjoyed the sermon so much, he spent the whole time licking his butthole. Now, at least VR churches require some effort.
It's okay. You can laugh.
On the other hand, the Church of England is letting Alexa do all the work for you.
And so I think that's kind of the end of the VR Church segment that I'm aware of.
I think so.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I thought it was funny.
Okay, yeah, that is pretty good.
Yeah, Ronnie Chang, and yeah, that was fun.
I forgot about the purple.
Yeah, well, that's the part I was like, I think is that what Alice was talking
Forgot about that part.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did like that. That is the most unholy thing I have seen.
There was someone else, not Daily Show, but there was someone else who did like a funny thing, and maybe like we might have been on it, but it wasn't necessarily about us specifically. They did a comedy thing about VR church in general, not VR church, us churches in VR. And it was like a little skit thingy. The guy came in his pajamas and
oh yeah, I think it was John, the comedian. John Chris.
And you invited him. Yeah, you're like, John, if you're watching this, I would love you to come in. We'd love to have you in church.
Yeah, there's another podcast, a comedian podcast, that were making fun of us, but it was funny though. It was like, yeah, I enjoyed. Like I don't know, we weren't taking ourselves. Like I think people were like offended for us. I was like, no, it's we don't need it to be like that. I think we can just laugh about what we do and laugh with them. I guess they're laughing at us, but either way,
Yeah.
I think the reaction too is as important as, right? Because it sets a good tone, right? To say that we can find humor, and that it's okay. It doesn't detract what we're doing, and quite simply is you have to experience it to fully understand it, and that's okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
Sorry, when you were talking about, I was laughing because I was thinking of some of the things you were saying in the segment. But yeah,
Well,
we
thank
have.
you for joining me.
Yes, yeah, that's one of our favorites. Because a lot of them are like real serious, we are a church, and that was fun to see something kind of comedic, Saturday Night Live-ish type of thing.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. 9 hours, 54 minutes, about 55 minutes streaming. So we got about 5 minutes left, and we'll hit 10 hours to celebrate 10 years of virtual reality church. That's amazing. I'm just really proud of everyone. And one little final thought is one thing that we put together was the Voyage 20. Voyage 20 is setting sail for the next 10 years. I'm going to go really fast through this with the exception of pausing at one point. We already have a podcast on this one, so you got to go look at our past live streams on YouTube, and you'll see it. This verse always has stuck with me about then the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and engrave it plainly on tablets so that the one who reads it may run. So it's about writing vision that's clear so that we can run with it. And so we talked about various aspects. We gave this analogy that we're like a pirate boat, and we're currently docked at port, and we've patched up the hole from all the storms we've been through. We put up some new sails, a new flag that signals love and inclusion, and all these things. And, some people are getting off the boat, and there's no hatred towards people that do, because, they don't want to go in the direction where the boat's going. Maybe they don't like the inclusion flag. It doesn't make them a bad person. It's just something that they're not aligned with. And so alignment has been a big part of what we've done with Voyage 20, with the new website, with Discord, with our beliefs page, with inclusion. And we're about to set sail again. And we're going to, some people are getting off, some people are getting on. And we talked about, the past, and we've spent all day about the boat that we built 10 years ago and the storms that we've been through. And this is the analogy I give. Figuratively speaking, we need to patch up the hole and put on the new sails. We may need to add more crew. We will release old crew who want to get off the boat. We'll pull up the maps we've charted and take a breather to celebrate. We'll take time to celebrate the 10-year anniversary and all the adventures we've been on. Then we will set sail again on a new voyage. And that's what we're doing. 10 years charted, 10 years ahead. And we talked a little bit about our history, and we're talking about some mechanics that we're employing. Then, again, I'm just giving you the very short version. The mechanics aren't just mechanics for the sake of mechanics. They're leading to vision. So when you think of a sailboat, it's not just the sail that's up there. It's just a very mechanical thing. No, that's going to move the boat forward. It's a very important part of the boat. So we talk about some mechanics that we're employing. Love being the signal, the flag, the point that we're radical on. And we talked about this new website we're doing that I'm displaying right now. A new Discord is coming. A logo update for MMO Church. Creating some AI apps that will serve the church. A lot of times we pay for a platform to use the way that they've designed it, and then we pay them for it. But now it's coming with Claude Code and all these different tools that can empower us to create our own platform, and we have ownership of it. And so that's something we're going to get into. A new VRChat world is coming, a new service time, which we implemented today. We've got to change this because that's the wrong time. Possibly a seminary reboot. This is our mechanism or method for ordination, because we are an ordaining body. We can have conversation about whether that's a biblical, spiritual thing, but at least at a cultural level, ordaining of ministers is an important thing to do for culture. And so that's something that we continue to do. So Pastor Lena is an ordained minister with a virtual reality church. She's got a card to prove it and all that stuff, right? So VR Church is an ordaining body. World building. We talked about how we want to be at the pulse of world building because that's really what sets us unique. That's really how we get immersed in Scripture. We're losing that with Alt Space and Rec Room, but we got to get back into that at some point. Number 9, a lot of ideas are coming our way. But one of the things we said is it's not that the ideas aren't good or bad. It's just we're going through a lot in this transition. Let's just kind of set sail and then evaluate along the way, because we definitely like to adopt things, but we want to be sustainable. A part of why we're here is the leaders and back conversations creating sustainability. I think we would have burned out 3 years ago. Alina, I think 3 or 4.
Yeah, we wouldn't
You
be
know.
here if we didn't. I told you that before, that it was your idea to create the new way of things. And oh my, I'm so like, I don't think we'd be here if we didn't
Right.
make that change.
Yeah, we shifted in what we needed to do. We pared down. We said, like, it was very little sailing going on as far as crew, and we just really created sustainability. And yeah, and I think it's part of the philosophy of making sure we're taking care of ourselves, a holistic approach, because we don't want to burn out. We want to take care of ourselves, of our health. We want to take care of the health of our people, and we want to set that example, right? And so I think that's important. And then Pauline ministry. Let's dive into that. I know we're coming in on the 10 hours, so just bear with me just for 1 minute. So go through the website. Each section kind of goes into detail. The website, the Discord, we kind of go into more detail about some aspects of that. Of this, I will give you a link to this. I don't think it's properly linked, but we'll get that fixed if you wanted to go read this. Actually, I'll show you where it is real fast. It's not linked anywhere like in the menu. Oh, I guess you guys can't see that. Can you guys see this? Yeah, it's not linked in this like menu for Voyage 20, but if you go down here, oh, and I don't think you can see it because we're in the way. All right, so let me move this. You see this blue button?
Now
This
we see
little-
it.
This little blue diamond thing right here at the bottom next to a purple star. If you click on that blue diamond, it's going to take you to yeah, it's a secret entrance.
Good to know. Yeah,
click the
it was
purple
a
one.
secret. I wouldn't have known to click on the diamond.
Don't click the purple one. No, that just goes to
Don't do-
volunteer stuff. Anybody can see. It's not. There's nothing. No problem there. So go through this. Here's one thing I did want to spend some time on. Let's go down here to Pauline ministry. This is very, very significant. Let's read through this. Let's see if we can find the Pauline versus the Petrine ministry. Yes.
There you go. I saw it.
Back to our roots. Back to the Pauline ministry. We're probably going to do a full podcast on this one, Alina. I think we've been trying to, but we're going to flesh this out quite a bit. But for right now, we're just going to give you some introductory thoughts. Tuck away those introductory thoughts, and when we do the Pauline podcast, we'll dive into it deeper. Here's the generic thing about getting back to our roots. What does that mean? In the book of Acts, we find a blue. Oops, hold on. What happened here? Hey, we got lost here.
Took
There we
the
go.
purple pill.
Yeah, there we go. In the book of Acts, we find a blueprint, 2 kinds of ministries. Paul to the Gentiles, Peter to the Jews. If you look carefully, it's right there in our faces, where Paul says to Peter, man, you go take care of the religious people. I'm going to go to the non-religious people. That's kind of like the oversimplified version when you boil it down. It's not the same presentation. It's not the same methods or mechanics. It's the same message, but very different in expression, presentation, and methods. And it's by design, and I think it's brilliant because it even goes into some things we learned about in Romans, where God is so brilliant in how he reaches people that there is hope for the world. It's like he really meets everyone where they're at, how they're at, wherever they're at. And so in a human sense, there are two different ministries, and that can be very nuanced. But the first one is to religious people. That's what Peter did. Paul told Peter, man, you go do a ministry to the religious people. Why? Because religious people need God just as much as non-religious people. Remember, Romans, we all need God, right? And so they call it, it's a funny word, the Petrine, or the ministry of Peter, the Petrine ministry. Peter had the patience and the gifting to help religious people, because that's a different type of breed as far as the ministry you need to have. It takes a particular language and perhaps even particular values to reach them well. Very entrenched in their thinking, maybe their possession of ideology. But Paul was different. And this is our calling. This is how VR Church was birthed. That we are a Pauline ministry. We are a ministry to the non-religious because they need God too, just as much as religious people do. Paul could not do the religious ministry. It was too frustrating for him. And over conversations with like Coco and like, there is an alignment with our leadership and how frustrating it is to do Petrine ministry, but Pauline we absolutely thrive in. It generates energy for us, and it's something that we're passionate about. And it was really important that we get back into alignment, because we did get off stray. You think of like we're giving the pirate ship analogy and going off course. We did go off course, and that's something to admit as leaders. Paul couldn't do it. It was too frustrating for him to minister to religious people. You can see it in his writings in the scripture. Like, Peter, go do that. Man, I can't even do that anymore. The founders of this church, the leadership of this church is 100% Pauline. There's no question about it. That's who we are. Scripture shows the diversity of God. The way he works in one is not the way he works in another. Different language and maybe even different values are needed to convey what is ultimately the transcendence of the gospel. Man tries to codify it, but the Spirit is wild, moving how it wants, through whoever it wants, whenever it wants. Soteriology is all over the place anyways. Like, if you go into churches and like some of the theological background that I come from, soteriology, the doctrine of salvation, the theology of salvation is so crusty and conflicting and contradictory. It's all over the place anyways. Humans get tripped up on words, phrases, systems, and formulas. And maybe there is a method to this madness, at least sometimes. But we boil it down to this. There are two types of ministry, one to the religious because they need God, another to the non-religious because they need God as well. It was never one ministry. It was always two. And thought leaders call this the Pauline and Petrine ministry. VRMMO Church, we were birthed as Pauline ministry 100%. It's just undeniable. But along the way, we strayed from that. We strayed from our Pauline into getting into the religious ministry. It didn't happen overnight. It was, maybe a slow fade. I think it was innocent. I think a lot of Christians and religious people were becoming a part of it and influencing us in that direction. But that's not our calling. So we did stray from that, and we fully adopted the Petrine one. A lot of what Voyage 20 is about is shifting back into Pauline. We have to, because Petrine is not our calling. You can kind of look at this little graph of just illustrating how we started out Pauline, very powerful in ministry. It then drifted into wherever we drifted into, and the frustration and the zapping of energy that brought. Voyage 20 is getting back to our Pauline roots. So in Voyage 10...
There was a noticeable, for me, there was a noticeable tension, frustration, like finding it, I couldn't cope. Like, I was really struggling during that Pauline phase. I mean, I didn't mean to say Petrine phase. Yeah. And I think it wore on everybody. But continue. I know we're almost out of time.
Yeah, and actually that's in the back of my mind to ask you, and maybe we save it for the podcast, because you said you noticed when it happened. I don't think I did. I think you said
I thought it was just me. I didn't it's only looking back do I see that, but I noticed a very distinct phase, and now I see it so clearly that we're talking about it. But there was a very distinct phase. I was struggling, like, in all the ways. I thought I was just couldn't keep up. But it was because there was so much sideways energy being
big time, and
it hurt me. So I'm very happy to be going back.
Yeah. And we'll dive into the podcast, because I think there's a lot of things to say about that. In Voyage 20, we want to get back to our Pauline ministry, and I think the thing is, we have to realize it's going to upset religious people who don't like the inclusion values, the LGBTQ, the whatever it is. Religious people are going to be very upset about that. And this is probably not going to be the place for them. It's not going to be an alignment for them. It's not because we hate them or we think they're bad. It's just, you need a Petrine ministry. You need to go to a Petrine church, a Peter church. This is a Paul church. It might unsettle some religious people who will find themselves out of alignment with the ministry they truly need. But we must align our energy to our calling. We have to. Like, we won't last 20 years if we don't align our energy and our vision and our values. Now, the result of that is we might not draw a crowd, particularly in this Christian nationalism mess that's going on. We might not draw a crowd, but we will draw the people meant for us as we as we originated. That was meant for us. Those special moments. We might not get funding from the church as far as, how churches fund churches. We'll be out of that loop. But we will be powerful in the portfolio in the world to come. That's going to be a fantastic portfolio. So that's just a little mental shift that we're going to be preparing for. And what does that look like exactly? We'll probably talk about in the podcast about some elements where that could look like. And there might be a little bit of a rift as we kind of just, take out the anchor away from that Petrin shores or whatever. Just kind of like, okay, let's go. You know what I mean? Not because we're trying to be combative or antagonistic, but just because we don't got time for that. We don't got time for that sideways energy. We have to stay focused. So that is, man, that's it. Any thoughts about that Petrin? We're going to do a full podcast, so save the big thoughts. But I don't know. Maybe you're just dying to say just a quick thought about that. I know Jessica is. Or I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, Jessica is.
It's funny when you were talking about that, the Petrin and Pauline, and even some of the terms you use, like the what was that, the study or the science of salvation, this soteriology, right? I'm Googling that, going, what does that mean? And so I love the fact that going back to those rootless Pauline ministry is that's the calling, right? And I think getting back on course is we've given it back over to God to say, okay, where have you positioned us? Why have you positioned us? And what's the plan, right? And very clearly, here's the plan, right? And just more of a comment, it's not limiting fellowship at all, right? So this Petrine versus Paul, right, is, yes, we're focusing our energy and our calling on this, right? Part of that is love is our theology, right? Part of that is being inclusive, because the people who are meant to come to us need to have an open door, right? Period.
Yeah.
They can't find us if we don't have an open door, right? And so part of opening that door is reconstructing the house, right? Or reconstructing the ship. But it doesn't impact the ability for all of us to have fellowship in this community and in this church, right? So I just want to remind people that we can still have those great conversations, right? We can still do those deep dives, right? And even within the Pauline ministry is we are going to have points of disagreement, right? That's all part of the harmonization, right? Everybody brings a different perspective. So none of the good stuff is going to get lost. All we're doing is we're distilling it down into the fundamentals, right? And that's what has me so excited.
I like that, because I can see some people worried about some of the good stuff getting lost.
And sometimes the debate or the discussion is good,
Yeah. And like you said, you still have those discussions. It's just like we're just no longer going to be playing tug of war, both the same team.
That's a great example.
Or trying to please everybody, and in the sense, or trying not to offend anybody, and in the sense not helping anybody, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And so that's what I love. Yeah.
I love tug of war. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna kind of flesh that out, because like it's not limiting. It's not kicking people out. It's not limiting. There might be an aspect where we say this isn't for you when it gets tug of war. But like if someone is genuine, is like, I grew up with this anti-LGBTQ. I want to learn more, like in that spirit. Like, let's converse. Why do you disagree? But coming in and throwing the robot, grab the other end. Let's man, wait, you gotta go. You gotta go tug of war somewhere else.
Look at what Shai said earlier. Sorry, Shai, to kind of bring up what you said earlier about myth busting, right? Is part of those discussions can also be that catalyst, right? To dispel those myths, right? And so I love what DJ said about the people that are meant to come to us are going to come to us, right? And whether that's people that, whose minds are going to get changed on something, or people who are seeking the truth, doesn't matter. They're meant to come to us, right? And so, I think that's amazing.
I'm excited by it. I really am.
Like what Rice said, church is for the hospital. If they can't get full strength medicine in the gospel, then what are we here for? We talked about that one time, Alina. We talked about church should be a place where the hurt, those who are hurt, those who are broken go. But often it'd be weird to go in with like a broken finger and come out with an amputated arm, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm worse off. You know, and that's what we're finding with the physical church. We've heard that from many people. There's a common theme here. We're not just group thinking this. Individual people have talked about how the church has hurt them. So you're going into to fix your dislocated finger and amputated, you lost your arm. You're coming out harmed and hurt. And so that's just mind-blowing. And I think it's even, I hate to, because I don't like to talk negatively, but it feels worse today. It feels like something's going on, even more so. Maro says, never heard of Petrine and Pauline, but it's the reason I found you, and I'm grateful. Yeah, and we're doing a full vision into Pauline again.
Yeah.
We just have to do it.
Yeah.
Final thoughts. Wrap up the stream. 10 hours, 15 minutes, celebrating 10 years of VR Church. Let's wrap. Let's get some final thoughts in. Call it a day. I really appreciate everyone that tuned into the stream, and we had people tuning in and out. Guys, thanks so much for being a part of this experience. It's been special. Any final thoughts from anybody? Last call.
I love it. I'm very thankful.
10 hours.
Let's go Alice first, and then Shy. Alice, you're still awake?
I'm still awake. I'm sort of falling asleep here, and I'm gonna go to bed as soon as we finish this. But yeah, I'm very thankful for everything we've been through together since I've been here, and I'm glad we're getting back to the roots. Carrie's here.
Yeah, Carrie wanted to say hi.
Oh, is that Carrie?
Hi, everyone. Hi, I just want to say congratulations and thank you so much to everything that you guys have contributed to VR Church. We really appreciate you. Love you very much, and we're very thankful. Yeah.
Did you guys hear?
Love you, Carrie.
You guys can hear what she said?
Yep.
Oh, perfect, beautiful.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carrie.
I'm really glad she stopped in. That was really nice.
Sorry, Alice. I don't know if we cut you off. Sorry about that. No, we're fine. It's all good.
Okay.
Shy, were you going to say something? Shy, then Alina?
I'm happy that we lasted 10 hours.
We made it.
I know. It's amazing.
Everyone's tired, right? Everyone's tired. Yeah, thank you guys for helping us host, because I know you guys are busy, work, school, family, and you're taking the time to do that. So appreciate that. Just for this
when you're looking
occasion.
Here, Alice and Simeon, you guys are just like, it's your middle of the night. Shy, you are just overworked, but I can't wait to hear all about it.
1 a.m. last night, and then I woke up at 6 because I watched the Knicks play one of the best basketball games in all of basketball history. And so,
I'm 40 minutes from San Antonio. It was rough. It was a rough loss.
Yeah, I'll
rough loss. Yeah, Brunson is Brunson's just a threat, unstoppable. Anyway, we'll save that for a podcast.
Another podcast.
Brunson the threat.
Not a very long call.
I was telling my kids from the beginning, I was like, hey, Brunson's such a threat right now. But sorry, podcast later. Anybody else before we wrap?
I love you guys.
Yeah, love you all too.
Love you guys.
Yeah, you all be safe now. You all be safe. Let's wrap it, guys. Nothing but love. Everyone, thanks for hanging out. And we'll see you soon. We'll be back. This is another 10 years. Here we go.
Here we go. It starts now.
It starts now. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Who told you love needed permission? I'm shocked how fast fear was a holy face. Rules stacked high like towers till nobody feels safe. Chains dressed up like wisdom. Pressure dressed up like light. But if it steals your freedom, something isn't right. That's not good news. Not if love disappears. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came here before we earned it. Hope came calling for every soul. For every soul. Even if I said it, even if angels fill the sky, if the message loses mercy, don't believe the lie. I knew religion without love. I wore the armor too, till grace found me outside the walls and pulled me into truth. Who are you trying to please? Fear, crowds, systems, or the God who already came near? Love is the measure, not power, not shame, not fear. Love. Good news feels like freedom. Good news breaks control. Love came near before we earned it. Hope still rises for every soul. For every soul. Even the hard hearts, even the gatekeepers, there's hope for everyone.